Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm so glad you're here with me tonight. Before we begin, I want to gently ask you, how are you feeling today? How is your mood? How is your health? Has today been kind to you? Or has it left you feeling tired, quiet, or a little heavy inside? Whatever kind of day you've had, I hope you can rest here for a while. You don't have to explain anything. You don't have to carry the whole day into the night. Just take a slow breath, settle in, and let this small corner of darkness become a place where you can feel a little calmer. And wherever you are listening from tonight, thank you for spending this time with Chilly Midnight. I truly hope you are healthy, safe, and surrounded by a little peace. And if your body or your heart feels tired tonight, I hope the next few hours bring you comfort, quiet, and a gentle kind of rest. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, what time it is where you are, and how you're feeling today. I always love seeing how many different people and places gather here after dark. Now, dim the lights. Get comfortable. Maybe turn on a fan for a soft background hum. And let the noise of the outside world slowly fade away. For now, it's just you, the quiet night, and tonight's story waiting in the dark. So take one more slow breath, and let's begin. Story 1. The chapel at St. Bartholomew's smelled of stone that had been rained on for centuries. Thomas Greer noticed that first, before the windows, before the boys, before the rows of dark oak seats polished by generations of obedient hands. The smell had a mineral coldness to it, damp and old, with a faint sweetness beneath. Like flowers left too long beside a memorial. It clung to the back of his throat as he followed the deputy head through the nave on his first morning, trying not to look like a man counting everything. He had always counted in unfamiliar places, doors, exits, faces, voices, the little distances between people who belonged and people who had been allowed inside only on condition that they remain grateful. "Masters sit to the left," said Mr. Vale, the deputy head, without turning. "Boys by house. Seniors at the front, juniors behind. You'll learn the pattern." Thomas nodded as if patterns had ever needed permission to introduce themselves. St. Bartholomew's stood in a fold of wet countryside somewhere beyond the last reliable railway stop. All steep roofs and ivy-blackened stone. Founded by men whose portraits glowered from every corridor as if disappointed that the living had continued without them. Thomas had accepted the post 3 weeks after his previous school merged departments and called the loss an opportunity. History, he had told himself, was portable. A man who understood archives could begin again anywhere. Still, as the boys filed into chapel in navy blazers and polished shoes, he felt the old tightening beneath his ribs. Not fear. Exactly. Recognition. They moved with the practiced quiet of children trained to understand that noise was a kind of debt. Some whispered behind their hymn books. Some rubbed sleep from their faces. One small boy with ears too large for his head held his cap against his chest as if expecting it to be confiscated. At the front, the headmaster, Dr. Alaric Fenwick, stood beneath the east window in his black academic gown. Pale morning light cut through the stained glass and laid strips of red and blue across the stone floor. The chapel bell gave one slow note, then another, each vibration settling into the benches. Thomas took his place at the end of the master's row, He had been given a thin prayer book, though no one had asked whether he prayed. Its leather cover was cracked, and when he opened it, dust gathered in the crease like ash. The service began. The boys stood. The boys sat. The boys answered in one voice, soft and flat from repetition. Thomas followed half a beat behind, attentive enough to appear respectful, detached enough not to feel foolish, while Dr. Fenwick read from the lectern. Thomas let his eyes move over the chapel. It was larger inside than it looked from the courtyard. That was his first private thought. Not impossible, just surprising. The exterior had seemed narrow, pressed between the old library and the north cloister. But the nave stretched farther than he expected, with side aisles slipping into shadow and a rear gallery screened by carved wood. Rows of fixed seats ran in disciplined lines, each with a small brass number at the aisle end and a hymn shelf beneath. Thomas counted them without meaning to. He counted the boys first. 112. Give or take a bowed head hidden by a taller child. Then the seats. He lost track twice because the chapel bell seemed still to be humming in the wood. But the number remained wrong. There were too many places. Not dramatically too many. Not enough for a visiting school or a congregation. Just enough to trouble the mind. 6 extra seats among the boys' rows, spread irregularly, as though someone had removed children but left the furniture expecting them back. Thomas looked for an explanation. Space for absence, illness, late arrivals. Old boarding schools loved systems that outlived their usefulness. Perhaps the arrangement came from a larger intake year. Perhaps the houses were once fuller. Perhaps he was tired from unpacking late into the night while rain worried at the windows of his rooms. The service ended with a hymn sung in careful, bloodless harmony. The boys rose and began filing out by house. Their shoes made a soft, disciplined scuff on the stone. Thomas remained seated a moment longer, waiting for the aisle to clear. That was when he saw the nearest empty seat. It sat 3 rows ahead on the boys' side, between a narrow-shouldered child and a gap where dust lay undisturbed on the kneeler. The seat itself was not dusty. Its oak looked freshly rubbed, darker than those around it. The grain almost wet in the cold morning light. A name had been carved into the backrest, not scratched by a bored pupil with a compass. Carved deeply, carefully, in old-fashioned capitals. Edwin Vale. Thomas stared at it. The deputy head surname was Vale. That was coincidence enough to be mildly unpleasant, but not impossible. Schools carried family names like damp carried mold. He glanced toward Mr. Vale, who was speaking quietly with Dr. Fenwick near the vestry door. Neither man looked toward the seat. A boy paused beside Thomas on his way out. The same small boy with the large ears. He followed Thomas's gaze, and the color left his face so quickly it seemed the chapel light had taken it. "Sir," the boy whispered. Thomas turned. "Yes? You shouldn't look at the empty ones on your first day." The sentence was so softly spoken that it might have been mistaken for chapel air moving through old cracks. Then another boy tugged the child by his sleeve, hard enough to make him stumble. Thomas rose and stepped into the row. The carved letters were cold when he touched them. Not cool, as old wood should be in an unheated chapel, but cold enough that the tips of his fingers tightened. Behind him, Mr. Vale called his name. "Mr. Greer?" Thomas withdrew his hand at once. He turned, already preparing an apology for lingering, for touching school property, for seeming too interested too soon. But before he could speak, the small boy at the aisle looked back once more and said, almost without sound, "That seat wasn't there yesterday." "Mr." Vale's voice carried easily through the chapel. Not loud, but trained by long practice to make volume unnecessary. "Mr. Greer?" Thomas turned from the carved name and found both the deputy head and Dr. Fenwick watching him. The headmaster's expression held no alarm. That unsettled Thomas more than alarm would have. Men like Fenwick did not ignore disturbances because they failed to notice them. They ignored them because noticing would make them common. "Forgive me," Thomas said. "I thought I saw a habit of historians." Dr. Fenwick interrupted gently, "Seeing things where others see furniture." A few boys were still filing out. None looked toward the empty seat. Even the small boy who had warned him kept his head low and hurried after his house line. Thomas made himself smile. "Old wood interests me," he said. "Then St. Bartholomew's will keep you well occupied." Fenwick gave the carved rose a fond, proprietary glance. "Some institutions are not built so much as accumulated." That became Thomas's first lesson in the school's true language. At St. Bartholomew's, nothing was old because no one had replaced it. Things were old because age excused them from being questioned. By the end of his first week, he had learned the visible routines. The rising bell, the cold wash of morning chapel, breakfast under portraits of benefactors with white collars and hard mouths, lessons in rooms that smelled of chalk, varnish, and damp wool. Supper taken beneath Latin mottos, prep hour, lights out, silence, after. The school moved like a clock that disliked children. Thomas taught history in room 14. A long room overlooking the east lawn where mist collected between the yew trees. His pupils were neat, sharp, and tired in the way boarding school children often are, tired not from lack of sleep, but from the effort of presenting themselves correctly at every waking moment. They called him Sir with quick obedience. They opened books when told. They rarely volunteered anything personal. When Thomas asked one class what history meant to them, a fair-haired boy named Lucian Orm said, "Evidence, sir," as though reciting a school rule. Another boy added, "What survives?" Thomas wrote that on the board and felt the chalk break between his fingers. What survives? He had once believed that too. He had been a scholarship boy himself, though not at St. Bartholomew's. Different school. Same stone. Same polished shoes bought too large because his mother said his feet would grow into them. Same careful voice learned by listening to boys who had never been mocked for the way they asked for water. Same understanding that gratitude was a leash if another person held it. At 13, Thomas had discovered that silence could pass for dignity. At 14, that laughter could become permission if you did not join it but did not stop it either. At 15, that a boy could disappear from a dormitory without anyone saying the word disappear, provided adults used gentler phrases, transferred, withdrawn, unsuited to the environment. He had spent years believing he had escaped that world by studying it. Now he stood in front of boys arranged by house and surname and heard the old rules breathing behind the new ones. His room was in the North Master's wing, above an unused music room where the radiators knocked at night. He unpacked slowly, stacking books in careful rows, placing his mother's old brass bookmark beside the lamp, pinning his timetable above the desk. The window looked down toward the chapel roof. In rain, the slates shone black as folded wings. On Thursday evening, a knock came at his door. It was the small boy from chapel. He stood with both hands at his sides, as if afraid pockets suggested guilt. "Come in," Thomas said. The boy did not move. "Mr. Vale says I'm to bring your house attendance list." Thomas took the paper. "Thank you. Your name?" The boy swallowed. "Oliver Fenn." "Sir." Thomas waited, giving him the chance to say more. Oliver glanced toward the stairwell. "I didn't mean to speak in chapel. It was hardly a crime." At that, Oliver's face tightened with a seriousness too old for him. "Things don't have to be crimes here." "Sir." Before Thomas could answer, the boy stepped back, murmured good evening, and fled down the corridor. The attendance list contained nothing remarkable. Names, houses, dormitories, scholarship marks, medical notes in small print. Thomas read through it twice, then folded it away. He told himself that Oliver was imaginative, homesick, eager to impress a new master. Schools produced little mythologies the way damp produced stains. The next morning, chapel was colder. Thomas noticed it as soon as he entered. His breath did not cloud, but it wanted to. The boys took their places. Dr. Fenwick read. Mr. Vale stood with his head bowed. Thomas kept his eyes forward until the first hymn began. Then he looked. The seat marked EDWN Vale was gone. For one foolish second, relief passed through him so cleanly that he almost laughed. He had misread it. Of course he had. A trick of light. Old initials. Fatigue. Expectation. Then he saw the new empty seat. It was not in the same row. It stood farther back, between two boys in Westhouse ties, its wood dark and freshly polished. The kneeler beneath it showed no dust at all. A different name had been carved into the backrest. Arthur Pell. Thomas stared until the letters blurred. After chapel, he asked Lucian Orme, lightly, whether the name meant anything to him. Lucian blinked. "No." "Sir?" he asked another boy. Then a house prefect. Then, with more care, the school secretary, Mrs. Harrow, who controlled registers the way priests once controlled relics. "Arthur Pell," she repeated, fingers resting on her keyboard without moving. "No boy by that name. Former pupil. Perhaps I would have remembered a Pell." Her certainty was immediate and absolute. Thomas thanked her and turned to leave. But as he reached the office door, the printer beside her desk woke by itself. One sheet slid out, warm and blank, except for a single line of text centered neatly in the middle. The line read, "Please reserve Arthur Pell's seat." The printer made one more small sound after the page came out. A dry internal click like teeth closing. Mrs. Harrow looked at the paper before Thomas could touch it. Her face did not change. That was the second thing he noticed. The first was that her fingers, which had rested with perfect authority on the keyboard a moment earlier, had curled inward until the nails pressed pale crescents into her palms. "Is that yours?" Thomas asked. She removed the sheet from the tray and turned it over, as if the back might offer a more acceptable explanation. It did not. The sentence remained visible through the thin office paper. Please reserve Arthur Pell's seat. Printing error. Mrs. Harrow said, "There's no header." "Then it is a very dull printing error." She folded the page once. Precisely. Then twice. And placed it in the wastepaper basket beside her desk. She did not crumple it. Thomas saw that clearly. She laid it on top of the other discarded documents as though it had weight. "Mrs. Harrow," he said carefully. "Does the chapel seating ever change?" "Everything changes." "Mr. Greer, boys arrive. Boys leave. Masters come and go. The chapel remains." "That isn't quite an answer." "It is the school's answer." She smiled then. A small professional smile that closed the matter without resolving it. Thomas had seen that expression in bursars, governors, senior tutors, hospital clerks, anyone whose authority depended on deciding which questions deserved paper. He left the office with Arthur Pell's name moving around his mind like a splinter. During his free period, Thomas went to the staff common room and searched the school intranet. Nothing. No Arthur Pell appeared in current registers. Old newsletters, prize lists, sports reports, chapel hotas, disciplinary summaries, alumni pages, scholarship boards, or scanned magazines. He tried Edwin Vale next, expecting at least some dusty family reference. Nothing again. The absence felt too clean. Old schools did not lose names neatly. They buried them under variant spellings, initials, honor rolls, faded captions, and badly scanned forms. Even disgrace usually left a stain. But Arthur Pell and Edwin Vale were not missing in the ordinary way. They seemed to have been removed from every place a name might cling. By late afternoon, rain had thickened against the windows. Thomas crossed the quadrangle beneath a borrowed umbrella and entered the library, where the air smelled of leather, wet coats, and radiator dust. The school librarian, Miss Cordelia Say, was a narrow woman, with silver hair cut bluntly at her jaw and spectacles hanging from a black cord. "House lists?" she repeated. When Thomas asked, "How far back?" "As far as they go." That is a dangerous phrase in this building. He waited. Miss Saye studied him for a moment, then unlocked a side cabinet with a key she wore beneath her collar. Inside were bound volumes arranged by decade, their spines cracked and flaking. She carried 3 to a reading table and lowered them with the solemnity of setting down evidence. "Most new masters ask first for the wine cellar," she said. "I'm duller than most." "No," she said. "You are newer." The oldest house lists were handwritten in black ink. Each boy's name entered with house, term, and status. Thomas worked through them slowly. The rain stroked the high windows. Somewhere behind the shelves, pipes ticked and settled. There was no Edwin Vale, no Arthur Pell, but there were gaps, not blank lines, not torn pages, not obvious omissions. Something subtler. In several lists, the spacing between names widened for no reason, leaving pale horizontal silences where entries should have been. In one volume, the alphabetical order faltered. Pemberton followed directly after Oakes, but the space between them was large enough for a name of 5 or 6 letters. In another, A page ended with 5 boys listed for North House. Though the summary at the bottom said 6, Thomas touched the paper. The empty space had a faint depression in it, as if ink had once pressed there and later been persuaded not to exist. He looked up and found Miss Saye watching from her desk. "Do you keep old photographs?" he asked. She did not ask why. The photographs were stored in flat archive boxes near the rear of the library. Beyond a locked glass door marked School History Collection. Miss Saye brought them out herself. Formal chapel groups, cricket, 11s, Latin scholars, prize boys, house portraits arranged in stiff rows beneath elm trees long since cut down. At first, Thomas saw only the expected discomfort of old photographs, young faces trapped in patience, masters looming behind them, collars too tight, knees too exposed to the cold. Then he noticed the spaces. In a North House photograph from many decades before, the boys stood in 3 rows on the chapel steps. Between 2 seated pupils, there was a gap shaped unmistakably like a child. Not an accidental gap. The boys on either side leaned outward slightly, their shoulders avoiding someone who was no longer visible. Behind the gap, a standing boy's hand rested in midair, fingers curved as if laid on an absent shoulder. In another photograph, a cricket team sat with bats across their knees. A cap floated on the grass between 2 boys, its shadow falling correctly, though no head was beneath it. Thomas turned photograph after photograph, cold gathering under his collar. "Who are they?" he murmured. Miss Say closed the archive box more sharply than necessary. "No one, once the school has finished with them." Before Thomas could answer, a voice behind the shelves said, "The seats aren't for dead boys, sir." Oliver Fenn stepped out from between 2 bookcases, pale and trembling, with rainwater darkening the shoulders of his blazer. Thomas lowered the photograph. "What did you say?" Oliver looked toward the locked door of the school history collection, then toward the windows, as if chapel bells might be listening through the rain. "Dead boys get graves," he whispered. "The chapel only keeps places for the ones who can still be made to vanish." Then, from inside the closed archive box, came the soft scrape of a pencil writing on wood. The sound lasted only 3 seconds. A dry, patient scrape, wood receiving a point, letters being made where no hand could be. Thomas stepped toward the archive box, but Miss Saye caught his wrist with surprising strength. "Do not open it here." Oliver Fenn had gone rigid between the shelves. His eyes were fixed on the box as if something might lift the lid from within. Rain tapped steadily against the high windows. Somewhere in the library, a radiator knocked once, then fell silent. Thomas looked at Miss Saye's hand around his wrist. "You heard that." "I heard an old building settling." "That was not settling." "Then call it old paper moving. Paper does not write." Her grip tightened before she let go. "At St. Bartholomew's. Mr. Greer. Paper has always done exactly what it is told." She took the archive box from the table and carried it back through the glass door. Her movements were calm, but Thomas saw the stiffness in her shoulders. Oliver slipped away before Thomas could question him further, leaving only a damp footprint fading beside the reading table. That night, Thomas wrote everything down. He did it with the care of a man preparing a witness statement. Edwin Vale, Arthur Pell, The printer page, the widened gaps in house lists, the photograph with the hand resting on an absent shoulder, Oliver's words, the scrape inside the closed box. When he finished, he read the page back and felt embarrassed by it. Not because it was false, because written plainly, it sounded ridiculous. He could hear Dr. Fenwick's mild voice already, a habit of historians, seeing things where others see furniture. Thomas folded the notes into the back of his diary and told himself that old schools cultivated atmosphere, that children exaggerated, that administrators developed rituals of denial because every institution had its harmless superstitions. He had joined St. Bartholomew's in bad weather, in poor sleep, with memories already waiting too near the surface. By morning, the notes were gone, not torn out, not misplaced. The diary remained on his desk, still open to the correct page. But the page was blank, except for the pressure marks of writing. Faint grooves visible when he held it sideways to the gray light. He did not tell anyone. At chapel, he counted the seats again. There were now 8 extra places. Arthur Pell had vanished. In his place, 3 new empty seats appeared in different rows, each darker than the old oak around it, each with a carved name on the backrest. Miles Caddick, Jonah Reed, Samuel Vale. Thomas stared at the last name until the hymn blurred into a low, humming thread. Samuel Vale, another Vale. The deputy head stood with the masters, lips moving over the words, eyes lowered. If he saw the name, he gave no sign. After breakfast, Thomas approached him beneath the cloister, where rainwater fell in silver lines beyond the arches. Mr. Vale, may I ask you something about the chapel seating? Vale's expression did not alter, but his pace slowed. If this is about old carvings, Mr. Greer, boys have always had knives and too much imagination. These are not schoolboy scratches. You would be surprised what boys can do when bored. One of the names is Samuel Vale. For the first time, something moved behind the deputy head's face. Not grief, not recognition, more like a door being pushed shut from the other side. My family has served St. Bartholomew's for a long time, he said. Names repeat. Did you know a Samuel? No. The answer arrived too quickly. Later, in the common room, Thomas tried Dr. Fenwick. The headmaster listened with one hand resting on the mantelpiece beneath a portrait of some dead governor whose painted eyes followed no one because they did not need to. Mr. Greer, Fenwick said. Boarding schools are theaters of inherited nervousness. New masters often mistake tradition for conspiracy. I'm not speaking of tradition. Seats are appearing overnight. Chapel furniture is moved for services, rehearsals, inspections, with names carved into them, old names, old wood, old boys. You teach history. Surely you know how easily the past invents patterns when one goes looking. The conversation ended there, wrapped in courtesy so tight it left no room to breathe. Thomas tried to believe him. For 2 days, he forced himself back into ordinary work. He marked essays on the dissolution of monasteries. He corrected dates, circled weak arguments, underlined careless claims about reform and mercy. He taught boys who sat upright beneath the gaze of dead founders and asked them to consider how institutions preserved power by controlling records. His own voice sounded strange to him. On the 3rd morning, He arrived in room 14 to find one desk empty near the window. "Where is Wilkes?" he asked. The class looked back at him with polite confusion. Lucian Orma, always eager to be useful, said, "Sir, Henry Wilkes, your roommate." Lucian's brow creased. "I haven't got a roommate." "Sir." Thomas looked at the empty desk. There was a Latin grammar book on it, a fountain pen uncapped beside a sheet of half-finished notes, and a wool scarf hanging over the chair. On the inside cover of the book, written in blue ink, was the name Henry Wilkes. Thomas lifted it and held it out. Lucian stared at the handwriting for a long moment. Then his face went pale with effort, as if he were trying to remember a dream while someone erased it from behind his eyes. "I don't know whose that is." "Sir," he whispered, from the chapel tower, though no service had been called. The bell began to ring. The bell rang 9 times before anyone moved. Room 14 held its breath through each note. Boys sat with pens lifted over paper. Faces turned not toward Thomas, but toward the chapel tower beyond the window. The sound came through the rain with impossible clarity, too close for stone walls and wet glass to soften. It entered the room and remained there, vibrating in ink bottles, teeth, and the hollow metal legs of desks. "No chapel has been called," Thomas said. No one answered. Lucian Orme kept looking at the empty desk beside the window. The Latin grammar book lay open in front of Thomas now, Henry Wilkes written plainly on the inside cover. But the class stared at it with the embarrassed caution of boys asked to acknowledge something indecent. Thomas closed the book. "Continue with the source passage," he said, because teaching was the only shape he knew how to put over panic. The boys bent their heads at once. Obedience passed through them like a draft. After class, Thomas took the grammar book to Mrs. Harrow. She checked the current register, the house register, the medical list, the sports list, and the termly bed allocation. Henry Wilkes appeared nowhere. "There is a desk," Thomas said. "There are many desks. There is a book with his name in it. Boys write nonsense in books. There is a scarf on his chair." Mrs. Harrow looked past him toward the office window, where rain tracked down the glass in thin, intersecting lines. "Then perhaps someone is cold." Her voice was not mocking. That made it worse. She sounded tired. Not tired of Thomas, but tired of knowing how a conversation must end. He went to Westhouse next. The housemaster, Mr. Colling, a heavy man with a reddish face and careful cuffs, insisted Lucian Orme had always slept alone. "Lucky boy," Colling said. "More space than most." Thomas asked to see the dormitory. Colling hesitated, then took him upstairs through a corridor that seemed longer than it had any right to be. Thomas noticed this slowly. They passed the same framed rowing photograph twice, then a tall window overlooking the quadrangle, then the same photograph again. Rain shivered on the leaded panes. The corridor smelled of polish and wet wool, but underneath was the chapel smell, cold stone, dust, flowers left too long. "Old buildings," Colling said, though Thomas had not spoken. "They confuse new men." Lucian's dormitory contained 2 beds. One was made tightly enough to bounce a coin. The other stood stripped to the mattress, though faint indentations crossed it where blankets had recently lain. Above the empty bed, The wall was paler in a neat rectangle, as if a timetable or photograph had been removed after hanging there for months. Colling frowned. "Spare bed," he said. "In a full house? Temporary arrangement." "For whom?" The housemaster turned toward the door. "You should speak to the deputy head about administrative matters." Thomas did not move. On the windowsill, half hidden behind the curtain, sat a small glass jar. Inside were 3 conkers, a snapped pencil, and a folded strip of paper. He opened it before Colling could stop him. The paper read, "Wilkes owes me 2 stamps." The handwriting was Lucian's. By evening, Thomas's own notes had begun to change. He found the first alteration while preparing the next day's lesson. His plan on the poor laws had included a discussion question asking whether institutions protected the vulnerable or protected themselves from seeing the vulnerable. He remembered writing the names Edwin Vale, Arthur Pell, and Henry Wilkes in the margin, intending to check them again. The margin was blank, not erased, not crossed out. Blank, with that same faint pressure in the paper, as if the words had sunk out of sight. He wrote the names again. When he looked away to open a book, the first letter of each had gone. When he watched the page directly, nothing moved. But each time he blinked, the names became less complete. Edwin Vale became Dwin Ale. Arthur Pell became Rather L. Henry Wilkes became Henry Ilks. A childish part of him wanted to press both hands over the page and hold the letters down. Instead, Thomas went to chapel. It was past supper. The school had settled into prep silence. Rain whispered along the cloisters, and the chapel door gave way beneath his hand before he had fully turned the latch. Inside, the air was bitterly cold. The rose had changed again. Not obviously. St. Bartholomew's did not perform its miracles with theatrical force. It preferred correction, adjustment, the quiet authority of a record amended overnight. There were now 11 empty seats among the boys' rows. Thomas walked between them, reading the carved names by the light of his torch. Miles Caddick, Jonah Reed, Samuel Vale, Henry Wilkes. Others he had not seen before. Alfie Marr, Christopher Known, Basil Trent. Each seat was clean. Each kneeler beneath it carried no dust. Around them, the ordinary seats dulled beneath gray powder and generations of use. Thomas understood then that the chapel was not counting students. It was counting the spaces where the school had agreed not to see them. A soft sound came from the front pew. Not a bell, not a footstep. Paper unfolding. On the lectern lay one of his lesson plans, though he had left it locked in his desk. Across the top, in his own handwriting, a sentence had appeared beneath the title. Not all omissions belonged to St. Bartholomew's. Below it was a name Thomas had not heard in 20 years. A name from another school. Another chapel. Another silence. And this time, the empty seat beside the lectern was warm. The name on Thomas's lesson plan was Callum Pike. For a while, he did nothing but stand beside the lectern with the torch beam shaking over those 2 words. The chapel seemed to wait around him. The empty seat beside him held its warmth, not like wood touched by a passing hand, but like a body had only just risen from it. Callum Pike. Thomas had not spoken the name in 20 years. He had trained himself not to think it whole. At first, as a boy, he had avoided it because memory made him sweat. Later, as a man, he had given the avoidance more respectable names. Maturity, perspective, the uselessness of guilt. People lost touch. Children misremembered cruelty. Institutions were complicated. But the name remained on the page in his own handwriting. Not all omissions belonged to St. Bartholomew's. A sound moved behind the vestry door. Thomas lifted the torch. The door stood to the left of the chancel, half hidden behind a hanging of faded red cloth embroidered with the school crest. He had seen it during services, but assumed it led to vestments. Hymn books, candles, harmless ecclesiastical clutter. Now the iron handle hung slightly loose, as if recently used. He crossed the chapel slowly. Each empty seat seemed to face him as he passed. The vestry smelled worse than the chapel. Old wax, damp plaster, mildew, and the sour wool scent of robes shut away too long. Cupboards lined the walls. A cracked mirror above a basin returned only a narrow version of him, pale and dark-eyed, with the torch held like a weapon. At first he saw no archive. Then his light found marks on the floor. Not scratches exactly. 2 curved tracks in the dust behind a cupboard, where something heavy had been dragged many times and carefully returned. Thomas set his shoulder against the cupboard and pushed. It resisted, then shifted with a groan that seemed too loud for the small room. Behind it was a narrow stone stair descending into darkness. A chain crossed the entrance. The padlock hanging from it was old but not ancient. Its brass bright where fingers had touched it. A small label, yellowed at the edges. Read, "Lower storage. No access without written permission." Thomas almost laughed. Written permission. Here, beneath a chapel that carved names into wood and removed boys from memory. The phrase had the absurd authority of a paper crown. He found a rusted poker beside the coal scuttle and forced the lock until it snapped. The sound went through the vestry like a bone breaking. No bell rang. No footsteps came. No master called his name. Thomas descended. The stair was steep, turning sharply under the chapel wall. Moisture shone between the stones. His torch picked out flakes of whitewash. Dead spiders. A child's button lying in the corner of one step. By the time he reached the bottom, the air had turned so cold that his breath came back at him in faint gray threads. The lower archive was larger than it should have been. He thought that before, in the chapel. Now the thought returned with less comfort. The room extended beneath the nave in long aisles of shelving and filing cabinets. Some metal, some oak, all coated in dust except for clear trails where boxes had recently been moved. Above him, the chapel floorboards creaked softly. Though no one should have been walking there, labels hung from shelves in careful black script. Bursary, discipline, transfers, medical, conduct, withdrawals, unsuited. Thomas stood very still. The word unsuited appeared on 6 boxes, then 9, then more as the torch moved. Boys unsuited to the school, boys unsuited to discipline, boys unsuited to gratitude, boys whose parents could not afford solicitors, whose letters home were monitored, whose complaints became symptoms, whose injuries became clumsiness, whose silence became proof that all was well. He opened the nearest bursary file. The paper inside was brittle and thin. A boy's name had been cut from the top of the form, leaving a rectangular absence. Beneath it were notes in several hands. Difficult background, limited prospects, prone to invention, mother unreliable, father unknown. A red stamp crossed the bottom. Transferred. There was no receiving school listed. He opened another. Then another. The same pattern repeated. Poor boys. Scholarship boys. Foundation boys. Boys described as promising until they became inconvenient. Their transfer forms bore signatures. Stamps. Dates written out in formal language. But no destinations. Medical notes mentioned bruising without cause. Punishment books recorded defiance after complaints. Letters from parents remained unopened, tied in fading ribbon. Thomas felt something inside him begin to arrange itself in a shape he did not want. At the end of the aisle stood a cabinet unlike the others. Its drawers were narrow and deep, made for photographs. The top drawer had no label. When Thomas pulled it open, the runners screamed. Inside were envelopes. Not St. Bartholomew's envelopes. Different crests. Different schools. Different counties. An old network of polished stone and polished denial. One envelope near the front bore the crest of Ashburn College. The school Thomas had attended as a boy. His hand stopped above it. The envelope was already open. Inside was a black and white photograph of a chapel group. Boys in stiff collars, masters behind them. A younger Thomas sat in the second row, thinner than he remembered. Hands locked together, face composed with the terrible discipline of a child who has learned not to ask for anything. Beside him was a blank space shaped exactly like a boy. On the back, in careful ink, someone had written, Thomas Greer and Callum Pike. Before correction. For a moment, Thomas could not understand the handwriting on the back of the photograph. Not because it was unclear. The ink was precise. The letters neat. The phrase almost ceremonial. Thomas Greer and Callum Pike. Before correction. The trouble was that the sentence required a version of the world in which correction could mean removing a child from a photograph, from a register, from memory, from the shape of another boy's life. Thomas stared at the blank space beside his younger self until the absence began to feel more solid than the faces around it. Callum Pike had sat there. Thomas knew it with a bodily certainty that arrived before memory. A narrow shoulder pressed too close during chapel. Ink on the side of a left hand. A cough hidden in a sleeve. A boy who smelled faintly of laundry soap and coal smoke because his mother sent his clothes back wrapped in newspaper. The details came through like water forcing itself under a locked door. Thomas lowered himself onto an archive stool. The lower archive creaked above him. Or rather, the chapel did. Footsteps crossed the boards overhead. Slow and orderly. Though the school should have been in prep, each step passed directly above a row of shelves marked withdrawals. He opened the next drawer. More schools, more crests, more boys. St. Bartholomew's was not alone. Ashburn College, Halewick Grammar, St. Jude's Preparatory, Marion House. Some envelopes contained photographs with spaces cut out of memory. Others held bursary files, conduct reports, medical excuses, letters from parents, and typed summaries addressed to governors in language clean enough to bury anything. The pattern sharpened with every folder. A scholarship boy complained of a master entering dormitories after lights out. The report became night terrors and attention-seeking behavior. Another boy wrote home about older pupils locking him inside a coal shed. The housemaster answered that roughness among boys builds resilience. A third had bruises recorded by the infirmary nurse. The note beside them read, "Clumsy child, poor coordination, family prone to grievance." Then came the donors' names. Thomas found them in correspondence tied with blue ribbon. Governors thanking headmasters for discretion. Benefactors concerned about scandal. Old boys offering funds for chapel restoration. Library windows. Rugby fields. Bursary endowments. On the condition that unfortunate narratives be contained, a signature Thomas had passed every morning beneath a framed portrait appeared at the bottom of a letter recommending that certain boys be released from institutional memory for their own peace and ours. For their own peace. Thomas read that phrase 3 times. The archive did not hold ghosts. It held administration. Every cruelty had been witnessed, translated, filed, softened, and approved. Each adult had done only one small thing. Changed a word, mislaid a letter, questioned a mother's reliability, praised a donor's generosity, moved a boy's bed, removed a name from the chapel rota, corrected a photograph, and the chapel, patient under their feet, had learned the method. He found St. Bartholomew's punishment books stacked behind the transfer files. Some pages were brittle with age. Others were recent enough for the ink to remain dark. Besides several names, later hands had written withdrawn, then crossed it out, then written transferred, then crossed that out too. On the newest pages, no final destination was given. Only a blank space and the faint rectangular pressure of a stamp that had vanished from sight. At the bottom of one page, in a child's cramped handwriting, someone had written, "Please remember me in chapel." Thomas touched the line with 2 fingers. The paper was warm, he knew then, with a coldness that settled deeper than fear, that the seats were not appearing because boys had died. They appeared because the school had perfected a way of making the living socially dead. A boy without records became rumor. A boy without rumor became mistake. A boy without memory became furniture waiting for a name. A drawer slid open by itself behind him. Thomas turned so quickly his torch struck the cabinet and flickered. Inside the drawer lay a single envelope. It was cream-colored, old, and sealed with darkened gum. No school crest marked it. No official stamp. Only his name, written across the front. Thomas Greer. The handwriting belonged to a child, not Callum's. His. Thomas knew the slant of the capital T, the cautious loop of the G. The pressure made by a cheap fountain pen held too tightly. He had addressed this envelope himself. His mouth went dry. There was another name in the upper corner, almost rubbed away but still legible beneath the dust. Callum Pike. The memory came not as a scene, but as a sensation. Standing in a dormitory corridor with a sealed letter hidden beneath his jumper, hearing someone crying behind a closed door, telling himself he would post it after breakfast, telling himself there would be time, telling himself silence was not the same as choosing. The envelope had never been opened. From above, the chapel bell gave one soft note. Then all the cabinet drawers slid shut at once, trapping Thomas in the dark with the sealed letter still in his hand. Darkness changed the archive. With the torch dead, Thomas understood how little space sight had been lending him. The lower room seemed to draw nearer from every side. Shelves leaned in. Paper breathed. The sealed letter lay against his palm with the warmth of something alive. And above him, through stone and floorboards and generations of varnish, The chapel bell's last note faded into a silence that felt deliberately made. He struck the torch against his hand. Nothing. The dark remained. Then, somewhere ahead, wood creaked. Not a shelf, not a drawer, a seat. Thomas knew the sound at once. Old chapel oak accepting weight. "Who's there?" he said. His voice came back too softly, as if the archive had taken part of it. A child answered from the dark. "You were going to post it after breakfast." Thomas stopped breathing. The voice was not exactly Callum Pike's, because memory had not preserved it well enough. It was the voice Thomas had spent 20 years reducing to a shape behind a door. A cough in chapel. A boy's shoulder beside his own. But the archive supplied what he had refused to keep. "I was frightened," Thomas said. The answer came from a little to his left. "So was I." His fingers tightened around the envelope. "Callum?" Paper stirred all around him. Files shifted in their boxes. Somewhere, a photograph slid across wood with a dry whisper. "I wrote because they said I lied," the voice said. "I wrote because you saw." Thomas closed his eyes, though the dark made no difference. He remembered now. Not all at once, but in cruel pieces. Callum's bruised wrist under his sleeve. A master's hand resting too long on the back of his neck. Boys laughing when Callum flinched. Thomas standing nearby. Silent, because he had only just learned how not to sound poor. Because the other boys had begun to pronounce Greer without amusement. Because one wrong loyalty could send him back to the village school where teachers expected nothing and were proud to be correct. "I didn't know what would happen," he whispered. A small pause followed. "Yes." "You did?" The words were not accusing. That made them impossible to defend against. A pale line appeared at the far end of the archive. At first, Thomas thought his eyes were inventing light. Then the line widened, revealing a door where no door had been, its edges filled with the gray-blue glow of early chapel morning. He walked toward it because there was nowhere else to go. The archive opened directly into the nave. Thomas stepped out beside the lectern. Though the vestry door stood closed across the chancel, rows of seats stretched before him, longer than before, extending back into shadow, beyond the west wall's proper limit. Empty places waited among the boys' benches. Some bore names he had learned. Some were still blank, their backs smooth and dark, as if listening. The chapel was full of the absent, not ghosts. Not as Thomas had imagined ghosts. No pale boys stood between the pews. No dead hands reached from beneath the kneelers. Instead, absence occupied the room with terrible pressure. Spaces where shoulders should have been. Gaps that made the surrounding seats lean away. Hymn books opened to pages no visible fingers touched. Dust disturbed by knees that had not yet vanished completely. Oliver Fenn stood near the aisle. Thomas turned sharply. "Oliver?" The boy looked smaller than he had before. His blazer hung wrongly from one shoulder. And when Thomas tried to remember seeing him at breakfast, in lessons, in corridors, each memory blurred at the edges. "They're starting with me," Oliver said. "No, my mother keeps writing." His mouth trembled, but he did not cry. "Mrs. Harrow says the letters don't arrive." Thomas looked toward the rows. A new seat had appeared halfway down the junior side. The carving on its back was unfinished. Oliver Fay. The last letters were shallow. Not yet certain. The seats are not graves. said Callum's voice from somewhere near the lectern. Graves are for people allowed to have died. Thomas understood then with a clarity that made the chapel tilt around him. The chapel was not killing boys. It was reserving what the world had made empty before death could reach them. A child erased from registers, doubted by masters, corrected out of photographs, ignored by friends, and returned unopened to silence did not disappear all at once. He became difficult to mention, then difficult to remember, then difficult to prove. The seat came before the end, not after it. A warning, a claim, a last piece of furniture holding the shape society had refused to hold. "What does it want?" Thomas asked. The chapel bell stirred above them without ringing. Oliver looked at the unfinished carving. Names. Thomas knew before the boy said it. Not stories softened for governors. Not reports. Not institutional statements. Names. Spoken and written, while enough of the living remained to answer to them. Thomas looked down at the sealed letter in his hand. The gum had loosened. Inside, folded twice, was the message Callum had trusted him to send. On the front pew, a fresh, empty seat appeared. Its oak was pale, newly exposed, smelling of cut wood and chapel dust. The carving began while Thomas watched. T, then H, then O. He stepped backward, but the letters kept coming, patient and deep, until his full name stood in the wood. Thomas Greer. Behind him. "Doctor," Fenwick's voice said softly, "you should not have brought yourself to our attention." Dr. Fenwick stood beneath the east window as if he had been waiting there all morning. The stained glass laid color across his face in broken pieces, blue over one eye, red along the edge of his mouth, gold trembling at his collar. He did not look frightened. He looked inconvenienced, which, at St. Bartholomew's, was a colder thing. Thomas held the sealed letter against his chest. "You know what this place does," he said. Fenwick's gaze moved to the seat bearing Thomas's name. "This place remembers improper things until proper people correct them. You erased children. We preserved an institution." The simplicity of it made Thomas feel briefly weightless. He had expected denial, evasion, perhaps even shame disguised as irritation. Instead, Fenwick spoke with the calm of a man naming weather. Oliver Finn stood halfway down the aisle, one hand resting on the unfinished back of his own seat. The carved letters had deepened. Oliver Finn now stood complete except for the last stroke of the final N. Thomas turned from Fenwick and began walking toward the chapel doors. "Where are you going?" the headmaster asked. "To show them." Fenwick's eye hid. "My dear Mr. Green." Thomas stopped. The wrong name passed through the chapel more softly than the bell, but every empty seat seemed to hear it. "My name is Greer." "Of course." Fenwick smiled as if humoring a minor eccentricity. Thomas ran. He crossed the quadrangle with the letter and 3 files taken from beneath the chapel stuffed inside his coat. Rain struck his face hard enough to sting. Behind him, the chapel bell did not ring. That frightened him more than if it had. St. Bartholomew's no longer needed warning. It had moved from haunting to correction. The main hall was filling for morning notices. Boys stood in house lines under portraits of governors and benefactors. Masters arranged themselves along the walls. Mrs. Harrow held a clipboard. Mr. Vale stood beside the platform, his face pale and closed. Thomas climbed the steps before anyone could stop him. "Listen to me," he said. The hall quieted with train speed. "There are boys missing from your registers. Living boys. Boys this school has chosen to forget. Their files are beneath the chapel. Their names have been removed from photographs, house lists, reports." A murmur passed through the boys. Thomas opened the first file and lifted it high. "This is Henry Wilkes." Lucien Orme looked up sharply, then frowned, as if pain had touched him from inside. "There is no Henry Wilkes, Mrs." Harrow said. Her voice trembled, but the sentence had institutional force behind it. Thomas opened the file. The pages were blank. He turned one, then another. Faster. Blank. 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 The red transfer stamp had vanished. The medical note was gone. The parents' unanswered letters were gone. Only the faint pressure of former words remained. Grooves in paper like footprints filling with snow. He seized the second file. Blank. The third. Blank. A boy laughed nervously. Another whispered. The masters shifted with relief disguised as concern. "Mr. Green." "Doctor," Fenwick said from the hall doors. "You are unwell." "My name is Greer." No one corrected him. That was worse. They looked at him with polite uncertainty, as if trying to place a visiting speaker who had overstayed. Mr. Vale stepped forward. "Perhaps you should come down." "Sir." Thomas looked at him. Samuel Vale. The deputy head flinched. The name struck him like a thrown stone. For one bare instant, his face opened, and Thomas saw a younger grief inside it. Buried, but not dead. Then the hall seemed to breathe, and Vale's expression smoothed. "I don't know that name," he whispered. "You do." Thomas turned to the boys. "You all do. That is what it takes. Not proof hidden in boxes. Not files that can empty themselves. Names. Say them." No one spoke. Oliver stood at the rear of the hall now. Though Thomas had not seen him enter, his outline looked faint around the edges, as if the rain light from the windows could pass through him. Thomas took Callum's letter from his coat. The seal broke easily. Inside was one page, written in a child's hand so careful it hurt to read. Thomas did not read the plea first. He read the name aloud. Callum Pike. The hall changed. Not dramatically. No windows shattered. No portraits fell. But every boy heard it. Thomas saw the sound move through them. Saw shoulders lift. Eyes sharpen. Memories struggle toward shape. He read another. Henry Wilkes. Lucien gasped and grabbed the empty air beside him. Arthur Pell. Edwin Vale. Miles Caddick. Jonah Reed. Samuel Vale. Alfie Marr. Christopher Known. Basil Trent. Oliver Fenn. At Oliver's name, the boy became solid enough to cast a shadow. The chapel bell rang once. Thomas felt something tear quietly inside himself. "Mrs." Harrow stared at him with no recognition now. "Mr." Vale's mouth shaped Samuel without sound. "Dr." Fenwick began walking toward the platform, but his steps seemed far away. Thomas looked down. The program sheet in his hand had changed. Where his printed name should have been beneath Visiting History Master, there was only a blank space. Behind him, from the direction of the chapel, came the scrape of wood being carved again. The scrape from the chapel did not stop when Thomas turned. It continued beneath the murmuring hall, beneath Dr. Fenwick's advancing footsteps, beneath the rain against the windows. A steady, patient carving. Letter after letter entering wood somewhere beyond the doors. Thomas stepped down from the platform. No one stopped him at first. The boys had begun whispering the names he had spoken. Not loudly, not bravely, but with the stunned hunger of children discovering that something forbidden had always belonged to them. Lucian Orme stood among Westhouse boys with both hands clenched at his sides, tears running freely down his face. "Henry," he said once. The empty space beside him seemed to lean close. Oliver Fenn touched his own chest as if checking whether he remained complete. His last initial had darkened on the chapel seat, but he was still there, thin, terrified, breathing. Thomas looked at him and understood the exchange before anyone named it. A name had to be held. Memory required weight. The chapel did not restore without taking. Dr. Fenwick reached the platform and opened his mouth, perhaps to command silence, perhaps to correct the hall back into obedience. But Mr. Vale spoke first. "Samuel," he said. The word came out broken. The deputy head put one hand to his mouth, his face folded in a way Thomas had not thought that careful face could fold. "My brother," he whispered, and then again, with a child's bewilderment inside the man's voice, "My brother." The hall stirred. Some boys began to cry without knowing why. Others looked toward doors. Portrait, teachers, anything that might tell them what was permitted now. Mrs. Harrow dropped her clipboard. Papers slid across the polished floor, and on several of them, faint lines of print began to return. First as gray pressure, then as ink. Henry Wilkes, Arthur Pell, Edwin Vale, Callum Pike. Not all of them. Not enough. But some. Thomas felt his own name loosening. It was not pain. Pain would have been easier to resist. This was absence entering by degrees. He looked at his hands and found them unchanged. Yet the boy's eyes slid past him more often now. Mrs. Harrow stared through his shoulder. Mr. Colling frowned as if trying to remember why a stranger stood in the middle of morning assembly. Thomas walked toward Oliver and gave him Callum's letter. "Keep reading names," he said. Oliver looked up. "Sir," the word almost held him. Almost. Then the chapel bell rang, and the sound passed through Thomas without striking anything solid. The official inquiry began before the end of term. That was what the newspapers called it. Though no journalist was allowed beyond the outer gates without escort, former pupils came forward in uncertain fragments. A ledger surfaced in the chapel archive, though no one could agree who had found the entrance. Several governors resigned for reasons of health. Dr. Fenwick retired with dignity. Mrs. Harrow gave evidence in a voice so flat and precise that many listeners mistook shock for indifference. St. Bartholomew's survived. Institutions like that knew how to kneel without lowering their heads. By winter, a new safeguarding statement appeared on the school website. It spoke of historic failures, renewed commitments, transparent processes, and the protection of every child entrusted to the school's care. It did not mention the chapel seats. It did not mention the photographs that developed differently depending on who looked at them. It did not mention the lower archive, which was sealed again after consultants declared the stairs unsafe. A memorial board was placed near the north cloister. Some names were carved there. Callum Pikes was among them. So was Henry Wilkes. Oliver Fenn survived the term. His mother arrived one wet afternoon and took him home without asking permission from anyone. Years later, when old boys spoke of the scandal, those who remembered Oliver described him as lucky. None of them could explain why that word sounded wrong. Thomas Greer did not appear in the inquiry report. The school's employment records listed no history master by that name. His room in the North Master's wing was assigned to someone else, though the new occupant complained of finding history books already arranged on the shelves, their margins filled with notes and handwriting no one recognized. The brass bookmark beside the lamp was sent to lost property, where its label remained blank no matter how many times the matron rewrote it. Sometimes, during morning chapel, a boy would glance toward the front pew and frown. There was an empty seat there, darker than the surrounding oak. Its backrest bore a name that some masters found difficult to read. The letters seemed clear at first, then shifted when approached directly, as if the wood was waiting for a witness strong enough to finish remembering. Months after the inquiry closed, a new English teacher named Miriam Ashe went into chapel early to rehearse the junior readers. She was young, careful, and eager not to seem impressed by old stone. While arranging prayer books, she noticed that one seat in the second row had no dust on it. A name had been carved into the back, Miriam Ashe. She stared at it, confused, one hand resting on the cold oak. From somewhere beneath the chapel floor, a man's voice whispered a list of boys' names, and by the time the bell rang, she could no longer remember which one had been hers. Some places do not become haunted because the dead refuse to leave. They become haunted because the living were trained not to notice who was missing. This story is about institutions, silos, and the terrible comfort of looking away when truth might cost us belonging. Thomas does not defeat the chapel. He only gives memory enough weight to save a few names before losing his own. Maybe that is the cruelest kind of justice, not full repair, not peace, but a record that can no longer stay completely blank. If remembering someone could erase you, would you still speak their name? Story 2. By the time Ray Mercer saw the diner lights, the rain had already erased the highway. It came down in long silver ropes over the windshield, thick enough to turn the world beyond the glass into a smear of blacktop. Brake lights and reflected lightning. His wipers beat back and forth with the tired rhythm of an old man sweeping water from a porch. Useful for half a second at a time. The cab smelled of wet denim, burnt coffee, diesel, and the stale paper of delivery manifests curled on the passenger seat. Ray had driven through worse. That was what he told himself. Anyway, he had crossed the Cumberland passes in sleet, taken produce through flooded county roads in Arkansas, hauled frozen meat through Wyoming wind so hard it shoved the trailer sideways. Rain did not frighten him. Weather was weather. Roads were roads. A man who spent 30 years behind a wheel learned the difference between danger and inconvenience. Still, his hands had tightened on the steering wheel 10 miles back. The highway signs had become difficult to read, not because of the rain, but because they seemed to arrive too late. Exit markers surfaced out of the dark only when he was already passing them. White lane lines vanished under standing water. Twice. He saw red taillights ahead and eased his foot off the accelerator. only for them to dissolve into the watery glare of his own dashboard. The fuel gauge was low enough to matter. His stomach had been empty since late afternoon. The thermos beside him held only a mouthful of coffee gone bitter and cold. Then, through the rain, a blue sign appeared on the shoulder. Diener. Fuel. Open all night. Ray leaned forward, squinting. The sign was old, the kind with chipped paint and a bent post. But the reflective letters burned cleanly in his headlights. An arrow pointed toward an exit ramp he had not seen on any map. He almost kept driving. Then thunder rolled over the highway, close and heavy, and the trailer shuddered behind him. Ray cursed under his breath, checked the mirror, and guided the rig toward the ramp. The exit curved down into darkness. For a few seconds, there was no visible road at all. Only rain hitting the hood and the glow of his own headlights sliding across wet weeds. Then the diner appeared at the bottom of the ramp, sitting alone beside a two-pump gas island. Its windows lit the color of old butter. The sign above the roof read, "The Last Stop." Ray frowned. He had driven this route for years. He knew the chain places, the truck plazas, the fuel stations with bad coffee and decent bathrooms, the county roads where deer gathered at dusk. He did not know this diner. The parking lot held 3 cars and no trucks. One was a tan sedan with rust along the wheel wells. Another was a blue hatchback sitting too close to the ditch. The third had no visible plates, only a dark rectangle where the rear tag should have been. Rain streamed down their windows in steady sheets, making each vehicle look as though it had been underwater and recently pulled up. Ray parked along the far edge of the lot. The rig hissed and settled. For a moment he stayed in the cab, listening. The rain sounded different here. On the highway, it had been loud and shapeless. Here, it struck the roof of the cab in slow, separate taps, as if each drop were taking its turn. Ray zipped his jacket, grabbed his cap, and stepped down. Cold water slapped the back of his neck before his boots hit the pavement. He hurried across the lot, shoulders hunched, passing close enough to the tan sedan to glance inside. The driver's seat was empty. On the passenger seat sat a paper napkin, folded into a careful square. Something dark had soaked through it. Ray looked away and kept moving. A bell rang above the diner door when he entered, though the bell itself did not move. Warm air wrapped around him. The place smelled of frying grease, coffee, wet coats, and something sweet baking too long in an oven. It was narrow inside, with red vinyl booths along the windows, a counter with chrome stools, and framed photographs of highways on the walls. No music played. No television murmured. The only sound was the rain ticking against the glass and the soft scrape of a knife from somewhere behind the kitchen door. A waitress stood behind the counter polishing a cup. She was maybe 60, thin, gray-haired, with a face that looked both kind and worn down by disappointment. Her name tag said Miriam in faded black letters. "Sit anywhere you like," she said. Ray chose a booth near the door. Habit. He never liked having his back to an exit. The vinyl sighed beneath him. He pulled off his cap and shook rain from the brim, before he could reach for the menu tucked behind the napkin dispenser. Miriam came over carrying a plate. "Here you are," she said. Ray stared at it. Meatloaf under brown gravy, mashed potatoes with a hollow pressed into the center for butter, green beans cut short, 2 slices of white bread, A small dish of cherry cobbler on the side. Black coffee in a thick white mug. "I haven't ordered yet," Ray said. Miriam set the plate down in front of him anyway. "You always get the same thing when it rains." The words were ordinary. Her voice was ordinary. But Ray felt the skin tighten along the backs of his hands. "I've never been here before." Miriam looked at him for a moment. Not surprised. Not offended. Almost tired. Outside. Lightning flickered over the parking lot, turning the windows white. In that flash, Ray saw the tan sedan again. For one bright instant, someone was sitting in the passenger seat, head turned toward the diner, one hand pressed flat against the rain-streaked glass. Then the light vanished. The booth across from Ray was empty. Miriam placed a folded napkin beside his plate. Something had been written on it in blue ink, the letters blurred by water. Ray did not touch the meal. The coffee steamed in front of him, black and still, and from somewhere beneath the table came the faint, steady clicking of a turn signal that had been left on for years. The clicking beneath the table stopped the moment Ray moved his boot. He froze with one hand halfway toward the napkin. The sound did not fade naturally. It cut off clean, as if whoever had been signaling beneath the booth had noticed him listening and decided to wait. Ray leaned back. The diner held its breath around him. Miriam had returned to the counter and was polishing the same cup in the same slow circle, though Ray could not see any water left on it. Behind the kitchen door, a knife scraped once across a plate, then went quiet. Rain pressed silver threads down the windows. Beyond them, the parking lot glistened under the yellow lamps, empty except for his rig and the 3 silent cars. He told himself it was pipes. Old buildings made noises. Heat expanding. Water running through walls. Loose wiring. Compressors kicking on. A man could scare himself stupid if he started naming every sound. Ray had never trusted imagination. Imagination was for people who had time to sit still and decorate their own worries. He liked numbers instead. Miles left. Gallons burned. Weight limits. Delivery windows. Tire pressure. Engine temperature. Things that could be read. Checked. Fixed. Or blamed on equipment. That was how he had kept his life simple. For more than 30 years, the road had asked very little from him except attention. It did not ask what kind of man he was. It did not care what he regretted. It did not ask why he stopped calling people back, why he kept birthday cards unopened in the glove compartment until the dates passed, why his ex-wife once said he had made a religion out of leaving. A road only asked him to continue, so he continued. Ray hauled whatever the manifest told him to haul. Frozen chicken, machine parts, bottled water, office furniture, laundry detergent, produce that bruised if he braked too hard. He slept in pull-offs, ate over paper wrappers, washed his face in truck stop sinks, and spoke to dispatchers in a voice that kept all human feeling out of the transaction. He had learned to shrink a day into a route. Rain in Missouri, fog in Ohio, a blown tire outside Knoxville, coffee outside Tulsa, freight delayed in Harrisburg, fuel too expensive in Pennsylvania. A woman's voice on the radio warning drivers about black ice. A woman's voice. Ray looked down at the plate. The meatloaf sat beneath its skin of gravy, glossy and still. The mashed potatoes held their little lake of butter. The green beans had been cut into short pieces and pushed to one side, not touching the bread. The cherry cobbler bled red at the edge of its dish. His stomach turned with hunger and something close to recognition. He had seen this meal before. Not eaten it. Not ordered it. Seen it. Years ago, through rain on glass. Through a windshield starred white at the corner. Through the tilted open door of a car he had not stopped beside for long enough. Ray closed his eyes. No, that was not a memory. That was weather. That was stress. That was what happened when a man drove too many hours and let an old road put pictures in his head. Accidents happened every night. Cars hydroplaned. People crossed lanes. Tires slipped. Witnesses misjudged distances. Rain made liars of everyone's eyes. He had said that before. To a trooper. To himself. To God once. Though he had not been sure anyone was listening. Miriam came back with the coffee pot. "Warm you up?" she asked. "My coffee's full. It gets cold quick here." Ray looked at the mug. The coffee no longer steamed. A pale skin had formed across the top, though she had poured it only moments earlier. When he touched the side of the mug, it was cold enough to make his fingers ache. He pulled his hand away. "Power trouble?" he asked. Miriam tilted her head. "Something wrong with the heat?" "No," she said. "Most folks find it comfortable after they've been on the road too long." Ray disliked the way she said "most folks," as if there were categories of people who came here, as if she already knew which one he belonged to. He reached for the menu. Needing prices, names, ordinary things printed in plastic. The menu cover was sticky around the edges. Inside, the items were familiar in that bland roadside way. Burgers, eggs, pea, coffee, hot turkey, meatloaf special. At the bottom of the page, in smaller print, someone had written a daily special in blue ink. Last meal served twice. Ray stared until the words seemed to blur. "That's some kind of joke?" he said. Miriam did not look at the menu. "Depends who's reading." He pushed it away and stood too fast, knocking his knee against the underside of the table. The booth gave another soft vinyl sigh, like someone sitting down across from him. Ray grabbed his cap. "I'm paying for the coffee. You haven't touched it. I'm leaving anyway." Miriam's face showed no surprise. "Road's bad tonight. I've driven worse." "I know." The answer followed him to the door. Ray stopped with his hand on the handle. Outside, his truck sat beneath a lamp, rain running down the windshield. For one foolish second, the sight steadied him. There was his cab, his trailer, his company number on the door. Diesel, steel, weight, work, real things. Then lightning opened the parking lot again. The tan sedan's passenger window glowed white, and written in the fogged glass from the inside was a message made by one careful fingertip. Ray read it once. Then the darkness returned. The words remained in his mind, clear as a voice beside him. "You saw me eat." Ray did not turn around at first. He kept his hand on the door handle and stared through the rain-streaked glass as if the parking lot might rearrange itself into something ordinary if he gave it enough time. His truck remained where he had left it. The lamp still hummed. The tan sedan still sat near the edge of the lot with water shining on its roof and hood. But the message stayed behind his eyes. "You saw me eat." Ray had seen plenty of people eat. That was the thing about diners. truck stops, rest areas, motel breakfast rooms. People were always eating somewhere under bad lights, trying to look less alone than they were. A woman eating meatloaf at a roadside counter meant nothing. A plate seen through a car window meant nothing. Memory was not evidence. Memory was a dirty windshield. He opened the door. Cold rain rushed in, striking his face. And behind him, Miriam said, "You forgot your receipt." Ray almost kept walking. Pride pushed him forward half a step. Then habit stopped him. A receipt meant transaction. A receipt meant date, total, tax, payment method. It meant the world had recorded something in ink and numbers, something a man could fold and keep or throw away. He turned back because paper was better than feeling. Miriam had placed a narrow slip on the counter beside the coffee pot. Ray crossed the diner slowly. His wet boots squeaked against the black and white floor tiles. The sound seemed too loud in the room. Miriam watched him with both hands resting on the counter, fingers thin and pale beneath the fluorescent lights. "I didn't pay," Ray said. "No," she replied. "Then it isn't a receipt." Miriam slid the paper closer. "Still yours." Ray picked it up. The top line read, "The Last Stop," printed in faded block letters. Beneath it, where a normal receipt would show the current date, the paper said the 3rd Friday of October. 6 years ago. Ray's mouth went dry. Below that was a time written cleanly in ink, 7:42 in the evening. Not printed by machine, written by hand. He stared at the order. Meatloaf special, mashed potatoes, green beans, white bread, cherry cobbler, black coffee. The total came to $11.80. At the bottom, beneath a line for the customer signature, someone had written a name, Lydia Voss. Ray folded the receipt without meaning to. His thumb pressed hard enough to crease the paper through the ink. He had not heard that name spoken in years. Not by police, not by insurance men, not by the lawyer who told him the case was going nowhere without a reliable witness, not by the company dispatcher who said the important thing was that Ray had not admitted fault, not by Ray himself, especially not by Ray himself. Names had weight. A person could carry an accident, maybe, a bad night, a storm, a shape in the road, a deer, maybe, or another driver swerving, or a small car appearing too close to the trailer in the rain. But a name turned the shape into a person. A name made the dead difficult to flatten into weather. Ray put the receipt back on the counter. "That's not funny." "No," Miriam said. "It rarely is. I don't know her." The lie came out too quickly. It hit the counter between them and lay there, wet and obvious. Miriam's eyes moved to the plate in his booth. She ordered it because she said it reminded her of home. Miriam said she didn't want dessert, then changed her mind when she saw the cobbler cooling by the register. Ray's jaw tightened. He remembered red, not blood, not first. Cherry filling on the rim of a white dish. A plastic fork dropped on a floor mat. Coffee spilled across a paperback book. A paper bag from a diner split open on the passenger seat. He had told himself later that he only saw those things in photographs. But there had been no photographs of the food. The rain tapped harder at the windows. Ray backed away from the counter. "I'm leaving." Miriam did not stop him this time. He pushed through the door into the storm. The cold struck him hard enough to make him gasp. He hurried across the parking lot. receipt dampening inside his clenched fist, and headed straight for his truck. Halfway there, he stopped beside the tan sedan. He did not want to look inside. That was why he did. The windows were closed, all four of them. The doors were locked. The little pins sunk down like black teeth. No glass was cracked. No weather stripping hung loose. Yet the inside of the car was filling with rain. Water ran down the interior of the windshield in clear streams. It dripped from the dome light. It pooled on the seats, climbed over the floor mats, and trembled around the pedals. The folded napkin on the passenger seat floated now, unfolding slowly in the rising water. Ray stepped closer, breathing through his mouth. Something pale moved beneath the surface. Not a hand. Not quite. Just a paper receipt, turning lazily in the water. Pressed for 1 second against the inside of the passenger window. On it, in blue ink, was Ray Mercer's name. Ray did not remember getting into the truck. One moment he was standing beside the flooded sedan, watching his own name drift against the inside of the glass. The next, he was in the cab with both hands wrapped around the steering wheel, rainwater dripping from his cap onto his lap. The receipt clenched so tightly in his fist that the paper had softened against his palm. The engine idled beneath him. He stared through the windshield at the diner. Miriam stood inside by the counter, small and gray behind the rain-streaked window. She was no longer polishing the cup. She was simply watching him, as though she had seen men leave before and knew exactly how far leaving went. Ray shoved the truck into gear. "Fatigue," he said aloud. His own voice sounded harsh in the cab. That was all this was. Too many hours awake. Bad weather. Low blood sugar. Some backroad place playing tricks with old photographs. Local stories. Maybe a waitress who had known Lydia Voss and recognized his name from some clipping. People remembered wrecks longer than they remembered birthdays. Give a lonely diner enough years and enough dead travelers, and it would grow legends like mold. The flooded car could be a trick of light. The receipt could be a sick joke. His name could have been on the delivery manifest visible through the windshield. The message in the fogged glass could have been anything. A smear, a reflection. His mind completing words because he was tired and guilty and angry at himself for still being guilty. Ray drove up the exit ramp faster than he should have. The tires hissed through standing water. The trailer pulled at him, heavy and impatient. At the top of the ramp, the highway opened ahead, 2 black lanes shining under the storm. He merged without looking back. For a while, the world became normal. White lines appeared and disappeared beneath the headlights. Rain struck the glass. The wipers worked. The dashboard glowed green. The fuel gauge leaned low, but not yet desperate. Ray focused on the ordinary complaints of the road. The pull of the trailer, the spray from unseen vehicles, the stiff ache behind his right shoulder. He passed no other cars. That bothered him more than he wanted to admit. A highway in a storm was never empty. There was always someone, a family sedan crawling with hazard lights blinking. A pickup too proud to slow down. Another rig throwing dirty water across the lane. But this road had gone hollow. Even the radio had lost its stations. Static filled the cab, soft and constant, like rain falling inside the speakers. Ray reached for the dial. A man's voice came through. "Breaker, you got your lights off back there." Ray's hand froze. The voice was young, annoyed, familiar in the sour way. Old shame could be familiar. A courier near Dayton. A night, years before Lydia. Ray had drifted wide, passing through construction, and clipped a side mirror clean off a van. He had heard the driver yelling over the radio afterward, asking who hit him. Ray had kept going because no one had been hurt, and schedules did not wait for apologies. The radio crackled again. "Hey, you hear me? You took my mirror off." Ray slapped the radio off. Silence. Then, from somewhere behind him in the sleeper berth, the same voice whispered, "You never even slowed down." Ray hit the brake. The truck shuddered, trailer swaying behind him. He twisted in the seat. The berth was empty except for his duffel bag, a rolled blanket, and a plastic grocery sack hooked over the storage latch. His breath came hard through his nose. "No," he said. "No. No. No." He faced forward again. A blue sign appeared in the headlights. Diner. Fuel. Open all night. Ray's foot lifted from the brake by itself. The sign stood on the shoulder ahead. Chipped paint. Bent post. Clean, reflective letters. The same arrow pointed down into the same darkness. He drove past it. The highway bent left. The ramp appeared again. Ray swore and kept straight. But the white lines curved under his wheels, and the truck followed them as if the road had become a hand closing around the tires. Down he went, through weeds shining wet, through darkness he had already crossed. The diner waited at the bottom, the last stop. This time there were 4 cars in the parking lot. The new one was a white utility van with one side mirror missing. Ray stopped the truck so hard the trailer brakes screamed. Inside the diner, the bell rang as he opened the door, though he had not touched it yet. Miriam looked up from the counter. Behind her, a cook Ray had not seen before stood at the kitchen window. He was broad-shouldered, wearing a paper hat, his face hidden in steam. "You came back quick," Miriam said. Ray pointed toward the parking lot. "What is this place?" The cook leaned closer to the service window. When he spoke, his voice was not a cook's voice. It was a woman's, thin and shaking, coming through rain and broken glass. "You said you didn't see me." Ray stumbled backward. That voice belonged to a crossing guard outside a school in Indiana. A woman who had sworn Ray's trailer ran the red light after a child dropped his backpack in the crosswalk. Ray's company had buried the complaint under timing reports and weather conditions. He had told himself she exaggerated because frightened people always needed someone to blame. Miriam poured coffee into a clean mug. "You should eat before it gets cold," she said. Ray looked at his booth. The meatloaf was there again. Fresh gravy, soft bread, cherry cobbler bleeding red at the edge of the dish. And outside, beside the van with the missing mirror, another abandoned car rolled silently into the parking lot with no driver behind the wheel. The driverless car stopped beside the van as gently as if someone had eased a foot onto the brake. Its headlights stayed on. Ray stood inside the diner, rainwater dripping from his sleeves, watching the empty station wagon idle beneath the yellow lot lamp. Its wipers moved once across the cracked windshield, and for that brief sweep he saw an indentation in the driver's seat, as though someone had only just climbed out. Then the headlights blinked twice. Miriam set the coffee pot down. "That one took the shoulder near Mill Creek," she said. "You remember Mill Creek, don't you?" Ray backed away from the window. "I don't know what you're talking about." but he did. A family car riding too close behind him on a wet county road. Ray tapping his brakes. Not hard enough to cause anything a lawyer could name. Just enough to warn them back. Just enough to make the driver swerve when the tires found gravel. Later, he told dispatch a car had gone off the road after riding his bumper. He did not mention the brake tap. No one died. He reminded himself. Then, from one of the booths, a child's phone began to ring. The sound was small and bright, almost cheerful. It came from a red vinyl booth Ray had not noticed before, tucked against the wall where there had only been highway photographs a moment ago. The table held a basket of fries, a glass of milk with a straw floating in it, and a phone trembling beside a folded napkin. Ray stared. The wall behind it looked farther away than it should have. He turned slowly. The diner had changed. It had always been narrow. Ray was sure of that. Counter on one side, booths along the windows, kitchen in the back. But now the aisle stretched past the kitchen door and into a dim length that should have run outside the building. Booth after booth sat in rows under buzzing lights. Some were empty, some were not. Not with people, with what people had left behind. At one table, a bowl of soup had formed a yellow skin beneath a spoon held upright by congealed broth. Beside it lay reading glasses and an unpaid bill curling at the corners. At another, pancakes sat drowned in syrup. A purse leaned open on the seat, and from inside it came the muffled ring of a phone that no hand answered. Farther down, a burger had gone black at the edges, though smoke still lifted from it. A baseball cap rested beside the plate, its brim crushed flat. Every table was an interrupted evening. A life stopped mid-bite. The air grew colder with each booth Ray looked at. Not the honest cold of rain, but refrigerator cold. Storage cold. The cold of something preserved because no one had been allowed to finish it. His wet shirt clung to his back. His teeth touched once before he clenched his jaw. The phones rang at different distances now. One in a pocket, one under a napkin, one face down in a puddle of spilled coffee. Their tones overlapped in the long diner aisle. Cheerful little tunes and old-fashioned bells and dry vibrations against tabletops. No one answered them. Ray pressed his hands over his ears. "Stop it," Miriam said. They tried calling home. He turned on her. "I didn't kill all these people." "No," she said. "Not all." The words should have comforted him. Instead, they opened something lower in his chest. The cook pushed through the swinging kitchen door. His face remained blurred by steam. When he spoke, 3 voices came through at once: the young courier, the crossing guard, and the shaking woman from the rain. "You were always very careful about what counted." Ray grabbed the nearest chair and hurled it down the aisle. It struck nothing. The aisle simply lengthened around it. The chair skidded farther than the diner could possibly allow. Past booths glowing under weak lights. Past plates cooling in their final arrangements. Past phones ringing for mothers. Husbands. Daughters. Dispatchers. Emergency operators. At the far end, a booth waited under a single flickering bulb. Ray knew it before he saw the plate. Meatloaf, mashed potatoes, green beans, white bread, cherry cobbler, black coffee. Across from the meal sat a woman's dark blue raincoat, folded neatly over the seat. And on the table, beside the untouched coffee, A phone began to ring with Ray's own ringtone. Ray's ringtone came from the dead woman's table. It was not the generic chime his phone sometimes used after updates. It was the rough old guitar riff he had chosen years ago because it was loud enough to cut through engine noise. It came from the phone beside Lydia Voss's plate, vibrating against the formica, inching closer to the black coffee with every buzz. Ray did not walk toward it. His own phone was in his jacket pocket. He could feel its hard rectangle pressing against his ribs, silent and cold. Still, the sound rang from the far booth with his exact volume, his exact little crackle in the speaker. The same clipped pause before the loop began again. Miriam watched from the counter. "You should answer," she said. Ray shook his head. The ringing stopped. For one breath. The diner fell quiet enough that Ray could hear the rain sliding down the windows in separate threads. Then another sound came from behind the swinging kitchen doors. A police radio. Static first. Then the dry click of transmission. Then a man's voice. Distorted but official. Unit. Responding to possible hit and run on Route 31. Female victim reported near mile marker. Ray lunged toward the kitchen before the voice could finish. "Turn that off." Miriam did not move to stop him. Neither did the cook. The swinging doors waited at the end of the counter, streaked with old grease and finger marks. Breathing out colder air from the gap between them, Ray pushed through. The kitchen was too large. From the dining room, it should have been a narrow back room with a grill, a fryer, a prep counter, maybe a walk-in cooler. Instead, Ray stepped into a long tiled space that stretched beyond the reach of the fluorescent lights. The floor was wet, not freshly mopped, flooded in shallow places, with black water gathered in the cracks between tiles. The smell changed. Grease remained. But underneath it was rainwater trapped in upholstery, hot metal after impact, coffee spilled onto carpet, and the faint copper odor Ray had trained himself not to remember. The police radio sat on a stainless steel shelf beside a stack of plates. No one stood near it. Static breathed from its speaker. Ray grabbed the radio and twisted the knob until his fingers hurt. It did not turn off. The voice continued, low and patient. Caller state's truck did not stop. Ray slammed the radio against the shelf. It kept speaking. Behind him, the swinging doors clicked shut. Ray turned. The wall beside the doors was covered in order tickets. Hundreds of them. They had been pinned in rows from counter height to ceiling, overlapping in places, each one held by a red tack. Some were fresh and white. Some were yellowed with age. Some had browned at the edges as if pulled from a fire. All of them were written in blue ink. Ray stepped closer despite himself. Each ticket listed a meal, a road, and a statement. Turkey sandwich, County Line Road. Driver said fog obscured visibility. Coffee and pie. Interstate overpass. Witness stated pedestrian entered lane suddenly. Eggs over easy. Service road near Fairview. Company report found no contact. Meatloaf special. Route 31. Driver testified he believed the vehicle had already lost control. Ray felt his knees weaken. Beneath each statement was a name. Not always the dead. Sometimes the name belonged to the person who walked away. Ray saw a banker from Ohio whose photograph had once been taped to a roadside cross. A councilman who blamed black ice. A college girl who said she never checked her phone while driving. A delivery supervisor who changed a timestamp. A bus driver whose union representative called it mechanical uncertainty. Lives reduced to food. Route. Explanation. Survivor. The diner did not collect accidents. It collected excuses. Ray touched one ticket near eye level. The paper was damp and warm, as if it had been held in someone's mouth. The handwriting shifted beneath his finger. Ray Mercer. He pulled his hand back. The ticket expanded. Ink darkening line by line. Black coffee. No food ordered. Industrial bypass outside Dayton. Driver claimed no knowledge of damage to courier van. Another ticket below it changed. No meal. School crossing near Marion. Driver stated signal was yellow. Another. No stop. Mill Creek shoulder. Driver reported no involvement. They were not deaths. Not all. Miriam had said that. They were smaller things. The kind Ray had sorted into harmless. Inconvenient. Unprovable. Survivable. He had built a life out of the comfort that not every injury was fatal, and not every lie made the news. At the center of the wall, one ticket hung alone beneath a rusted nail. It was older than the others. The paper soft and gray from rain. Meatloaf special. Mashed potatoes. Green beans. White bread. Cherry cobbler. Black coffee. Route 31. Female victim. Lydia Ann Voss. Surviving driver. Ray Mercer. Statement accepted. No visual contact before impact. Ray backed into the prep counter hard enough to rattle the plates. The police radio clicked again. This time, the voice coming through was his own. Younger and steadier than he felt now. I didn't see her, it said. By the time I knew anything happened, she was already gone. Ray stared at the ticket until the blue ink began to run. A drop fell from the bottom edge of the paper, dark as old coffee. Then the walk-in cooler at the far end of the kitchen opened by itself. And from inside came the warm smell of cherry cobbler. The walk-in cooler should have breathed cold. Instead, warmth rolled out of it in a damp, sweet wave, carrying cherry sugar, coffee, wet wool, and the faint, metallic odor of rainwater trapped beneath a car seat. Ray stood frozen beside the wall of order tickets. The police radio continued its patient static behind him. The ticket with Lydia Ann Voss's name trembled slightly on its nail. Though there was no breeze in the kitchen, blue ink gathered at the bottom of the paper and dripped onto the tile. One dark bead at a time. From inside the open cooler came the scrape of a chair. Ray whispered, "No." The diner answered with the sound of a fork touching a plate. He did not want to enter. He understood, with a clarity that made his skin feel too tight, that whatever waited in that cooler had been waiting longer than the storm, longer than the diner, longer than his own memory had allowed. But the kitchen door behind him was closed. The diner stretched impossibly beyond it, and the wall of tickets watched with all its damp paper eyes. Ray moved toward the cooler. The light inside was yellow, not white. It flickered over hanging strips of clear plastic that should have protected shelves of milk. Meat. Produce. Boxes marked with dates and inventory stickers. Instead, beyond the plastic curtain, Ray saw a small dining room. One table, 2 chairs, one wall covered with corkboard. On the table sat the meal. Meatloaf beneath brown gravy. Mashed potatoes with a hollow of butter. Green beans. White bread. Cherry cobbler. Black coffee. The second chair was empty. Ray pushed through the plastic strips. They clung to his shoulders like wet hands. The little room was warmer than the diner. Almost human warm. The tabletop had 2 place settings, though only one plate held food. Across from it, a stack of papers had been arranged with careful neatness. Police forms, insurance statements, a newspaper clipping laminated under cracked plastic, a photograph in an evidence sleeve. Ray knew the photograph before he touched it. His truck, taken from a distance in rain. The trailer angled across the shoulder. Red taillights blurred. The driver's door closed. His company logo bright under the flash. And behind the trailer, half hidden by spray and darkness, the crushed front end of Lydia Voss's sedan. Ray's throat clicked when he swallowed. He had always told himself the photograph proved nothing. It had been grainy. It had been raining. The officer said it could not establish impact. His lawyer said the same. The company investigator said the same. Words had lined up around Ray like parked trucks until he could no longer see past them. Then he saw the next photograph. It showed the passenger side of Lydia's car. A paper bag from the last stop lay split open on the seat. The plastic container inside had cracked. Meatloaf and gravy had slid across the floor mat. A small dish of cherry cobbler lay upside down near the door. Coffee had soaked into the carpet in a dark fan shape. Ray put one hand against the table. There had been no diner on that stretch of road. Not officially. Not in any report. Beneath the photograph was Lydia's receipt. The 3rd Friday of October. 6 years ago. 7:42 in the evening. Meatloaf special. Cherry cobbler added at the counter. Black coffee. Paid in cash. Signed with a neat, slanting L. Ray touched the sleeve with 2 fingers. The paper beneath it shifted. Another receipt slid out from under the first. Same meal. Same total. Same diner. Same date. But the name at the bottom was Ray Mercer. Not signed. Assigned. The ink looked fresh enough to smear. Ray heard Miriam's voice behind him, though she was nowhere in the cooler room. Some meals are ordered, she said. Some are owed. The police forms rustled without wind. One statement rose from the stack and unfolded itself on the table. Ray recognized the words. He had said them in a county station while rainwater dried on his boots. He had said them after a company man told him not to volunteer anything. He had said them while a trooper with tired eyes asked whether he had felt contact with another vehicle. I did not see her before the collision. But beneath his statement was another. One Ray had never read. Witness statement. Driver of northbound pickup saw a tractor-trailer drift right. Brake lights activated after impact. Driver continued for several hundred yards before stopping. Ray frowned. He had never heard about a pickup witness. Another page slid forward. Supplemental review. Witness later amended statement. Claimed rain conditions made observation uncertain. Stated he may have mistaken reflection for brake lights. At the bottom was a signature. Not Ray's, but beside it, stapled crookedly, was a company check made out to the witness for roadside damages, consultation, and inconvenience. Ray's knees weakened. The room narrowed around him. He had not only been saved by rain, he had been saved by language, by softened statements, by doubt placed carefully where certainty had once stood, by a man deciding his own small payment was worth more than a dead woman's last drive home. Ray had known there were favors, pressures, quiet calls. He had simply chosen not to know their shape. The coffee on the table steamed. Lydia's chair scraped backward. No one sat in it. Yet the cushion sank beneath an invisible weight. The fork lifted from the plate. A woman's voice, close and calm. I said, "You watched me eat because you were parked outside when I left." Ray could not breathe. The black coffee rippled once. Then every paper on the table turned over by itself. And on the backs, written in blue ink, was the same sentence again and again. "You did see me." The sentence covered every page, every report, every softened statement, every place where official language had tried to make the night smaller than it was. Ray stood in the warm room inside the walk-in cooler with the taste of old coffee rising into his throat. And for the first time in 6 years, the lie did not arrive quickly enough to protect him. He had seen her, not clearly at first, not as Lydia Voss, not as a person with a name and a coat and a paper bag of food cooling on the passenger seat. He had seen a woman leave a diner in heavy rain. He had seen her hurry across the lot with one hand over her head and the other holding the white takeout bag close to her chest. He had been parked under a broken lamp, finishing a call from dispatch, irritated because the loading crew had delayed him, because the storm would cost him time, because every minute lost became something another man could blame him for. She had passed in front of his truck. He remembered the blue raincoat now. He remembered the way she glanced up at the cab, not afraid, only aware of its size. He remembered her sedan pulling out before him, cautious and slow. He remembered following too close because cautious drivers irritated him in weather, because they made him feel trapped behind their fear. Then the curve, the water standing black across the lane, her brake lights, his horn, the heavy, sickening shudder that moved through the wheel and into his arms. Ray gripped the edge of the table. I didn't mean to kill her. The invisible weight in Lydia's chair did not move. From beyond the cooler room, phones kept ringing throughout the endless diner. A chorus of interrupted calls. Homes that had waited, children who had asked why dinner was late, an old mother who had kept soup warm, a sister who had not known whether to be angry or frightened until the knock came at the door. I stopped, Ray said. The police radio crackled from the kitchen. His own younger voice answered him from far away. I didn't know I hit anything. Ray shut his eyes. He had stopped because the trailer felt wrong, because the impact had been too large to ignore, because even a man good at denial could not drive forever with the shape of a crushed sedan shrinking in his mirrors. But he had stopped late, far enough ahead to make the distance useful, far enough that rain could help him. Miriam's voice came from the doorway behind him. No one comes here for accidents. Ray opened his eyes. She stood just outside the plastic curtain, neither in the room nor outside it, her gray hair silvered by the cooler light. Behind her, the cook waited in steam, and beyond him, the endless diner glowed with all its abandoned meals. Then why? Ray asked. Miriam looked at the plate in front of him. Because an accident ends when the truth begins. Yours didn't. The fork beside Lydia's plate lifted again. It cut into the meatloaf. Ray watched the piece rise through empty air and vanish. At once, the room changed. Not in shape, in time. The corkboard filled with photographs that had not been taken. Lydia older, maybe 40, standing on a porch with a dog at her feet. Lydia laughing beside a birthday cake bright with candles. Lydia in a hospital room holding someone's newborn. Lydia asleep in a chair with a book open against her chest. Lydia at a kitchen sink in morning light. Lydia eating toast. Lydia looking tired at a grocery store. Lydia holding a phone to her ear, smiling at whatever ordinary thing someone had said. None of the images lasted. They appeared and browned at the edges like paper held near flame, then curled inward and fell as gray flakes onto the table. Ray stared as a life burned down in moments. What is this? What she lost after dinner? Miriam said. A new plate appeared beside the meatloaf. Scrambled eggs, toast, coffee with cream. Then another, soup and crackers. Then a sandwich wrapped in wax paper. Then birthday cake. Then a bowl of cereal. Meals crowded the table, appearing and cooling in quick succession, each one carrying a place. A morning, a conversation, a day she had never been allowed to reach. With each plate came a sound, a phone call unanswered, a laugh cut short, a kettle beginning to whistle, a chair pulled out for someone who never arrived. Ray backed away, but the room did not give him space. This is punishment, he whispered. No, Miriam said. Punishment ends when the punished person has suffered enough. The black coffee in Lydia's mug rippled. This place is a record. The words settled harder than any sentence of law. Ray understood then. The diner did not kill the guilty because death was too brief. Death would let them join the people they had erased without ever measuring the length of what they stole. The diner fed them time. Every meal the dead never ate. Every call never answered. Every apology never received. Every birthday. Breakfast. Ordinary morning. Late night cup of coffee. And quiet supper that should have belonged to someone else. It did not want his blood. It wanted his mouth. It wanted the truth carried out of him in his own voice. The police radio clicked in the kitchen. Miriam stepped aside, leaving the path clear. Ray looked at the first plate, the meatloaf still warm beneath its brown gravy. Then the empty chair across from him pulled back farther, inviting him to sit. And Lydia's voice said, almost gently, you can start with the meal you watched me carry into the rain. Ray did not sit down. The chair waited for him with its cushion hollowed by a body that was not there. And the meal waited with its gravy shining under the yellow light. Lydia's voice hung in the room. Not angry now. Not pleading. That gentleness frightened him more than rage would have. Rage could be resisted. Gentleness left no wall to push against. You can start with the meal you watched me carry into the rain. Ray stepped backward through the plastic curtain. The strips slapped wetly against his shoulders, and for one moment he thought they had become hands. He tore free and stumbled into the kitchen, where the police radio still sat on the stainless steel shelf, speaking softly into the room. Static. Rain. Static. Then his own younger voice again. I didn't see her. Ray seized the radio and nearly ripped it from the shelf. But its cord stretched impossibly long, black and slick, trailing across the wet tile like a vein. I said what they told me to say, he whispered. Miriam stood near the swinging doors. The cook waited behind her, steam hiding the place where his face should have been. Neither moved. Neither needed to. The diner had already put its hand inside Ray and found the lie. It wasn't just me, Ray said. The wall of order tickets fluttered. A few of them loosened from their tacks and drifted down. When they touched the floor, the ink changed. Ray's wallet lay open on the prep counter. He had not put it there. His license sat on top. The photograph remained, but the name beneath it had faded to gray. His commercial driving card had gone blank. The plastic membership cards from fuel stations, roadside diners, and motel chains curled at the edges like old leaves. Ray grabbed the wallet. Inside the folded cash slot, where he kept a photograph of his daughter at 17 beside a truck he had once been proud of. There was only a pale rectangle. No face, no truck, no memory of who had taken it. His chest tightened. No. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out with shaking fingers. The screen lit up, showing a list of missed calls. Not from Lydia. Not from police. From people in his own life. Names he had treated like rest areas he could pass if he was making good time. Claire, ex-wife. Jenna, daughter. Dispatch. Unknown. One by one, the names erased themselves. Claire became a number. Jenna became a number. Dispatch became no service. Then the phone showed only a black screen with pale words across it. A life kept by silence will be taken by silence. Ray's hand went numb around the phone. Beyond the kitchen doors, the endless diner rang with unanswered calls. The sound was no longer distant. It was inside his skull. Every booth held a small emergency of ordinary love. Someone calling to ask, "Where are you?" Someone calling to apologize. Someone calling because dinner was getting cold. Someone calling because the rain had worsened and they were worried. Ray had always hated being needed on the road. Need slowed a man down. Need made him answer. He looked at the radio. The microphone hung from its hook, black and heavy. Its coiled cord swayed. Though the air was still, Miriam said, "No one can make you speak." Ray laughed once. It came out broken. "That supposed to be mercy?" "No," she said. "It is why the table stays open." Ray stared through the swinging doors toward the dining room. Far down the impossible aisle, Lydia's table glowed under its single bulb. The empty chair remained pulled back. The plates of her unlived life crowded around the meatloaf. Steaming, cooling, spoiling, appearing again. He thought of the trooper's tired eyes, the company man's clean hands, the witness who had changed his statement, his own voice, steady and useful, shaping a death into uncertainty. Ray lifted the microphone. At once, the diner went silent. Not quiet, silent. The phone stopped. The rain stopped tapping. The grill stopped hissing. Even the fluorescent lights ceased their faint insect buzz. Ray pressed the side button. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the radio answered with open static. "This is Ray Mercer," he said. His voice cracked on his own name, but the name remained in the air. "I was driving the rig that struck Lydia Ann Voss on Route 31 6 years ago. I saw her before the impact. I saw her leave the last stop with her food. I followed too close. I hit her car in the rain. I stopped late. I lied to the trooper. My company helped bury a witness statement. And I let them do it because I wanted to keep driving." The radio breathed. Ray shut his eyes. "I killed her," he said. "And I said I didn't see her because seeing her made her real." The microphone clicked in his hand. Outside, in the parking lot, an engine turned over. Then another. Then another. Ray opened his eyes and looked through the kitchen window. Every abandoned car had started. The tan sedan, the white utility van, the station wagon with its cracked windshield, the blue hatchback near the ditch, the car without plates. Others Ray had not seen arrive, lying now in the rain beyond the kitchen window, their headlights glowing through the storm like a procession of pale eyes. None of them moved. They only idled. Exhaust curled low across the parking lot, mixing with the rain until the pavement seemed to steam. Windshield wipers swept back and forth over empty driver's seats. Turn signals blinked. Brake lights flared and dimmed. Somewhere outside, a horn gave one short, tired sound and fell silent. Ray still held the microphone. The radio crackled in his hand. For a while, there was only static. Then a different voice came through, faint and human and far away. Say again. Identify yourself. Ray almost dropped the microphone. The outside world had answered. Miriam stood by the swinging doors, her face unreadable. The cook had retreated into steam. The wall of order tickets hung still. Every paper pressed flat as if listening. Ray pressed the button again. My name is Ray Mercer, he said. I am at a diner off Route 31. The last stop. I need police. I need to report a fatal hit and run from 6 years ago. Static swallowed him. Then the voice returned. Sharper now. Sir, what is your current location? Ray looked through the kitchen window. Rain, cars, lamps, darkness beyond the lot. He did not know where he was. He had known every mile marker, every service road, every fuel stop on this route. He could measure distance by the shape of a hill or the rhythm of expansion joints under tires. But now the road outside the diner seemed to lead nowhere except back to itself. I don't know, Ray said. The truth frightened him less than the lies had. I don't know where I am, but I know what I did. The radio hissed. Behind him, the ticket with Lydia Ann Voss's name loosened from its nail. It floated down slowly, turning once in the air, and landed in the shallow water at Ray's feet. The ink did not run this time. The kitchen changed around him, not all at once. The impossible length pulled inward. The rows of tickets thinned. The cooler door shut with a soft click. The smell of cherry cobbler faded beneath grease and old coffee. The rain on the tile drained into cracks that should not have been there. Ray's wallet grew heavy in his pocket. When he opened it, his license had his name again. His daughter's photograph had returned. Though the edges were wet, Jenna stood beside his old truck with one hand shielding her eyes from sunlight, smiling in a way Ray had not earned in years. His phone buzzed. The screen showed signal. Then it showed a missed call from Jenna. Ray stared until the letters blurred. He did not call her. Not yet. He was afraid that if she answered, he would use her voice as another place to hide. He turned back toward the dining room. The endless aisle was gone. The diner was narrow again, ordinary in its bones. Counter, stools, red booths, windows full of rain. Most of the abandoned meals had vanished. Most of the ringing phones were silent. But Lydia's table remained. The meatloaf sat cooling beneath brown gravy. The mashed potatoes had gone dull. The coffee was black and still. Across from the plate, the empty chair had been pushed neatly back under the table. On the seat lay her blue raincoat. Ray approached it slowly. For the first time, he did not look away. I'm sorry, he said. No voice answered. That was worse and better than forgiveness. Outside, sirens began to rise somewhere beyond the rain. Real sirens, thin at first, then nearer. Their red and blue lights touched the diner windows in broken flashes. Ray turned toward them, expecting relief to arrive like warmth. Instead, Miriam placed the check beside Lydia's plate. Ray looked down. The receipt listed the meal twice. Once under Lydia Ann Voss, once under Ray Mercer. At the bottom, where a total should have been, the blue ink read, "Paid by confession." Ray breathed once. Carefully. "Can I leave?" he asked. Miriam folded her hands in front of her apron. "That depends what you mean by leave." The front door opened before Ray could answer. Rain blew in. 2 state troopers stepped inside. Hands near their belts, eyes moving across the room. They saw Ray. They saw the radio in his hand. They saw the plate on the table. Though neither asked who had ordered it, Ray raised both hands. "I'm the one you're looking for," he said. As they let him out, the parking lot was almost empty. His truck stood alone beneath the lamp. The abandoned cars were gone, leaving only wet spaces where tires had been. In the tan sedan's place, water pooled in the shape of an open door. Ray looked back once. The diner windows glowed behind the rain. Miriam stood inside, already wiping the counter. The sign above the roof flickered. The last stop. Then the storm thickened, and the diner disappeared behind him. Months later, after the confession reopened Lydia Voss's case and ruined the men who had purchased uncertainty, travelers on Route 31 began telling a small story. Not everyone saw the diner. Only certain drivers. Only in heavy rain. Only after the radio filled with static and the road ahead became too empty. They would come down an exit that was not on any map and find a warm little place beside 2 old gas pumps. A gray-haired waitress would tell them to sit anywhere they liked. A plate would already be waiting. And outside, in the parking lot, one more car would sit with rainwater running down the inside of its closed windows. Some horrors do not come to punish a single moment. They come to measure everything that moment stole. Ray Mercer did not lose his life in the diner. He lost the comfort of pretending that survival was the same as innocence. Maybe that is why the last stop keeps its lights burning in the rain. It is not waiting for monsters. It is waiting for ordinary people who let a lie become a road they could keep driving. If one confession could reopen a dead woman's name, what would silence have cost next? Story 3. The first time Lydia Marsh heard the furniture moving upstairs, she was lying on her back with both hands folded over her stomach, pretending that stillness could become sleep if she performed it convincingly enough. The sound began a little after 3 in the morning. Not loudly. Not at first. It started as a low wooden groan above her ceiling, the kind an old chair might make when dragged an inch across bare floorboards. Lydia opened her eyes to the dark and watched the pale rectangle of the window, where the city's sleepless light pressed through cheap blinds in thin gray bars. A bus sighed somewhere below. A radiator clicked in the corner. Then came the sound again. Wood against wood. A slow scrape. Then silence. Lydia waited, counting her own breaths, because counting anything was better than listening for what might come next. When the noise returned, it moved longer this time, from the center of the ceiling toward the wall above her kitchen alcove. It had weight, purpose. Someone, somewhere above her, was dragging a table across a room. She sat up, The apartment had been advertised as a junior one-bedroom, which was a generous way of saying someone had placed a partial wall between the bed and the stove and hoped loneliness would do the rest. Lydia had taken it because it had tall windows, because the rent was still barely possible, and because the listing photographs had made the old building look warm instead of tired. She knew how photographs lied. She helped them, for a living. Lydia made architectural illustrations for firms that wanted empty rooms to look inhabited, narrow lobbies to look grand, and rooftop decks to look as if the sun had chosen them personally. She added plants where there were no plants. She widened corners without touching the measurements. She brightened brick, softened mold, made cramped studios glow with imagined afternoon light. Her clients called it atmosphere. The ceiling scraped again. Lydia reached for her phone and turned on the flashlight. The white beam cut across the room, over the leaning bookshelf, the thrift store chair, the drafting table crowded with pencils and tracing paper. Above the bed, the ceiling was the same stained plaster it had been when she moved in. Hairline cracks, water rings, old paint thick as frosting. Nothing moved. The sound stopped as soon as she looked at it. Lydia almost laughed, but the laugh stayed in her throat as something dry and useless. She had slept badly for 3 weeks. Her body had begun misplacing things. She put coffee in the fridge. She found her keys in a mug. Twice she had answered emails that, on rereading, seemed written by someone trying to imitate her through a fever. Old buildings made noises. Pipes knocked. Neighbors dropped things. Wood expanded in heat and complained in cold. Still, she had met the man upstairs when she moved in, or thought she had. A thin old man with yellowed fingers, standing on the landing above hers, watching the movers struggle with her mattress. He had said nothing, only nodded once before stepping back into shadow. When Lydia mentioned him to Mr. Vale, the landlord, he had frowned as though she had mispronounced a common word. "No one above you," he had said. They were standing in the lobby at the time, beside the brass mailboxes and the rubber plant whose leaves were always dusty. Mr. Vale wore a wool coat too fine for a man who ignored broken buzzers. He had smiled without showing teeth. "That floor's sealed," he told her. "Been sealed for years." "Then who lives there?" "No one lives there." He said it patiently, as if correcting a child. Lydia had asked why it was sealed. "Mr." Vale looked toward the staircase before answering. "Small fire, long time ago. Nothing to worry about." Nothing to worry about was a phrase Lydia had learned to distrust. It usually meant someone had decided worry was inconvenient. Now, in bed, she listened to the impossible tenant above her drag something heavy from one side of a sealed floor to the other. A chair, perhaps, a wardrobe, a dining table too large for the rooms in this building. The scrape grew deeper near the end, as if the object had struck a wall and been forced against it. Then came 3 soft knocks, not downward, sideways. Lydia turned her flashlight toward the wall above the stove. The beam trembled slightly in her hand. There was nothing there except plaster and the faint rectangle where a previous tenant had hung something framed. She kept staring until her eyes watered, until the darkness at the edges of the room seemed to thicken around the furniture she owned. The noise did not return that night. By morning, Lydia almost convinced herself it had been part of a dream. She made coffee, burned toast, and sat at her drafting table facing the window. Rain threaded the glass. Across the street, another apartment building showed rows of lit squares, each one holding a life she would never know. She was sketching a lobby renovation for a client when a faint powder drifted down onto her page. At first, she thought it was eraser dust. Then another pale fleck fell. Lydia looked up. Across the ceiling above her bed ran a fresh black scrape, thin and straight, as if a table leg had been dragged hard across the plaster from the other side. The mark ended directly over her pillow. The scrape above Lydia's pillow remained visible all morning. She tried wiping it with a damp cloth taped to the end of a broom handle, standing barefoot on her mattress while coffee cooled on the drafting table. The cloth came away gray with old plaster, but the line itself stayed black and clean. Too narrow for water damage, too straight for a crack. It had a beginning, a direction, and a stop, like a mark left by pressure. By noon, she had moved her pillow to the foot of the bed. By evening, she had moved it back, embarrassed by her own concession to something she refused to name. Lydia's workday began whenever guilt became stronger than exhaustion. She sat beneath the marked ceiling with a blanket around her shoulders and opened the files her clients had sent overnight. The current project was a conversion on Bellwether Avenue, an old garment warehouse being sold as heritage microlofts. The photographs showed exposed pipes, low ceilings, raw brick, and rooms so narrow that a bed, once placed, would make walking sideways necessary. Her job was not to fix that. Her job was to show a young woman reading peacefully by a window that barely opened. Her job was to add warm lamplight, hanging plants, a bowl of lemons, a dog sleeping under a sleek table that would never fit. She enlarged nothing technically. She changed no official dimensions. She only adjusted perspective, lifted shadows, cleaned stains from walls, and filled emptiness with a suggestion of a life that had not yet been trapped there. The first year, she did it. She told herself all buildings needed help being imagined. By the 5th year, she had learned not to look too long at doorways. Her clients liked her because she understood restraint. Lydia never made a bad room look impossible. She made it look possible enough. That was the trick. Too much beauty invited suspicion. A little beauty made people blame themselves for feeling cramped. Her phone buzzed beside the keyboard. A message from Colette Venn, the project manager for Bellwether. Could you soften the corridor? It's reading a little institutional. Maybe warmer flooring, wider feel. Lydia stared at the attached reference image. The corridor was barely wide enough for 2 people to pass without turning their shoulders. A dark sprinkler pipe ran low across the ceiling. There were no windows. She typed, "Of course," then deleted it, then typed it again and sent it. Outside, rain thickened against the glass. The city seemed closer in wet weather. All its walls pressed inward by reflected light. Lydia's apartment held the smell of coffee, damp wool, old paint, and the faint dusty bitterness that had fallen from the ceiling. She opened a window a few inches, but the air outside only smelled of exhaust and wet brick. She had no family nearby. Her mother lived 3 states away and left voice messages as if Lydia were traveling through a tunnel and might not receive them until years later. Her friends from art school had scattered into teaching jobs, gallery work, design firms, marriages, suburbs, children. Lydia had not fallen out with them. She had simply become difficult to schedule, then easy to forget. Loneliness did not bother her most days. What bothered her was how well she had arranged it. A small apartment, freelance work, groceries delivered, conversations through email. Rent paid just late enough to feel hunted. Never late enough to be evicted. There was comfort in being unobserved. No one saw how little she slept. No one asked why she kept old project files in a locked folder named Archive 2. Though there was no Archive 1. No one knew she sometimes opened those files at night and looked at buildings she had helped sell after their tenants were gone. Not evicted. The developers had said, relocated. Not unsafe. Non-compliant. Not overcrowded. Improperly adapted. Words could widen a hallway better than any drawing. That night, Lydia did not get into bed right away. She worked until the room became grainy around the edges and the cursor blinked in place like a patient accusation. The ceiling stayed silent. The black scrape above the pillow looked thinner in lamplight, almost delicate. Near 3 in the morning. The sound began again. This time it did not drag across the ceiling at random. It started over the kitchen alcove with one hard scrape. Stopped. Then came another farther away. Pause. Another. Pause. Another. Lydia sat perfectly still. The noises moved in straight lines, then turned at angles. Across the ceiling. Toward the window. Back again. Each scrape was separated by silence, just long enough for someone to mark distance. Not moving furniture. She thought, measuring. Then 4 knocks sounded above her bed, careful and evenly spaced. After a moment, 4 matching cracks appeared in the ceiling, forming the corners of a room she did not have. Lydia did not move until the 4th crack finished opening. It was not a dramatic sound. No plaster burst. No dust fell in a cloud. Each line simply appeared with a dry little tick, like an old pencil breaking under pressure. Together, the 4 cracks formed a crooked rectangle above her bed, its corners dark and precise. Not a stain, not settling damage. A shape, a room. She climbed onto the mattress and raised her hand toward it, stopping just before her fingertips touched the ceiling. The rectangle was not large, maybe the size of a small bathroom or storage closet, but it had proportion. Whoever had measured overhead had not been guessing. The dragging sound had stopped. The apartment below it held its breath. Lydia stepped down carefully and backed away until her shoulders touched the partial wall near the stove. She stayed there until the radiator clanked hard enough to make her flinch. Then, angry at herself for being frightened of plaster, she took photographs of the ceiling from 3 angles. The images looked disappointingly ordinary. A stained ceiling, a faint scrape, 4 hairline cracks that could have been there for years if someone did not know they had arrived all at once. She nearly called Mr. Vale. She even found his number, thumb hovering above it, but she could already hear his voice. Old building, thermal movement, nothing above you, nothing to worry about. Instead, she opened a blank page in her sketchbook. Drawing steadied her. Lines behaved when people did not. She had built her adult life around the belief that any space could be understood once reduced to measurements, angles, and edges. She began with the front door, then the narrow entry, then the bathroom on the left, kitchen alcove, half wall, bed area, window wall. The window wall made her pause. She looked up. The tall window had always been centered between the radiator and the bookshelf. That was why the drafting table sat where it did, angled to catch what little morning light came through the blinds. Lydia remembered arranging the furniture on move-in day, dragging the table 3 times until its left edge lined up with the window frame. Now, the window sat several inches to the right. Not much. Not enough for anyone else to notice, but enough that the table no longer made visual sense. Its corner overlapped the wall in a clumsy way Lydia would never have allowed. The blinds hung crooked because their lower edge brushed the bookshelf. She crossed the room and placed her palm flat against the wall to the left of the frame. There should have been barely enough plaster there for a light switch. Now there was a strip the width of her hand. On the other side, near the radiator, the wall had narrowed. Lydia measured with her fingers, then with a metal ruler from her desk. Then, with a yellow tape measure she used for client site notes. She wrote the numbers down automatically before realizing she had nothing reliable to compare them against except memory. Memory, she told herself, was not a blueprint, but her work was memory sharpened into line. She remembered rooms by their proportions the way other people remembered faces. She went to the hallway. The corridor outside her apartment smelled of boiled cabbage, floor polish, and wet coats. The green carpet runner lay dark in the middle, worn flat by years of tenants carrying groceries, laundry, strollers, bad news. At the far end, the stairwell door showed its square of frosted glass. Lydia frowned. It seemed farther away. She stood in her doorway with one hand still on the knob. Her apartment was 4th from the stairs. The distance was familiar in her body. 7 ordinary steps if she was carrying nothing. 9 if she was tired. More if Mrs. Ibarra from the 2nd floor stopped her to ask whether the mail had come. Tonight. The hallway stretched past her like something seen through the wrong lens. She stepped out and counted softly. 1, 2, 3. The carpet gave under her bare feet. 4, 5, 6. The wallpaper repeated its faded vine pattern. 7. She should have reached the stairwell. She had not. The frosted glass waited ahead, dim and pale. Still, several steps away, Lydia stopped counting. Behind her, her own open door looked smaller than it should have. Not farther. Exactly. Smaller. As if the building had taken a careful breath and drawn its walls apart while she was inside. A lock clicked somewhere below. She turned quickly, ashamed to be caught standing barefoot in the hallway at night. But no one appeared. Only the row of doors, each with its brass number, each silent. When she returned to her apartment, she closed the door and slid the chain into place. Then she drew, not from what she saw. From what she knew, she made the old plan first, the apartment as it had been when she moved in. Cramped but legible. Then she measured the current space and drew it again over the first in red pencil. The lines did not match. The window had shifted. The bed wall had shortened. The entry had lengthened. The kitchen alcove had gained a shallow recess behind the refrigerator that she had never noticed before. Lydia pulled the refrigerator forward with both hands. Behind it, the wall was marked with old, peeling paint in a color that did not exist anywhere else in her apartment. Pale yellow, and near the floor, half hidden by dust, was the lower edge of a door frame that had been sealed inside the wall. The sealed door frame behind the refrigerator made Lydia feel foolish before it made her afraid. That was the mind's first kindness. It reached for embarrassment, because embarrassment was smaller than terror. She stood in the kitchen alcove, one hand still gripping the refrigerator's warm metal edge, and told herself the explanation was obvious. Old buildings were full of abandoned work. Contractors sealed doors. Landlords divided rooms. Pipes were rerouted. Walls were patched. Permits were ignored. A strip of pale yellow paint behind an appliance did not mean anything except that someone, sometime, had been cheap. Lydia pushed the refrigerator back into place. It scraped the floor with a sound so much like the noise from above that she stopped halfway. For several seconds, she could not move it farther. Then she laughed once, sharply, and shoved it hard against the wall. "Bad renovation," she said aloud. Her voice sounded too clear in the small apartment. The next morning, she emailed Mr. Vale with photographs attached. She did not mention the hallway stretching or the window shifting. She did not mention measuring the ceiling cracks or drawing the floor plan in red pencil. She wrote only that she had discovered evidence of an old sealed doorway behind the refrigerator and possible structural cracks in the ceiling. His reply came before lunch. "Old service access? Probably. These units have been altered many times. Ceiling cracks are normal. Please avoid moving appliances yourself." Lydia read the message 3 times. Normal. The word did what it always did in buildings like this. It arrived wearing a clean shirt and carrying a clipboard. It stood in front of Damage and asked Damage to behave. She spent the afternoon working on the bellwether corridor, widening it without widening it. A warmer floor, softer shadows, a suggestion of space at the far end where there was none. Her hand moved with professional ease, though her eyes kept lifting to the ceiling. The rectangle above her bed had changed. It now had additional scratches branching from it, 4 thin lines angled outward like chair legs. Near the kitchen, 2 longer marks ran parallel, joined at one end by a darker scrape, a bed frame. Lydia thought before she could stop herself. By the window, short, repeated gouges formed a row like the teeth of a comb. No, not teeth. Door hinges. She took more photographs. In the pictures, the marks looked faint enough to dismiss. In person, they had intention. The ceiling was becoming a drawing made from the wrong side. That night, when the dragging began, Lydia stayed at her drafting table instead of going to bed. She sharpened a pencil and marked each sound as it happened. Scrape above stove. Pause. Knock near window. Pause. Long drag toward entry. Pause. She told herself she was documenting. Documentation was sane. Documentation was what separated fear from evidence. But after half an hour, the marks on her page formed a second plan over her apartment, a narrow bedroom where her kitchen should have been, a corridor crossing her bed, a doorway opening through the wall behind the refrigerator. The pattern did not match her unit. It matched pieces of several units forced together. At dawn, Lydia slept in the chair with her cheek against her sleeve. She woke to knocking at her door. Mrs. Ibarra from downstairs stood in the hallway wearing a quilted robe and slippers, her gray hair pinned with the severity of someone who had already been awake for hours. She held a mug in both hands. "Miss Marsh," she said. "Are you all right?" Lydia blinked against the corridor light. "Yes." "Why?" "Mrs." Ibarra looked past her into the apartment. "You were walking last night." "No, I wasn't." The older woman's expression did not change. but her fingers tightened around the mug. Maybe not walking, pacing. I was sitting at my desk. Then someone was pacing. Lydia almost said above me. But Mrs. Ibarra's eyes were not lifted toward the ceiling. They were fixed on the wall behind Lydia's refrigerator. The hallway seemed very quiet. Mrs. Ibarra lowered her voice. It was not upstairs. Lydia felt the skin tighten along her arms. What do you mean? I heard it through my ceiling first. Mrs. Ibarra said, then through the pipes, then behind my kitchen wall, back and forth, like someone carrying furniture in a room too small to turn around. Lydia's mouth had gone dry. Mrs. Ibarra leaned closer, and the smell of coffee and lavender soap came with her. Miss Marsh, she whispered, the footsteps were inside your wall. Behind them, from Lydia's apartment, came the slow scrape of something heavy being dragged across a floor that was not there. Both women turned. On the closed refrigerator door, a thin line of pale yellow paint had appeared from the inside, marking the shape of a handle. The line on the refrigerator door was not paint at first. It looked like paint because Lydia needed it to look like paint. A thin, pale stroke had appeared across the white enamel, exactly where a door handle might have been drawn by someone who remembered doors from childhood but had forgotten how objects worked. It thickened as she and Mrs. Ibarra watched, gathering color from nowhere, yellow deepening beneath the surface rather than lying on top of it. Mrs. Ibarra crossed herself. Lydia reached for the handle of her actual refrigerator and pulled. The appliance opened normally. Cold air rolled over her bare feet. Inside were coffee grounds, eggs, wilted spinach, half a lemon, nothing that could explain the mark forming on the outside. But behind the hum of the motor, from the wall at the rear of the alcove, came a muffled thump. Then another, not knocking, pushing. Mrs. Ibarra stepped backward into the hallway. You should leave. Lydia almost did. She saw herself grabbing her coat, laptop, sketchbook, phone charger, keys. She saw herself standing outside in the rain, trying to explain to someone that her apartment was being redrawn by whatever had been sealed inside the building. She saw Mr. Vale arriving with his calm mouth and clean coat, calling it stress, calling it plaster, calling it old service access. And beneath all that, shamefully practical. She saw the unpaid invoices on her desk and the rent due at the end of the week. I need to take pictures, she said. Mrs. Ibarra stared at her as if Lydia had chosen the wrong language. Pictures? Proof. The older woman's face closed. Proof is what people ask for when they have already decided not to help. Then she went downstairs, leaving Lydia alone with the wall. By afternoon, the apartment had begun changing while Lydia watched. The first change was small. An electrical outlet beside the drafting table shifted down the wall by the width of 2 fingers. Lydia noticed because her lamp cord suddenly pulled tight, dragging the metal base sideways with a scrape. She crouched and touched the outlet plate. The paint around it was unbroken. No dust. No fresh plaster. No gap. It had always been there. Except that Lydia had plugged the lamp in higher that morning. She marked the old position in pencil. An hour later, the outlet had moved outside the mark. The second change came from the hallway. Lydia opened her front door and found the corridor narrower. Not dramatically, but enough that the opposite wall seemed to lean closer to her face. A neighbor's welcome mat that had once lain flat now curled up at the edges, pinched by the shrinking space. The air smelled of wet plaster and something burnt underneath it, like paper left too close to a stove. She shut the door. Inside, her apartment had become too quiet. City noise no longer entered properly. Horns and engines passed outside as if underwater. The radiator clicked, then stopped. Even the refrigerator hum softened, swallowed by the wall behind it. Lydia stood in the center of the room, hearing only her own breathing and, after a moment, another rhythm beneath it. Inhale, pressure against plaster. Exhale, release. The wall behind the refrigerator was breathing, not in the way old walls settle, not with pipes or heat. The whole surface moved by fractions, pushing outward, drawing back, pushing outward again. The refrigerator rocked gently with each pulse. The pale yellow handle on its door darkened until it looked not painted but remembered. Lydia backed into her drafting table, knocking pencils to the floor. A sheet slid from beneath her elbow. It was the red floor plan she had drawn the night before. The impossible second layout still crossed her apartment in angled lines. But now another set of marks had appeared between them. She had not drawn them. She knew her own pressure, her own hesitation. These lines were darker, rougher, gouged into the paper as though made with the blunt end of a nail. They outlined a room behind her kitchen wall. Inside the room, in tiny cramped letters, someone had written, "Too many beds." Lydia's throat tightened. A memory came up before she could stop it. A photograph from an old redevelopment file, taken in a building not far from this one. A room with mattresses laid edge to edge on the floor. A hot plate on a crate, foil over a window. She remembered cropping the mattresses out of the final presentation board because the client had wanted the room to feel adaptable. The wall inhaled. This time, the plaster bulged far enough for a vertical crack to open beside the refrigerator. Through it came the sound of furniture dragging. Very close now. Then a voice, thin and dry behind the wall, whispered Lydia's name. Lydia did not answer the voice in the wall. For a moment, she could only stand with her back pressed against the drafting table, listening to her name fade into the plaster as if it had been spoken from the bottom of a deep cabinet. The wall behind the refrigerator breathed once more. The crack beside it widened by a thread. From inside came the smell of ash, damp fabric, and too many bodies sleeping in air that had already been used. Then the whisper returned. Not louder, closer. Lydia Marsh. She grabbed her coat, phone, sketchbook, and the small metal pry bar she used to open stuck window frames when measuring old spaces. Her hand shook so badly that she knocked over a jar of pencils. They scattered across the floor, rolling into corners that seemed farther away than they had been that morning. The apartment door opened onto a hallway that looked wrong in both directions. The stairwell should have been to her left, behind the frosted glass door. It was there, but the corridor leading to it had narrowed so much that her shoulders nearly brushed both walls. The wallpaper vines seemed swollen, their faded leaves pressed flat by something behind them. Lydia moved sideways, coat scraping plaster, hearing furniture drag inside the wall beside her. At the stairwell door, she stopped. A chain had been wrapped through the handle and bolted to the frame with a metal plate stamped with the building's address. A laminated notice hung at eye level. No access to upper floor. Fire damage. Authorized personnel only. The words looked official in the lazy way cheap warnings often did. The lamination had bubbled at the corners. Beneath the notice, someone had written in pencil so faintly Lydia had to lean close to see it. Not fire. Her breath caught. The dragging behind the wall stopped. A single knock sounded from beyond the stairwell door. Lydia slid the pry bar under the metal plate and pulled. The first screw resisted. The second came loose with a small metallic cry. By the time the plate bent away from the frame, sweat had gathered under her collar despite the cold. The chain fell loose against the wood. The frosted glass trembled as if something on the other side had shifted its weight. She opened the door. The stairwell above was supposed to rise one flight to the sealed floor. Instead, it rose 3 steps and ended in a corridor. No landing. No expected turn. No upper hallway matching the building's layout. Just a passageway made of pieces. The ceiling dipped and lifted irregularly, patched from different materials. Cracked plaster. Acoustic panels stained brown at the edges. Half a kitchen stood to her right. Its counter cut off at the wall. 2 cabinet doors hanging open above a sink with no faucet. On the left was the corner of a bedroom, barely wider than a mattress, with flowered wallpaper ending halfway across exposed brick. Farther along, a door had been sawed shorter than Lydia's chest. Its knob placed near the floor, as if meant for someone crawling. She stepped inside. The air was warmer than the stairwell and carried a crowded smell. Cooking oil, mildew, old smoke, unwashed blankets, bleach poured over rot. Every surface seemed to have belonged somewhere else first. Green bathroom tile continued into brown hallway carpet. A strip of children's wallpaper, faded ducks on blue clouds, ran above a row of hooks screwed into unfinished plywood. Window frames opened onto brick. Light switches sat too high, then too low, then sideways. Lydia raised her phone. But the camera screen showed only darkness and static. She kept walking. The corridor did not run straight. It folded around fragments of rooms, forcing her to turn her body through spaces too narrow to be corridors and too unfinished to be walls. She passed a half kitchen with 4 hot plate burn marks on a counter no larger than a suitcase. A toilet stood alone behind a curtain made from a bedsheet. A bunk bed had been built into an alcove where the ceiling lowered so much the top mattress nearly touched it. Everywhere. Furniture had been dragged into impossible positions. Chairs stacked in doorways. Tables wedged under windows that opened onto plaster. Bed frames leaning against walls too short to hold them. Wardrobes turned sideways. Not stored, but trying to pass through. At the end of the corridor, beneath a bare bulb that did not flicker because it did not seem connected to anything, stood a metal filing cabinet. Its drawers were blackened at the edges. Lydia knew she should turn back. She had already stepped into a place no landlord would admit. No floor plan would show. No inspector had been meant to see. But the cabinet had a label holder on the top drawer, and inside it was a strip of paper with one word typed in faded ink. Inspection. The drawer opened at her touch. Inside were folders swollen with moisture. Photographs curled at the corners. Notices stamped and unstamped. Tenant complaints written in several hands and languages. Lydia pulled out the file at the front. A paperclip, rusted almost black, held a glossy image to the first page. It was one of her illustrations. She recognized the warm window light first, then the artificial plants, Then the softened corridor she had made look wider than it was. Under the image, someone had written in red pencil, "The woman who drew the rooms empty has entered them." The red pencil sentence did not look old. That was what Lydia noticed first, because noticing surfaces was still easier than understanding them. The words had been written in a hurried hand, but the waxy shine of the pencil caught the bare bulb above her as if it had been marked only minutes before. "The woman who drew the rooms empty has entered them." She set the illustration back on the folder and wiped her fingers against her coat, though there was nothing on them but damp paper dust. Behind her, somewhere along the corridor of partial rooms, furniture scraped slowly across unseen boards. Lydia opened the file. The first pages were inspection notices, some official, some photocopied so many times the letters had begun to dissolve. The building's name appeared in several forms: Calder House, Calder Rooms, Calder Residences. Then simply the address. Each name tried to sound cleaner than the last. Beneath them were complaints about blocked exits, illegal partitions, windowless bedrooms, shared wiring, missing smoke alarms, tenants sleeping in kitchens, tenants sleeping in storage closets, children sleeping under stairwells because there was nowhere else to put them. The paper shook in Lydia's hand. She turned a page and found photographs, not the ones used in listings. These were flashlit and ugly, taken by someone standing too close because the rooms were too small to step back. A mattress pressed against the stove, damp clothes hanging over electrical cords, a bathroom divided by plywood so that the sink opened into one tenant's sleeping space and the toilet into another's, a baby bottle on a windowsill painted shut, 3 pairs of shoes beside a door that opened only halfway before striking a bunk bed. Someone had written names under several photographs: Marisol and Tomas Reyes, Annika Chauhan, Bartosz Milek. The Okafor cousins. No forwarding address. No forwarding address. No forwarding address. The phrase repeated until it stopped looking administrative and began looking like a burial marker. Lydia sat on the floor beside the cabinet. The carpet beneath her was not carpet, but layered scraps: hallway runner, bath mat, office tile. Something floral and soft that might once have belonged in a child's room. She could feel ridges beneath it. Boards laid over boards. Floors hiding other floors. The file continued. A small fire, reported just before dawn in late winter, had started in a subdivided kitchenette on the sealed floor. Officially, no one had died. Unofficially, the notes disagreed with one another in ways that made Lydia's stomach turn cold. Tenant unaccounted for. Language barrier. Unverified occupancy. No lease on file. Possible transient. Area cleared prior to inspection. There were names crossed out. There were unit numbers changed by hand. There were diagrams with rooms erased, and then there was her work. Not one illustration. Many. Lydia found them clipped between memos, printed from presentation boards. She remembered making for a development firm called Halden and Pike. She had been younger then, hungry for steady contracts, grateful when anyone praised her eye. The project had been described to her as adaptive restoration. She remembered the phrase because she had liked it. Restoration sounded kind. Adaptive sounded intelligent. She had never visited the building. They had sent her reference photographs with instructions written in cheerful bullet points. Remove clutter. Brighten interiors. Clarify circulation. Suggest open plan flexibility. Reduce visual noise. Visual noise. Lydia looked at the inspection photographs again. The clutter had been people's cooking pots, bedding, shoes, medicine bottles, school bags, taped up calendars, plastic flowers, prayer cards, photographs of relatives pinned above mattresses. The visual noise had been evidence that lives had been pressed into spaces never meant to hold them. She had removed all of it. Not physically. Never physically. That had been the sentence she used when the old shame came too close. I only draw. But the memos in the file had her illustrations attached to them as proof of post-remediation condition. Her cleaned corridors, widened by perspective. Her empty rooms, washed in warm light. Her windows without foil. Her floors without mattresses. Her soft shadows hiding where plywood seams had cut legal rooms into illegal cells. A note from Mr. Vale appeared near the back, signed with the same neat slant Lydia knew from rent reminders. Visual package acceptable. Supports position that upper floor was vacant prior to closure. Lydia could no longer feel her fingers. Vacant. She looked down the corridor of cut-up rooms. At the half kitchen, the low door. The bed built into a ceiling too shallow for sitting upright. The building had not been vacant. It had been emptied on paper first, then in brochures, then in memory. Her phone buzzed once, though there was no service. A message appeared from an unknown number. You made us easier to move. The cabinet drawer beneath the inspection file slid open by itself. Inside lay a fresh sheet of tracing paper with Lydia's current apartment drawn in red. At the center of the plan, where her bed should have been, someone had labeled a new room. Vacant. Lydia stared at the word vacant until it stopped looking like a label and began to feel like an instruction. The tracing paper lay in the open drawer, thin and pale as skin. Her apartment had been drawn with cruel accuracy. The shifted window, the lengthened entry, the shallow recess behind the refrigerator, the cracks above the bed. Every wrongness she had measured was there. But the plan did not show her furniture as furniture. Her bed was marked as temporary obstruction. Her drafting table was marked remove. Her bookshelf was marked salvage. Her name did not appear anywhere. She touched the paper. The corridor behind her answered with a groan of wood. All along the passage of partial rooms, furniture began moving at once. Chairs dragged backward from doorways. Bed frames scraped free of walls. Tables shuddered across patches of floor that did not line up. The sound was enormous in the narrow space. Not loud exactly, but multiplied. As if 100 rooms were trying to rearrange themselves in a building too small for memory. Lydia stood, clutching the inspection file to her chest. The half kitchen on her right shifted first. Its severed counter slid several inches. Not across the floor, but through it, trying to meet the rest of itself somewhere beyond the wall. Cabinet doors opened and closed softly. A sink with no faucet gave a dry metallic cough. Across the corridor, the low bedroom widened by a fraction, its flowered wallpaper stretching until the pattern distorted. Blossoms pulling apart like bruised mouths. The place was not collapsing. It was assembling. Lydia understood it with the sick clarity of a drawing viewed from the proper angle. This was not an apartment above hers. It had never been above hers. Above was only the word people used when they did not want to say inside. Between, behind, under the floorboards. behind the listings, behind the drawings, behind the names crossed out on forms. The so-called upstairs was a collection of stolen rooms, a kitchenette cut from one family's unit, a sleeping alcove built inside a hallway, a child's corner walled into darkness, a bathroom divided and rented twice, a window sealed behind plywood, a door shortened so a bed could be wedged across its swing. Every illegal partition, every hidden tenancy, every space made unlivable, and then denied had been left trying to remember what a home was supposed to be. And Lydia had given the denial a shape. Her illustrations had not created the cruelty, but they addressed it. They had taken the evidence of too many lives pressed into too little space and replaced it with warm emptiness. They had taught the building how to look innocent. They had helped officials and buyers and investors see rooms without people, walls without suffering, corridors without blocked exits. She had drawn vacancy until vacancy became hungry. A door opened at the end of the corridor. Not the low door. Not any door she had passed. This one opened out of a wall patched with 3 kinds of wallpaper. And beyond it, Lydia saw her own apartment. Her bed, her lamp, her refrigerator, her red floor plan on the drafting table. But the room was smaller, the ceiling lower, the window set too high to see through. For a moment, she thought she was looking at a reflection. Then the bed, inside the doorway, dragged sideways by itself, scraping hard against the floor, making room where no room existed. From the dark behind it, voices whispered. Not one voice. Many. They did not speak in unison. They layered over one another in fragments. Complaints never answered. Names misfiled. Warnings ignored. Rent paid in cash. Children coughing behind curtains. Someone asking where the stairs were. Someone else saying the smoke was coming under the door. Then Lydia heard her own voice among them. Could you send cleaner reference images? The rooms are hard to read. She covered her mouth. The memory opened completely. Years earlier, Halden and Pike had sent her a folder of photographs from Calder House. She had seen the mattresses, the foil-covered windows, the crowded counters, the dark hallway where shoes lined both walls. She had not understood everything, but she had understood enough to feel discomfort, enough to ask no questions, enough to accept the revised brief when they told her to remove personal items and emphasize future potential. Future potential. That was what they had called erasure. The doorway to her apartment widened, but not by growing. The wall around it seemed to take space from the corridor, swallowing fragments of rooms into its frame. The half-kitchen leaned toward it. The narrow bedroom pressed closer. The child's wallpaper peeled in strips and drifted toward Lydia's bed like loose bandages. The apartment wanted her unit because hers was still legally real. A room with a lease, a mailbox, a name on a buzzer. A door that opened. It wanted to fit itself inside the life of the woman who had helped make its other lives disappear. The red plan on the drafting table lifted in an invisible draft. Across it, lines began drawing themselves. Lydia watched her apartment become part of a larger floor plan, one that had no empty spaces left. Then the voices behind the doorway whispered together, clear enough to understand. Draw it true. The words did not echo. They settled. Lydia stood in the corridor of stolen rooms with the inspection file pressed against her ribs and understood that the command was not a request from ghosts. It was the building itself speaking through everything that had been cut, sealed, renamed, and denied. Not with anger alone, with need. Behind the doorway, her apartment waited smaller than before. The ceiling had lowered almost to the top of the bookshelf. The tall window had risen until its sill sat above Lydia's eye line, turning city light into a narrow gray band. The refrigerator had shifted forward, blocking half the kitchen alcove, and the pale yellow handle drawn on its door had become an actual indentation, as if another door were trying to open through it. Her drafting table remained in the center. That, more than anything, frightened her. The apartment had moved everything else, but it had left her work surface untouched. Lamp glowing, pencils arranged, tracing paper laid flat like a prepared confession. Lydia stepped through the doorway. The corridor of partial rooms followed her in sound. Furniture scraped behind the walls. Voices moved through pipes. The smell of ash thickened. She crossed to the table and looked down. The red plan had changed again. It no longer showed only her apartment. Thin lines stretched outward from it in every direction, searching for rooms she had not drawn yet. Blank spaces surrounded the page like accusations. In one corner, the word vacant had been crossed out so violently that the paper had torn. Lydia opened the inspection file. She worked first from evidence. Photographs, notes, complaints, diagrams with erased rooms, names written beneath images. She drew Calder House as it had been before the lies, not the approved plan, not the brochure version, not the warm, empty spaces she had sold to people who could afford not to ask who had lived there before. She drew every partition, every plywood wall splitting one bedroom into three, every mattress in a kitchen, every blocked exit, every window painted shut, every toilet behind a curtain, every hallway narrowed by beds, bags, strollers, crates, bodies. She wrote the names where she had them. Marisol and Tomas Reyes in the rear room with the hot plate. Annika Chauhan beside the sealed window. Bartosz Milik in the storage alcove behind the laundry wall. The Okafor cousins near the stairwell that fire code said should have been clear, where the file had no names. She wrote unknown tenant, unknown child, unknown family, unknown sleeper, unknown voice. She refused to leave any room empty. As she drew, the apartment shrank. At first, Lydia did not notice because her attention had narrowed to the page. Then her chair struck the bed behind her. The bed should have been several feet away. She glanced up and saw that the partial wall between sleeping space and kitchen had moved inward, carrying old paint with it. The bookshelf leaned sideways, squeezed between wall and window. Her front door had become thinner. Its frame pinched until the chain lock hung at an angle. She kept drawing. A line for the false corridor. A line for the hidden stair. A line for the room behind her refrigerator. The wall breathed harder now. Each inhale pushed the refrigerator into the room. Each exhale pulled plaster dust from the ceiling. The black scratches above her bed spread outward, joining one another into a second map overhead. Lydia's hand cramped. She changed pencils and continued. Her phone buzzed on the table. Mr. Vale's name appeared on the screen. She let it ring. It stopped, then began again. Then came a message. Do not damage building records. Stay where you are. Lydia laughed softly, though there was nothing humorous in it. Stay where you are. That was what all bad housing asked of people. Stay in the room you can afford. Stay quiet. Stay grateful. Stay unseen. Stay where the lease says you belong, even if the walls move closer every year. She took a photograph of the plan, then another. Then she sent them to Mrs. Ibarra, to the city inspection office, to a tenants' rights group whose email address she found in an old bookmarked article, and to every client contact still listed from Halden and Pike. She attached the file photographs too, hands shaking as each image uploaded slowly, painfully, like something rising from underwater. The ceiling dipped low enough for her hair to brush plaster. The drafting table pressed against her stomach. The room was becoming what she had drawn for others, possible enough to deny suffering, small enough to hurt, clean enough on paper to pass. Only one blank space remained on the plan. Her apartment. Lydia stared at it. Then, in red pencil, she drew the final lines exactly as they were now. The bed crushed against the wall, the window too high, the refrigerator blocking the kitchen, the door narrowing, the ceiling coming down. In the center, she wrote, Lydia Marsh, illustrator. When the pencil left the paper, the front door vanished. When the front door vanished, Lydia did not scream. There was no space left for it. Her apartment had become a pressure around her body. The drafting table pinned her hips. The ceiling bowed low enough that she had to bend her neck. The window was only a pale slit above the bookshelf, too high to reach and too narrow to show anything but a washed strip of city sky. The refrigerator pressed cold against one side of her leg. The bed frame touched her back. Still, the plan lay open before her. True, not complete, because no drawing could restore what had been taken, but true enough that the building could no longer pretend to be innocent. Her phone had stopped sending after the last photograph. The signal bars had disappeared, replaced by a blank gray shimmer. Yet somewhere inside the walls, messages moved through pipes and wires and old copper. Lydia felt them leave the room like breaths she had been holding for years. Outside the vanished door, someone knocked. Miss Marsh, Mrs. Ibarra's voice. Lydia tried to answer, but the room pressed inward. Her ribs touched the table edge. Her knees had no room to bend. She opened her mouth and managed only a dry sound that vanished into plaster. The knock came again, harder. Then Mr. Vale's voice, calm and angry beneath the calm. Mrs. Ibarra, step away from that wall. Wall? Lydia turned her head as much as the ceiling allowed. Where her front door had been, there was now uninterrupted plaster, smooth and old, painted the same tired off-white as the rest of the apartment. No frame, no peephole, no chain, no evidence that a way out had ever existed. The furniture above her began to move again. Not above, around, through. The bed frame at her back scraped sideways, though it had nowhere to go. The refrigerator shuddered. The bookshelf tilted and folded inward, not breaking, but flattening into the wall as if drawn there. Lydia's drafting table sank by inches until its surface was level with her waist, then her ribs, then her throat. She looked down at the plan one last time. The red pencil line marking her apartment had become smaller than all the others. By the time the police arrived, the rain had stopped. Mrs. Ibarra met them in the fourth-floor hallway in her robe, holding Lydia's final messages open on her phone. She had printed nothing. She said later she was afraid the files would vanish if she tried to make them paper too soon. Two officers stood where Lydia's door should have been and argued quietly with Mr. Vale, who kept insisting there had never been a unit in that position. "There is no apartment here," he said. Mrs. Ibarra looked at him with a hatred too tired to be dramatic. "She paid rent." The younger officer shone a flashlight across the wall. There was no number, no handle, no seam. The hallway showed only 3 doors before the stairwell, though every tenant on that floor remembered 4. The brass mailbox in the lobby still said L. Marsh. But when they opened it, they found only plaster dust and a folded sheet of tracing paper. The paper showed the true floor plan of Calder House. Every hidden room, every illegal partition, every blocked exit, every name Lydia had found. And at the center, drawn smaller than a closet, was a room with no door. The investigation began because the plan could not be ignored. Inspectors came. Tenants were interviewed. Reporters gathered beneath the lobby awning. Mr. Vale stopped smiling after the city found the sealed stairwell, though no one who entered it could agree on its dimensions. One inspector said it rose to a burned corridor. Another said it ended after 3 steps. A third refused to discuss what he had seen behind the half-height door. Halden and Pike denied wrongdoing until Lydia's old illustrations appeared beside the inspection photographs online. Warm windows beside sealed ones. Open rooms beside crowded cells. Clean corridors beside hallways narrowed by beds and shoes and fear. People were angry for a while. Then the anger became articles. Then the articles became hearings. Then the hearings became language. Systemic failure. Regulatory oversight. Historical violations. Tenant vulnerability. Documentation gaps. Words came again. Neat and official. Trying to widen what had already closed. But Calder House did not reopen. The city ordered it vacated. Fenced. And studied. For weeks, workers heard furniture moving inside after sunset. Though the building stood empty, tables dragged across upper floors that did not exist. Chairs scraped behind sealed walls. Once, a contractor found a child's wallpaper border pasted along the inside of a ventilation shaft. Another found a refrigerator door in the basement with a pale yellow handle drawn on it. No one found Lydia Marsh. Months later, a new development firm bought the property under a different name. Their proposal described the project as sensitive restoration. The illustrator they hired was young, talented, and eager for steady work. She received a folder of reference photographs and a cheerful note asking her to reduce visual clutter, brighten the interiors, and help potential buyers understand the building's future. That night, in her own apartment across town, she sat at her desk adjusting shadows on a narrow room. A little after midnight, something heavy dragged across the ceiling above her, then stopped, then dragged again, as if making space. Some hauntings do not begin with ghosts. They begin with language, paperwork, fleshed images, and the quiet decision to make other people easier not to see. Lydia did not build Calder House's cruelty, but she helped make it presentable, and that was enough for the building to remember her. Maybe the most frightening rooms are not hidden behind walls, but inside the excuses we repeat until they become architecture. If a lie can make people disappear on paper, what kind of space does the truth demand in return? Story 4. Owen Bell moved to the forest because he could no longer bear the sound of the sea. That was what he told people. When people still asked, the truth was close enough to be useful and incomplete enough to be safe. At his age, most explanations were expected to be simple. A retired man wanted quiet. A widower wanted distance. A former lighthouse keeper wanted a place where foghorns could not reach him in the middle of the night and pull him upright in bed with his heart already hammering. The cottage stood at the end of a narrow lane where the county stopped repairing the road. It had once belonged to a game warden, then to no one. Then to a woman from the city who had painted the kitchen yellow and left before the first winter. Behind it, the forest rose thick and old, mostly pine and alder, with black roots pushing through the soil like knuckled hands. Beyond the trees, several miles away by road, but closer in memory, stood the abandoned lighthouse at Rake Point. Owen had not visited it since the day he handed in his keys. He kept his new life small. In the morning, he boiled 1 egg, toasted 1 slice of bread, and drank coffee beside the kitchen window while birds worried at the feeder. He repaired loose hinges, stacked firewood, cleaned gutters before rain, and swept pine needles from the porch with the care of a man maintaining a vessel no one else would inspect. He owned 3 radios and used none of them. He had a telephone for emergencies, though he disliked the idea of a bell ringing inside an empty house. In the bedroom, he placed the bed against the wall farthest from the window. He told himself it was warmer there. The first week passed without incident. Wind moved through the trees at night, and sometimes the branches scraped the roof with a dry, patient sound. Foxes barked in the dark. Once, something small got into the woodpile and made a panicked scrabbling until Owen opened the back door and shouted. Ordinary sounds, land sounds, sounds with dirt under them. On the 8th night, he woke because there was light moving across the ceiling. Not lightning. Lightning flashed and vanished. This moved slowly, with intention. A pale band sliding over the plaster, touching the wardrobe, crossing the framed photograph on the dresser, and withdrawing. Owen lay still, one hand gripping the blanket at his chest. His first thought was of a car turning at the end of the lane, though no one came that far after dark unless they were lost. The light returned. This time it passed lower, through the gap in the curtains, and for one confused moment, Owen smelled brine so sharply that his throat tightened. Salt, weed, tar, wet iron, the smell of harbor pilings at low tide, the smell of ropes pulled from cold water. He got out of bed slowly, his knees complaining under him, and crossed to the window. The forest should have been black. It was a moonless night, and the pines stood close enough to swallow the last dull glow from the sky. But between the trunks, far back where the ground dipped toward the old deer path, a pair of lights moved from left to right. They were not lanterns. Owen knew lanterns. He knew the bob and tremble of a carried flame, the yellow scatter of a torch, the harsh white cone of a modern flashlight. These lights held steady, one above the other, with the separated dignity of a vessel showing itself through fog, a ship's running lights. Owen's fingers touched the cold glass. The lights glided behind the trees, vanished, reappeared between 2 black trunks, then dipped as if riding a swell. For several seconds, he could not make his mind attach them to land. His eyes supplied what could not be there, a dark hull moving through undergrowth, a bow cutting silently through fern. water lifting where there was only moss and stone. "No," he said aloud. His voice sounded too loud in the bedroom. The lights disappeared behind the thicker pines near the ridge. Owen waited, breath held, expecting them to emerge again. They did not. The forest returned to darkness. The smell of salt faded until the room held only dust, old wool, and the faint dampness of June rain in the walls. He stood there long after the cold had entered his bare feet. In the morning, he decided it had been a logging truck on the service road beyond the ridge. He did not know whether such a road still existed. But the explanation had the weight of machinery, and machinery was preferable to memory. He dressed, shaved, and made coffee with unnecessary care. Only when he opened the bedroom curtains did he see what the night had left behind. On the outside sill, arranged in a neat line on the peeling paint, were 5 small seashells, wet and shining, as if the tide had just drawn back from them. By afternoon, Owen had convinced himself the shells were not impossible. There were explanations for almost everything. If a man was willing to accept an ugly enough coincidence, a bird might have carried them. A child might have come up the lane and placed them there as a joke. The woman who owned the cottage before him might have left them in a flower pot, and rain might have washed them loose, though that did not explain why they had been wet with salt water instead of rain. Owen wrapped the shells in newspaper and put them in the bin beneath the sink. Then he took them out again. He stood in the kitchen holding the damp bundle, irritated by his own hesitation. They were only shells, small, pale, ordinary things. Yet each one had the pearly worn look of something tumbled for years in moving water. One of them was broken along its lip, and when Owen touched the fracture with his thumb, he remembered a woman's hand gripping the rail of a ferry. Her wedding ring dull with spray. "Don't start," he whispered. The cottage gave no answer. It was good at that. His wife, Elspeth, had hated silence. She filled rooms without meaning to, hummed when she folded laundry, talked back to radio presenters, read weather aloud from the newspaper even after Owen told her he already knew the weather by pressure in his bones. After she died, their house near the harbor had not become empty all at once. It emptied in stages. First, her coat stopped smelling like rain. Then her teacup stopped looking misplaced beside the sink. Then visitors stopped lowering their voices when they entered. The worst part was not the grief. The worst part was how quickly the world made room for her absence. Owen had sold the harbor house 6 months later. People called it understandable. They said the coast must be hard for him now. No one said what some of them knew, or thought they knew, that Elspeth had died during the same bad season that ended his career. After an investigation that used polite language because dead passengers had families, and retired keepers had histories. There had been weather. There had been fog. There had been a vessel too close to the rocks. There had been, in the official account, a delay in visibility. Owen went to the shed behind the cottage and found a rusted biscuit tin on a shelf. He put the shells inside, snapped the lid shut, and set it beneath a sack of kindling. It was childish, hiding them like stolen money. But he felt better once they were out of sight. For the rest of the day, he worked harder than necessary. He cleared brambles from the fence line until his wrists were scratched raw. He tightened the loose handle on the back door. He stacked logs by size, then restacked them by dryness. He sharpened the old hatchet until the edge flashed clean in the gray light. All the while, he kept his eyes from drifting east. The abandoned lighthouse could not be seen from the cottage. Not properly. The forest swallowed the view. But Owen knew where it stood. A man did not spend 40 years measuring his life by a tower and then forget its direction. Even indoors, even asleep, he carried that awareness like a bad tooth in the mouth of the landscape. Near dusk, the wind changed. It came through the pines from the east, low and steady, and the trees began to move in long, overlapping breaths. At first, it was only wind. Then the sound deepened. Branches rubbed together with a hush and drag. Needles whispering in waves. Trunks creaking like timber under strain. Owen stopped at the kitchen sink. One hand on a plate he had been washing. The forest sounded like surf. Not exactly. Not enough for another man to hear it and say so. But Owen had spent his life listening for the difference between water breaking harmlessly on shingle and water striking rock with force enough to tear a hull open. He knew rhythm. He knew distance. He knew when a sound was approaching. The cottage darkened around him. He shut the tap and listened. The wash of the trees rose, fell, gathered itself, and came again. Beneath it, faint but unmistakable, something knocked. Wood against wood, a hollow, drifting sound, like a loose boat bumping against a pier. Owen dried his hands carefully. He did not look toward the window. "You're an old fool," he said. But he did not turn on a radio. He did not whistle. He did not open the biscuit tin to prove the shells were dry. That night, he slept badly. His dreams were not dreams so much as weather reports spoken in voices he could almost recognize. A woman laughing behind glass. A bell struck underwater. Someone calling his surname from a distance. Not angrily, but with the formal patience of an officer asking a witness to repeat himself. Bell. Bell. Keep her bell. He woke before dawn with his throat dry and his hands clenched. The room smelled clean. No salt. No tar. No harbor mud. Only cold ash in the fireplace and damp wool in the blankets. Relief embarrassed him. He dressed in the blue half-light and went outside with the intention of checking the gutters. Though there had been no storm, mist lay low over the grass. The forest stood still, every trunk black with moisture. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then a single pine branch moved where there was no wind. Owen walked toward it slowly. From the branch hung a length of thick rope, dark with seawater, dripping steadily onto the forest floor. It had been tied in a perfect lighthouse keeper's knot. Owen did not touch the rope at first. It hung from the pine branch with the quiet weight of something recently lifted from the sea. Water gathered along its twisted fibers, swelled at the lowest point, and fell one drop at a time into the mud beneath. Each drop left a dark mark that did not soak away. Instead, the marks widened, joining into a small black patch that smelled of salt and cold iron. The knot bothered him more than the rope. Anyone could hang a rope from a tree. Anyone could play a cruel joke on an old man who had once kept a light above dangerous water. But the knot had been made with a keeper's hand, clean, compact, practical, meant to hold in wind and wet without slipping. Owen had tied that kind of knot thousands of times, often in darkness, often with rain needling the back of his neck. He reached up and closed his fingers around it. The rope was freezing, not chilly from night air, freezing in the way of things hauled out of deep water, as if darkness had a temperature and the rope had brought it with it. His palm stuck briefly to the fibers when he let go. There was another length of rope on the ground. Owen saw it only after stepping back. It lay partly hidden in the grass, curving away from the pine and into the trees. Not one rope, he realized, but many short lengths, each placed where the last one ended, like a trail laid by someone who knew he would understand the invitation. He told himself not to follow it. Then he followed it. The trail led east, away from the cottage and toward the old deer path. Mist clung between the trunks in torn strips. Ferns brushed his trousers, leaving beads of water along the fabric. The forest smelled wrong. Usually it held the sour comfort of leaf mold, sap, mushrooms, foxmusk. That morning, under all of it, ran a sharper smell, tide pools exposed under gray sky. Every few yards, he found another rope length. Some were thick mooring lines. Others thin cords stiffened with salt. One had a strip of red cloth tied to it, faded, almost pink. Another was burned at one end. Owen bent over that piece longer than the others, though he could not have said why. The ground dipped. Here the trees grew farther apart, and the mud became soft enough to take his footprints. Owen stopped when he saw pale shapes pressed into it. Shells, not scattered as if dropped, pressed. Hundreds of them lay embedded in the black earth, their rims just visible, forming a broken curve around the hollow. Cockles, mussels, periwinkles, razor shells, all wet, all turned mouth up like small things, gasping. Some were still closed, far inland, beneath pines. Owen's breath shortened. He knelt, pushed one loose with his thumb, and found a strand of brown seaweed wrapped around its hinge. The seaweed moved slightly in his palm, not from wind, from some small remaining life. Behind him, a woman said, "You shouldn't pick those up." Owen turned so sharply his knee twisted under him. She stood at the edge of the hollow with a basket hooked over one arm and a wool coat buttoned to her throat despite the mild season. He recognized her after a moment, Tamsin Vale, who lived near the old quarry road and sold eggs from a painted box beside her gate. She was perhaps 70, perhaps older, with a face the weather had written on heavily and pale eyes that did not blink often enough. "You startled me," Owen said. "That was kinder than letting you go farther." He stood, brushing mud from his trousers. "Is this your doing?" Tamsin looked at the ropes, then at the shell beds, and finally at him. "No." "Then whose?" She seemed to consider whether his question deserved a modern answer. This part of the wood had a name before surveyors gave everything numbers. My grandmother called it the waiting tide. Owen forced a dry laugh. "There's no tide here." "There is, if it's owed something." He did not like the steadiness of her voice. He liked even less that she was not looking at the shells now, but at him. "Old stories," he said. Old stories are what people call records when they don't want the shame written down. The words settled between them. Owen felt the cold of the rope again in his hand, though he was no longer touching it. "I don't know what you think you know." "No," Tamsin said softly. "That has always been the trouble with keepers. They think light only matters when it is burning." He turned away before she could say more. Pride moved him faster than fear. He left the hollow, left the ropes, left the shells breathing in the mud. and walked back toward the cottage with the old woman's gaze resting between his shoulders like a hand. By evening, he had locked both doors. He ate nothing. The biscuit tin remained under the kindling in the shed, and he did not go near it. Rain began after sunset, soft at first, then steady, ticking against the windows. Owen sat in the kitchen with every lamp lit, listening to the forest move in the dark. Near midnight, the rain stopped. The silence afterward felt arranged. Then, from deep among the trees, a ship's horn sounded, low, mournful, and impossibly close. A second later, something inside Owen's locked shed answered with the wet scrape of shells opening. Owen sat in the kitchen until the sky began to pale, listening to the shed. The sound did not continue. That was what made it worse. Had the shells scraped and clicked for minutes? Had they rattled like hail in the biscuit tin? He might have found anger enough to go outside with a hammer and settle the matter by force. But the noise came once, wet and soft and deliberate, then stopped. A ship's horn had called from the forest. Something locked away had answered. By morning, Owen had built himself a scaffold of explanations. The horn could have come from the coast. Sound behaved strangely in fog, especially in country with hills, water, and old stone. He had known nights when a buoy bell seemed to ring from behind a man's own ear, when engines miles offshore trembled through the ground like something moving under the cellar. Naval exercises. Perhaps a vessel running late. Some tourist fool with a recording and a cruel sense of humor. As for the shed, it had old boards. Damp made wood complain. Mice got into everything. So did beetles. So did memory. Memory was the worst intruder because it never needed a key. He made tea and did not drink it. He carried the cup to the window and watched the trees stand wet and ordinary in the gray light. No horn, no lights, no impossible tide. Only the familiar disorder of branches, mist, and dripping needles. At last, he put on his coat and went to the shed. The door was still locked. This comforted him until he opened it. Inside, nothing had been disturbed except the sack of kindling. It lay partly slumped, as if something beneath it had shifted in the night. Owen moved it aside and found the rusted biscuit tin where he had left it. The lid was shut. He lifted it. The shells inside were no longer wrapped in newspaper. The paper had been soaked through and flattened against the bottom of the tin, black ink running into meaningless stains. The shells sat on top of it, open now, their pale interiors gleaming. In the hollow of each shell was a bead of seawater. Owen stared until his eyes watered. Then he closed the tin, put it back, and told himself the newspaper had absorbed rain from the shed floor. He spent the day making repairs that did not need making. He rehung the shed door. He sealed a crack beneath the kitchen window. He cleaned ash from the stove and tightened the latch on the pantry. Every task had the same hidden purpose, to prove the house had edges, that things stayed where they were put. That land obeyed different rules from water. But as dusk gathered, the forest began again. This time the sound was not surf but distance, a hollow carrying of air. The old acoustic loneliness of open water. Owen stood in the yard with a coil of wire in one hand and listened to the trees breathe around him. Then the lights appeared. Not near the hollow this time. Farther east, deeper. They moved between the trunks in pairs and intervals, pausing, vanishing, returning. Owen's first instinct was to count. It was not voluntary. Years of night watches had trained him before fear could interfere. Long, short, short, darkness, long, short, darkness again. He stopped breathing. Those were not random flashes. They were not headlights broken by branches. They were a sequence, a signal, not a distress call exactly, but something older than radio, built from absence and return, a keeper's language. Owen stepped backward until his shoulders struck the cottage wall. "No," he said. The lights faded. He went inside, locked the door, and stood in the dark kitchen, because turning on a lamp felt suddenly like answering. Beyond the window, rain began, though no rain was forecast. It drifted through the trees in silver lines, and for one moment Owen saw another light beyond it, high and revolving. His stomach turned cold. The beam did not come from the direction of the coast. It came from inland. A pale sweep moved across the forest canopy, slow and magnificent, cutting between the pine trunks like a lighthouse lens turning inside the wood. It passed over Owen's window, filling the kitchen with a dead white glare. In that glare, every wet footprint on the floor became visible. They led from the back door to the sink. Owen looked down at his boots. Dry. The beam passed away. Darkness folded itself back into the glass. He did not sleep. He sat in the chair beside the stove with his coat on and his hands locked together, listening to the old house tick and settle as if it, too, wanted to be somewhere else. Just before dawn, the horn sounded again. This time, Owen went to the window. The mist had thickened between the trees, low and white, moving in slow folds over the ground. Far off, something dark rose through it. At first he thought it was a dead pine stripped of branches. Then the mist shifted. It was a mast, a ship's mast, black with seawater. Standing upright among the trees, the mast remained until the light changed. Owen stood at the bedroom window with one hand pressed against the frame, watching the dark vertical line among the trees as dawn thinned the mist. It did not move. It did not sway. It stood where no mast could stand, rising from the forest floor with the solemn patience of a marker over a grave. Then the sun came weakly through the clouds, and the shape became a dead pine after all. A stripped trunk, black bark, two broken branches near the top that his frightened mind had turned into spars. Owen laughed once, softly, and hated the sound. By breakfast, he had decided he would walk to the ridge and settle the matter. Not to the hollow, not to the waiting tide, as Tamsin Vale had called it, only to the ridge, where he could look down through the trees and prove there was no wreckage, no water, no impossible navigation of ships through fern and root. He put on his old boots, the ones he had worn during winter watches at Rake Point. Their leather had cracked white at the bends from years of salt. He had meant to throw them away after leaving the lighthouse, but had never managed it. Some objects survived because a man forgot them, others because he did not dare decide what forgetting meant. The forest met him wet, not rain wet, not morning wet. It had the deep, penetrating damp of a dock wall at low tide. Water beaded on branches and ran down the trunks in clear lines. Moss darkened underfoot. Every fern looked rinsed. When Owen brushed a pine bough aside, cold droplets struck his face and lips, and he tasted salt. He spat into the leaves. The deer path began where it always began, behind the leaning alder beyond the shed. He followed it carefully, marking familiar things: a split stone, a fallen branch shaped like a crook, a stump with orange fungus along one side. He had walked this path twice before in daylight. It curved gently uphill and came out at the ridge within a few minutes. This morning, it curved downhill. Owen stopped. He turned around. The cottage should have been visible between the trees behind him. A pale square of wall. A roof edge. Smoke from the chimney if he had bothered to light the stove. There was only forest. Pines stood close together. Every trunk wet and black, each one similar enough to make distance uncertain. He told himself he had taken a sidetrack. There were always side tracks in woods. Animals made them. Children made them. Men made them by believing the first opening in the brush must be the right one. He retraced his steps. The split stone was gone. In its place lay a line of small white shells pressed into the mud. Owen felt his mouth dry despite the damp air. He walked faster. The path widened under him, then narrowed, then forked in a place it had never forked. One branch smelled of mushrooms and rain. The other smelled of tidewater, rope tar, and something long sealed inside a wooden hold. He chose the mushroom path because choosing otherwise would have meant admitting the forest had offered him a test. Within moments, he heard water, not a stream, a heavy dragging hush. Withdraw and return. Withdraw and return. The sound came from every direction at once, slipping between trunks, folding behind him, gathering ahead. The trees swayed, though there was no wind. Their branches leaned and lifted like weeds beneath a current. Owen. He stopped so suddenly that pain shot up his bad knee. The voice had come from the right. Soft. Familiar. Impossible. He did not turn his head at once. His body knew the voice before his mind permitted it. Elspeth had always said his name as if it contained a private joke, even when she was annoyed with him. This voice did not joke. It carried across the trees with the flat clarity of someone speaking from a watchroom in bad weather. Owen Bell. He closed his eyes. No, he whispered. The forest breathed around him. Then her voice came again. Sharper now. Formal in a way she had never been in life. Check the lamp. Owen opened his eyes. The path ahead had become slick with mud. In the mud were his own footprints, leading forward. Though he had not yet walked there, he backed away, and his heel struck something coiled and soft. Another rope. This one was knotted around a rusted metal fitting he recognized from the old Lighthouse service room. Elspeth's voice moved farther off. Beyond the trees. Log the visibility. He stumbled after it. He did not mean to. Later, if there had been a later in which explanations still mattered, he might have said grief pulled him, or shock, or the need to prove it false. But in that moment he followed because some part of him had been waiting years to hear her call him to account. The forest grew colder with every step. Breath smoked from his mouth. His hands numbed inside his gloves. The surf sound thickened until it seemed to lift the ground beneath him, and the path rolled under his feet like a deck. At last, the trees opened into a narrow clearing. No one stood there. Only Owen's old boots had reached it before him. The ground was dry, hard-packed, untouched by puddles. Yet white salt stains bloomed across the leather around his ankles. From beyond the clearing, Elspeth's voice called one final command. Restore the light. And somewhere deeper in the forest, a lighthouse bell began to ring from underground. The bell did not ring above him. That was what Owen understood first, before fear made the rest of the forest tilt around him. The sound came from below the ground, from somewhere beneath the roots and mud, each toll rising through the soles of his boots and into his bone. It was not the clear bronze voice of the rakepoint bell. It was heavier, drowned, as if struck by something moving slowly underwater. He stood in the clearing, listening until the spaces between the rings became worse than the sound itself. Elspeth did not call again. Perhaps that was why he went on. The path beyond the clearing sloped between two banks of fern. It had not been there moments before. Owen knew that. But knowledge had begun to feel less useful than obedience. The trees leaned over it, branches locked high above, turning the morning into a green-black tunnel. Water dripped steadily from the needles. Though the sky had cleared, every drop struck leaves and earth with the small, ticking patience of rain inside a cabin. Owen followed the bell. The ground softened under him. Once, his boot sank almost to the ankle, and when he pulled it free, black water filled the print. It smelled of bilge and old fish. He kept walking, one hand brushing trunks for balance, and noticed that the bark under his palm had changed. Pine gave way to something harder, smoother, tarred. He looked down. His hand rested on planking. Not a tree. A wall of dark wood rose beside him, half swallowed by moss and roots. Iron nails stood from it in corroded rows. Barnacles clung in pale crusts along the seams. Owen stumbled backward. The tunnel of trees opened. Before him lay a hollow so wide and deep that the forest seemed to have grown around an invisible crater. Mist pooled at the bottom, not drifting but heaving gently, as if something beneath it breathed. Through that mist stood ships, not models, not ruins shaped by imagination. Ships. Their hulls leaned at impossible angles among the ancient roots. Some were small fishing boats with their bows split open. Others were larger vessels, black-bellied and solemn, their decks crowded with pine needles instead of gulls. Masts rose between tree trunks. Rigging hung like dead vines. Roots had grown through portholes, around capstans, through ribs and cargo hatches. But the wood had not rotted. It gleamed wetly, preserved by a sea that should not have been there. Owen could not move. The hollow was silent except for dripping water and the slow creak of timber settling under pressure. A lantern swung from one mast, though there was no wind. Its glass was clouded white with salt. He told himself he had fallen, hit his head, wandered into some old timber yard, some forgotten maritime graveyard dragged inland by men with cranes and madness. But no road could reach this place. No machine could have carried these hulls between the trees without tearing the forest apart, and there were too many of them. He descended. The slope was slick. Twice he caught himself on exposed roots. They were not roots, he realized the second time, but ropes hardened into the earth. The hollow floor gave under his boots with the springy resistance of soaked decking. Beneath the mist, shells cracked softly. The nearest vessel had no name left, only a scar where painted letters had peeled away. Beside it stood another, smaller craft, its cabin windows filmed from the inside. Owen did not look through them. He passed a trawler with its nets still bundled on deck. though the netting pulsed faintly, as if filled with sleeping breath. Then he saw the name. White letters on a black hull. Clear, despite the years. Touched by no moss. No Leanh. No mercy. The Evangeline heart. Owen stopped so abruptly that his shoulder struck a broken rail. He knew the name and did not know it. It opened a door in him that he had nailed shut from the other side. There had been reports after the accident season. Too many reports. Too many committees. Too many vessels reduced to numbers. Routes. Weather conditions. Visibility estimates. He remembered names he had allowed himself to remember and forgot the rest with the discipline of a man sealing leaks before water reached the engine room. But this name had not been in the official account. He would have sworn to it. The Evangeline Hart had never passed Rake Point on his watch. He had never logged her, never heard her horn, never seen her lamps tremble through the fog, never watched a dark shape drift too far west while the lighthouse stood blind behind him. Never. Yet the hull waited in the forest, clean and wet as if it had arrived that morning. From inside the split cabin came the scratch of a pencil writing on paper, then a woman's voice, dry and close behind the glass, whispered, "Keeper Bell, please enter the missing interval." For several moments, Owen could not make himself open the cabin door. The voice behind the glass had not sounded like Elspeth. That made it worse. Had it been his wife, he might have hidden behind grief, called the whole thing a cruelty of longing. Another trick from the part of his mind that still reached for her shape in doorways. But this was a stranger's voice, dry, close, official, the voice of a woman asking for a record to be corrected after everyone who needed it had drowned. The pencil scratched again. "Keeper Bell," the voice whispered. "Please enter the missing interval." Owen gripped the door handle. It was brass, green with age, and so cold it burned. The cabin opened inward with the swollen resistance of wood, long soaked and never allowed to rot. Air breathed out around him, salt, lamp oil, paper, mildew, wet wool, and the faint sourness of fear sealed in a small space. Inside, the cabin was larger than the vessel should have allowed. A narrow table had been bolted beneath the windows. On it lay papers weighted with shells, charts, logbooks, distress notes written in several hands. A barometer hung crooked on the wall, its needle trembling at the word storm. Beneath the table were stacked files bound with sea-dark twine, each labeled in careful ink that had not faded. Owen stepped inside, and the door shut behind him. He turned at once, pulled the handle, and found it would not move. The pencil lay on the table. It rolled slightly toward him. He did not touch it. Instead, he opened the nearest logbook. The pages were damp but legible. Entries marched down them in different hands, different inks, all describing the same impossibility in the plain language of people trying not to panic. Light absent at Rake Point. No answering flash. Held course by expected tower position. Fog increasing. Signal lost. False, dark confirmed. Owen read faster. Then slower. Then not at all. His eyes moved over the words while his mind refused to arrange them. Each entry belonged to a vessel that had passed the headland during one bad season years ago. The season he had reduced in memory to weather, committees, and the merciful blur of official phrasing. He opened another file, This one held a weather-stained report stamped with the seal of the Coastal Authority. He recognized the format immediately. Incident summary. Visibility notes. Lamp. Inspection statement. Keeper testimony. Mechanical condition. He had signed such papers. He had trusted such papers because paper, once filed, had the power to turn screaming into procedure. The report stated that the Rake Point light had remained operational throughout the night of the Evangeline Hart's loss. Owen stared at the sentence. Beneath it, in another hand, someone had written, "Not true." The ink had bled, but the words were clear. He turned the page. There was a second report beneath the first. Thinner. Unsigned. Never filed. It described a failure not of machinery but of attendance. A witness from a coastal cottage had observed the tower go dark for several minutes. A fishing crew offshore had noted the absence. One assistant had requested an inquiry into the keeper's condition, citing a smell of spirits, irregular log entries, and a lamp trimmed after the fact. The inquiry had been closed when the official weather explanation was accepted. Owen's knees weakened. "No," he said, but softly, because the room felt crowded. A packet of folded notes lay beside the reports. He opened them with clumsy fingers. They were not formal documents. Scraps torn from chart margins. Pages from a shipboard ledger. A child's handwriting on the back of a menu. Some were only fragments. "We can see where the light should be. Tell my sister I held him. The rocks are closer than charted. No light. No light. No light." Owen pressed the heel of his hand against his mouth. He had believed, or had trained himself to believe, that darkness was passive. A regrettable absence. A gap, a mistake measured in minutes and buried beneath fog. But these papers made darkness active. The lack of light had moved like a hand through the water, guiding hull after hull toward stone. At the bottom of the stack lay the Lighthouse duty log. His own handwriting waited on the cover. Owen did not remember writing the entries inside, but his hand knew them before his mind did. The narrow slant, the hard pressure, the impatient crossings of the letter T. Weather poor, visibility failing. Lamp checked. Mechanism sound. Then came a blank space. Not a torn page. Not ink washed out. A clean, deliberate emptiness between two entries. In the margin beside it were his initials. O. B. The pencil on the table began to write by itself. It moved across the blank interval, slow and steady, carving words into the page. Light extinguished. Keeper absent. Cause concealed. Owen backed away until his shoulders struck the locked cabin door. The hull around him creaked, and beyond the glass, the forest hollow filled with lanterns coming alight one by one. Only then did he understand why the door would not open. He had not entered the wreck to examine evidence. He had entered the record as evidence himself. The cabin walls began to breathe. At first Owen thought it was the movement of the mist outside, a shifting of light across old glass. But then the planks bowed inward and eased back with the slow pressure of lungs. The table creaked. The papers lifted at their corners. Every shell weighting the documents opened wider, showing its wet, pearled throat. The pencil stopped. The words remained on the duty log. Light extinguished. Keeper absent. Cause concealed. Owen stared at them until the letters seemed to darken. sinking through the paper into something beneath it. The blank interval was no longer blank. The page had filled itself with what the official record had not allowed to exist. "I was ill," he whispered. The cabin gave a low wooden groan. I was tired. There was fog. The mechanism, the lamp above the table, went out. Darkness pressed against the windows. But beyond it, the forest hollow shone with hundreds of small lights. Lanterns burned on decks. Signal lamps blinked from broken bridges. Running lights trembled between pine trunks. The wrecks were answering one another in an order too precise to be grief and too patient to be anger. Owen knew the language. That was the cruelty. They were not flashing randomly. They were marking position, calling bearing, confirming absence, repeating, vessel by vessel. The path each one had taken when the tower failed to speak. The Evangeline heart tilted beneath him. No, Owen thought. Not tilted. Drifted. The cabin floor moved with a long, heavy lift. Though it was fixed among roots, his stomach lurched as memory rose beneath him with the same motion. A night of fog so thick the watchroom windows had turned to milk, a bottle hidden behind the maintenance cabinet, a quarrel with Elspeth earlier that evening, her voice tight with disappointment, not fury, his own hand striking the brass lever harder than necessary, his own voice saying he knew his work, that one drink did not blind a man who had watched that coast for most of his life. Then the nausea, then the panic when the lamp guttered low, then several minutes he had cut from himself with the clean violence of survival. The dark had not been empty during those minutes. It had been full of people trusting him. Owen pressed both hands over his ears, but the ship lights spoke without sound. Their patterns entered through his eyes, through the salt blooming in his blood, through the keeper's training he had once mistaken for virtue. The forest outside changed. For one immense moment he saw it not as trees but as water held upright. Every trunk was a black column of tide. Every branch moved like weed beneath a current. The roots did not grip the ships, they moored them. The hollow was not a graveyard. It was a harbor built inland because the sea had brought its dead where Owen could not stop seeing them. He understood then, not in words, but in the terrible, complete way a man understands a fall after stepping into empty air. The forest had not become ocean. The ocean had waited. It had waited through inquiries, through signatures, through Owen's clean shirt at the hearing, through the sympathetic hands on his shoulder when Elspeth died, through the sale of the harbor house, through his retreat inland, through every morning he boiled one egg and pretended discipline was the same as innocence. It had waited because water did not forget direction. Guides who betrayed the light had to be guided back. The cabin door opened. Owen stumbled out onto the deck of the Evangeline Heart. The hollow spread below him, crowded with wrecks and lights and figures standing at rails he had refused to imagine. They were not corpses. They were not ghosts in the childish sense. They were shapes made of waiting, coats dark with rain, hands on wet wood, faces turned toward the place where the lighthouse should have burned. Among them, on the far side of the hollow, stood Elspeth. She wore the blue coat she had worn on the ferry the day before she died. Her hair was pinned badly against the wind, though there was no wind, and her expression held the sorrow he had spent years making smaller than his guilt. She did not accuse him. That was almost unbearable. Owen stepped toward her, but every lantern in the hollow went out at once. In the sudden dark, the ship lights formed one final sequence across the trees. Not a warning, not a memory. A question. Then Elspeth's voice came from the blackness, calm as a watch command. "Will you answer the light you took away?" Owen did not answer at once. The hollow waited. That was worse than being dragged. Worse than being condemned. Had the dead seized him? Had the roots wrapped his ankles and pulled him down through mud and shell and black water? Some final stubborn part of him might have resisted. He could have made himself a victim at the end. Men had done more with less. But the question hung there in Elspeth's voice, and nothing forced him except the truth. "Will you answer the light you took away?" The lanterns along the wrecks began to burn again, one by one. Not brightly, not with warmth. Each small flame showed a face turned toward him, pale in the mist, patient beyond accusation. Owen looked at them and saw not a crowd but consequences. Each vessel had once been a world containing ordinary things. A boy asleep under a coat. A cook cursing a loose pan. A woman writing a letter she meant to finish in harbor. A deckhand thinking of the wages he would send home. They had not sailed into legend. They had sailed into his silence. Owen lowered his head. "Yes," he said. The word was small, and yet the hollow seemed to shift around it. The ships answered with a sound like ropes tightening. The path back rose from the mist in front of him. It was not the path by which he had entered. This one was narrower and steeper, bordered on both sides by black roots that gleamed like wet rails. At its end, far above the trees, he saw a dim pulse of light, Rake Point, or what remained of it. He climbed. The forest moved with him. Trees leaned aside, then closed behind him in slow ranks. The ground underfoot rolled and dipped. Ferns streamed in one direction as if pulled by a current. Once, Owen looked back and saw the hollow far below. Its wrecks no longer resting but floating in dark water that filled the space between trunks. Masts tilted, lanterns swayed. No wave broke, and yet the whole forest had become tidal. His boots filled with cold water. He kept walking. When he reached the ridge, the abandoned lighthouse stood where it always had, though it should not have been visible from that angle. Its white paint had peeled in long strips. Windows were broken in the keeper's quarters. The tower door hung open. Above, the lantern room showed a single dead pane of glass like an eye clouded by age. Owen had avoided it for years. Now it waited with the patience of something that had known avoidance was only a slower kind of arrival. He crossed the threshold. Inside, the air smelled of dust, rust, and old lamp oil. His footsteps stirred grit on the floor. The spiral stairs climbed along the tower wall into darkness. Every iron step familiar enough to hurt. He placed one hand on the rail and began to ascend. Halfway up, he found the first name written on the wall. Evangeline Hart. Not painted. Cut into the plaster, deep and wet-edged. Above it was another name, then another. Vessel names, family names, names of children, names without surnames. Perhaps because fear had shortened them in the final minutes. The higher Owen climbed, the more crowded the wall became, until the stairwell was no longer blank stone but a rising record of everyone the official account had made weather. At the top, the lantern room door resisted him. He pushed it open with his shoulder. The great lens remained in place, though cracked through the center. Dust lay thick on its brass frame. The lamp had been removed after decommissioning. leaving only the empty pedestal and the rusted fitting where the mechanism had once turned. Beyond the glass, there was no sea, only forest, black and heaving beneath the moonless sky. Owen stepped to the pedestal. There was no oil, no wick, no flame. Only the duty log from the Evangeline heart lay open where the lamp should have been. The pencil rested across the blank interval. Waiting, he understood. A confession written in paper would not be enough. Not after years of paper had protected him. Not after reports and signatures and filed language had softened drowning into conditions. The dead did not want a corrected document. They wanted a light. Owen picked up the pencil. His hand shook so badly the first line tore the page. I extinguished the light. The forest struck the tower like a wave. Glass shattered inward. Cold water swept around his ankles. Though he stood high above the ground, the lens began to turn by itself. Slow at first, then faster, catching no flame, yet throwing pale bands across the trees. In every band of light, Owen saw a ship waiting between the trunks. He wrote again. I left my watch. The water rose to his knees. I lead. The pencil split in his hand. The empty lamp fitting opened like a mouth, and from below came Elspeth's voice. Gentle now, almost sorrowful. Then stand where the light should be. Owen looked out at the forest sea, at the ships without harbor, at the names climbing the stair below him. Then he stepped onto the pedestal, and the lens turned toward his face. By morning, the forest had dried. That was what people noticed first, though no one agreed on why it troubled them. The storm that had passed inland during the night had left the road ditches full and the fields shining. But the trees around Owen Bell's cottage stood strangely clean, their trunks pale, their needles bright. The soil beneath them pressed flat, as if a great weight of water had covered it, and then withdrawn all at once. Tamsin Vale was the first to come up the lane. She told the constable later that she had woken before dawn with the taste of salt on her tongue and a bell sounding in her dreams. Not the church bell from the village, not the buoy bell from the old coast. A tower bell, deep and drowned, ringing from somewhere that did not belong to maps. Owen's front door stood open. Inside, the cottage was neat. Too neat. One plate washed and set upright in the rack. One chair pushed squarely beneath the kitchen table. A folded coat hanging from the peg by the door. The bed had been made with military precision. The blanket pulled so tight a coin might have bounced from it. If anyone had been foolish enough to test the old saying in that quiet room. There was no sign of struggle. There was no sign of Owen. Only the smell of salt lingered faintly in the hall. The constable searched the cottage. Then the shed. Then the tree line. In the shed, he found a rusted biscuit tin beneath a torn sack of kindling. It was empty except for a wet ring of newspaper at the bottom and 5 small shell marks in the rust. As if something had rested there so long that absence had taken its shape. Behind the cottage, a pine branch hung lower than the others. A length of rope had once been tied there. The bark still held the mark of the knot. By afternoon, men from the village walked the deer paths in pairs, calling Owen's name with less confidence each time. They found his footprints in several places, but never in a line that made sense. Some led toward the ridge. Some circled back on themselves. Some appeared in patches of dry ground with white salt crusted around the edges, though there was no salt water within miles. Near sunset, one of the searchers reached the old Rake Point Lighthouse. It was dark, The tower door had been torn from one hinge. The stairwell smelled of rain and rust. But the lantern room above was empty, except for broken glass and a cracked lens that had not turned in years. No logbook lay on the pedestal. No names were carved into the walls. When the constable ran his hand over the plaster, it came away gray with dust, not wet with fresh cuts. The official report used simple words. Retired lighthouse keeper missing from rural residence. Possible confusion. Possible exposure. Search ongoing. People accepted it because simple words were a mercy. And communities were built from shared decisions about what not to examine too closely. Only Tamsin did not sign the statement. When asked why, she looked past the constable toward the forest and said, "You're searching the wrong shore." No one knew what she meant until the following week. A road surveyor, sent to mark damaged boundary stones after the storm, found the new tower. It stood deep in the forest where no road had ever gone, rising from a hollow of black roots and shell-white stones. Not a ruin, not a remnant. A lighthouse, tall, narrow, and pale, with no door visible at its base and no path leading to it from any side. Its glass lantern room was intact. Inside, a lamp burned without oil. The surveyor swore he had seen someone moving behind the lens, an old man in a dark keeper's coat, turning slowly as the light revolved. The beam swept over the pines in a steady rhythm, illuminating wet hulls between the trunks. Though when the men returned by day, they found only trees. After that, stories came quietly. A delivery driver crossing the old quarry road late at night saw green and red ship lights moving through the wood. A poacher heard horns answering one another beneath the hills and gave up trapping. Children dared each other to listen near the ridge, then came home crying because someone in the trees had called their names as if recording them. The authorities fenced off nothing. There was nothing to fence. Maps showed only forest, but on foggy nights, when the wind turned east and the air tasted faintly of brine, the people of the village kept curtains closed. They did not follow strange lights. They did not pick up wet shells from the road. They did not answer if a woman's voice called from among the pines with the calm authority of a watch command, far inland, where no tide should ever rise. The new lighthouse continued to burn, and sometimes, just before the beam crossed the trees, a figure could be seen inside the glass, thin, gray, and patient. One hand lifted to shield his eyes as he searched the dark forest sea for every ship he had once failed to guide home. Some hauntings do not come from the dead wanting revenge. Some come from the truth waiting for the living to stop calling silence an accident. Owen Bell spent years believing that a few dark minutes could be hidden inside weather, paperwork, and grief. But a light that fails at the wrong moment does not leave emptiness behind. It leaves direction. It leaves consequences. Perhaps the most frightening thing in this story is not the forest, or the ships, or even the impossible lighthouse. It is the idea that what we refuse to guide may one day return, asking us to become the warning we should have given. Story 5. The first impossible book came back on a rainy Thursday, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, the way old faculty wives used to return donations after clearing out a study. Miriam Vale found it in the overnight return bin shortly after opening Aldwych University Library. The bin usually smelled of damp canvas, coffee breath, and the faint chemical sweetness of cheap student highlighters That morning, when she lifted the metal lid, she smelled dust instead. Not ordinary dust. Old dust. The kind that rose from rooms no one had entered for years, carrying with it the dry mineral taste of plaster, dead moths, and paper slowly losing the argument against time. Miriam paused with one hand on the lid. Rain ticked softly against the high windows behind the circulation desk. Somewhere in the reading room, the heating pipes gave their usual complaint. A hollow knock passing through the walls like someone trying politely not to interrupt. Beyond the glass doors, students crossed the quadrangle under black umbrellas, their faces lowered, their lives bright with private urgency. The library had not truly woken yet. Miriam liked that hour best. Before the questions, before the printers jammed, before undergraduates asked whether a book clearly marked reference only could be taken to a dormitory just for one night. Before the faculty arrived with the wounded dignity of people who believed overdue notices were personal insults. In that first quiet hour, the library belonged to its shelves. And, if Miriam allowed herself the thought, to her, she reached into the bin and lifted out the parcel. It was heavier than it looked. The brown paper had darkened at the corners, not with rain, but with the soft amber staining of age. The string was knotted 3 times. No return label had been attached to the outside. At the circulation desk, Miriam cut the string with the small brass scissors she kept beside the date stamp. The paper loosened without tearing. Beneath it lay a green cloth-bound volume with no dust jacket. Its spine faded almost white where fingers had touched it over many years. Aldwych Library used barcodes now. Of course, even the oldest volumes in circulation had been tagged, scanned, and folded into the system. This book had no barcode. Miriam turned it over. No security strip. No call number sticker. Only a faint gold title pressed into the spine. The Orchard Below the Hill. She frowned. The title stirred no recognition. Though Miriam had worked at Aldwych Library for nearly 27 years and knew its holdings with an intimacy she had never achieved with any person. She knew which books smelled faintly of pipe smoke from retired professors. She knew which Victorian novels had foxed pages and which histories shed red dust from their bindings. She knew the shelf in the west stacks where students, thinking themselves original, hid love notes behind a cracked copy of Blake. She did not know this book. Inside the front cover, pasted neatly beneath the marbled end paper, was an old borrowing slip. Miriam stared at it. Aldwych had stopped using paper slips long before she became senior circulation librarian. This one was cream-colored, thin, and brittle at the edges. Across the top, in blue type, were the words, Aldwych University Library returned by due date. Below that, written in black ink, was the borrower's name, Clara Venn. Miriam's hand tightened slightly around the cover. For a moment, the rain seemed to grow quieter. Clara Venn had been dead for 19 years. Miriam remembered the name because everyone at Aldwych who had worked there long enough remembered it, though never in the same tone twice. Some said it gently, as if speaking in a chapel. Some said it briskly, as if clearing a throat. Most did not say it at all. Clara Venn had been a postgraduate student in English literature. Brilliant, fragile, difficult, depending on who was asked. She had died during the winter term, not in the library. but near enough that the university spent years training itself to avoid the geography of the fact. Miriam looked again at the borrowing slip. Under Clara's name was a due date. Written not in old ink, but fresh blue ballpoint. Today. Miriam set the book down. The words seemed absurdly ordinary. Today. Not a date. Not a term stamp. Not an administrative mark. A small, blunt word, as if the book had simply decided the matter for itself. She opened the catalog on her computer and searched the title. No record found. She searched by author. There was no author printed anywhere in the book. She searched Clara Venn's old borrower file, expecting the usual restricted notice attached to deceased alumni records. Nothing appeared. Not inactive. Not archived. Nothing. Miriam sat very still, listening to the rain in the pipes and the soft electric hum beneath the circulation desk. Then she opened the book to the first page. The paper inside was thick and uneven, the type old-fashioned, the margins wide. At first glance, it seemed to be a collection of rural essays or forgotten children's stories. Miriam had just begun to relax into that harmless explanation when she saw writing in the margin. Small pencil writing, a student's hand, tight and slanted. Miriam leaned closer. The note beside the opening paragraph read, "She will pretend she does not remember me." Miriam felt, rather than heard, something shift in the stacks behind her. A quiet settling of wood. A single shelf adjusting its weight. She turned. The reading room remained empty. The long tables shone darkly under their green lamps. The portrait of Aldwich's first chancellor watched from above the fireplace with his usual expression of polished disappointment. Miriam looked back at the page. Below the first note, another line had appeared where the margin had been blank only a moment before. Ask Miriam Vale what she did with my last letter. Miriam did not touch the sentence for several seconds. She kept her hands flat on either side of the open book, as if holding the page down might prevent it from saying anything more. The pencil line sat in the margin with the quiet confidence of something that had waited a very long time to be read. Ask Miriam Vale what she did with my last letter. Behind her, the old shelves settled again. This time the sound was unmistakable, not a crack of timber, not the complaint of pipes, but the soft, coordinated shift of books making room. Miriam closed The Orchard Below the Hill. She did not slam it. She had never slammed a book in her life. Even as a child, she had believed books could be wounded by careless hands, their spines broken by impatience, their corners bruised by readers who thought ownership meant permission. She closed it gently, wrapped the brown paper around it again, and placed it beneath the circulation desk where the public could not see. Then she opened the library. By mid-morning, Aldwych had filled with the usual weather of scholarship: wet coats, laptop keys, whispered irritation, the papery coughs of professors who treated illness as an intellectual inconvenience. Miriam moved through it all with the practiced calm of someone who had spent most of her adult life making silence look effortless. She reminded a group of first-year students that food was not permitted in the East Reading Room. She helped a visiting researcher locate a volume of 17th century sermons misfiled under local history. She reset the temperamental microfilm reader, replaced a lamp bulb at table 6, and signed for 3 crates of new acquisitions from a small academic press whose invoices always arrived before the books. Order returned because Miriam returned it. That was what she believed. Libraries were not peaceful by nature. They were held in peace by rules. Labels, catalog numbers, soft voices, and people willing to do the dull work no one thanked them for. Without that work, knowledge became clutter, memory became rumor, grief became spectacle. Miriam had learned that early. Her mother had kept everything after Miriam's father died: receipts, handkerchiefs, medicine bottles, church notices, envelopes with nothing inside them. Their house had slowly become a museum of refusal. Miriam, 12 years old and already neater than any child should have been, had begun throwing things away in secret. Not important things. Never important things. Only duplicates. Wrappers, old newspapers, dead flowers gone brown in jam jars. Each thing removed made the rooms easier to breathe in. That was the first lesson. The second came years later at Aldwych, when grief belonged not to one family but to an institution with lawyers, donors, departments, and a reputation polished so often it reflected nothing accurately. Clara Venn's death had not been the first tragedy on campus, though it was the one people remembered in the half-lit way people remember storms. They recalled the winter rain, the police car outside the English faculty building, the candles on the chapel steps. They recalled Clara's tutor saying she was brilliant. They recalled the university statement calling her passing an immeasurable loss to the Aldwych community. They did not recall the boxes. Miriam did. 3 sealed archive boxes had arrived from Clara's rented room after the coroner's office released her belongings. Not family property. Not exactly. Not coursework. Not exactly. The boxes contained notebooks, loose pages, letters never posted, drafts with names underlined so hard the paper tore. Miriam had been assistant archivist then, still young enough to confuse being trusted with being respected. The university secretary, Mr. Pell, had stood beside her in the lower workroom wearing black gloves he did not need. "These are sensitive materials," he had said. Miriam remembered the word sensitive more clearly than anything else. Not private, not evidential, not human. Sensitive. Some pages were preserved. Most were not. By afternoon, Miriam had convinced herself the returned book was a prank. Some graduate student with too much access to old stationery. Some cruel little performance about institutional memory. The kind that passed for art when properly footnoted. The sentence in the margin could have been written earlier. Her mind could have skipped it the first time. The shelf sound could have been nothing. She repeated these explanations while stamping returns, answering emails, and avoiding the space beneath the circulation desk. At closing, Tessa Quinlan, the evening assistant, came in, shaking rain from her red umbrella. "You look pale," Tessa said. "The lighting is unkind," Miriam replied. Tessa smiled, but her eyes went to the return bin. "Anything strange today?" Miriam's answer came too quickly. "No." The lie left a dry taste in her mouth. By the time the last student left and the doors were locked, the rain had thickened against the windows. Miriam stood alone at the desk, listening to the building empty itself into deeper silence. Then the return bin clicked. A small metallic sound. The lid lifted half an inch and fell shut. Miriam did not move. After a while, she walked around the desk and opened it. Inside lay another book wrapped in brown paper and tied with old string. This one was thinner, bound in gray cloth. cold enough that moisture purled on its cover when she unwrapped it. There was no barcode, no call number. Inside, the borrowing slip carried a name Miriam knew from the same winter as Clara Venn, Julian Crest. Another dead student, beneath his name, in fresh blue ink. Someone had written, "Returned today." And in the margin of the first page, before Miriam had even bent close enough to read it properly, a line of pencil appeared by itself. We were not the only ones. Miriam read the sentence 3 times before the words stopped arranging themselves into any harmless meaning. The pencil line was thin, almost delicate, pressed into the margin beside the opening paragraph of the gray book. The letters leaned left, cramped together, as if the writer had been trying to save space or hide urgency inside neatness. She recognized the habit before she recognized the hand. Julian Crest had written like that. She had seen his handwriting on reading request forms, thesis drafts, and the small blue archive slip students used when asking for restricted material. He had been one of those young men who apologized before asking ordinary questions, always as if expecting the answer to be no. Miriam shut the book and stepped back from the desk. The library did not move. That was almost worse. The long reading room stretched away from her in its usual solemn order. Green lamps, dark tables, brass rails, the high windows shining black with rain. Nothing leaned, nothing whispered, no shelf opened like a mouth. The building simply waited, full of books that had been silent all day. Miriam took both returned volumes to her office behind the circulation desk and locked the door. Her office was narrow, windowless, and meticulously arranged. Staff schedules pinned squarely to the corkboard. Acquisition forms stacked by date. A mug of sharpened pencils. A framed photograph of the old library taken before the North Wing renovation, when the west stack still had iron gates and students required permission to enter after dusk. She placed the orchard below the hill beside the gray book and opened the catalog again. Title search. No record. Keyword search. No record. Legacy catalog. No record. Special collections index. No record. Withdrawn holdings. No record. Miriam tried the old shelf map, the digitized accession ledgers, and the separate archive database no one remembered existed unless they had worked at Aldwych longer than most marriages lasted. Nothing. The books had not been borrowed because, according to every system Aldwych trusted, they had never belonged to the library at all. And yet both carried Aldwych borrowing slips. Both slips were old enough to have come from the same drawer in the circulation desk that had been removed before Miriam was hired. She opened Clara's book again. The margin note remained. Ask Miriam Vale what she did with my last letter. No new writing appeared. The page looked almost peaceful now, which made Miriam feel foolish for the dampness gathering between her shoulder blades. She turned the page. Another pencil note waited in the margin. Professor Hale said he never touched the scholarship account, but the money paid for his daughter's flat in Oxford. Miriam stopped breathing. Edmund Hale was alive. Retired. Yes, but alive. Still invited to dinners. Still photographed beneath chandeliers with a glass in his hand and a medal on his lapel. He had delivered Clara Venn's memorial lecture in a voice that broke exactly once. Miriam turned another page. Dean Armitage knew about the complaint before Julian made it formal. Another. Lydia Fenwick changed the date on the supervision log. Another. Mr. Pell told them the pages were unstable. The office seemed to shrink around her. Miriam told herself not to continue. She told herself that responsible people did not read unverified accusations scribbled in unknown books. She told herself that handwriting could be forged. That old paper could be stolen. That living names could be dragged through mud by the dead or by the bored. Still, she opened Julian's book. The gray volume had no title page. Its first printed sentence began in the middle of a paragraph, as if the beginning had been cut away. Beside it, the note she had already read seemed darker than before. We were not the only ones. She turned the page. Clara kept copies because she knew they would call her unstable. Miriam pressed one hand over her mouth, not because of the accusation, because Julian's handwriting was changing. The cramped leftward slant loosened halfway through the sentence. The pressure deepened. The final word, unstable, widened into a rounder, more impatient hand. Clara's. Miriam knew it with a certainty that made her feel cold. She had sorted Clara's notebooks. She had held those pages beneath the green-shaded workroom lamp while Mr. Pell stood behind her, deciding what the university could bear to remember. Clara's handwriting had always looked as if it were moving faster than the page could allow. The loops half-formed, the crossings sharp, anger disciplined into ink. The next margin note began in Julian's hand and ended in Clara's. They made us sound lonely so no one would hear who made us afraid. The office lights flickered once. Miriam looked toward the door. Beyond it, somewhere in the closed library, a book dropped from a shelf, then another, not random falls, not the soft collapse of an overloaded stack. A measured sound. One book after another, placed onto the floor by unseen hands. Miriam stood slowly. Her knees felt weak, and the two returned volumes lay open on her desk like evidence waiting for a witness. From the reading room came the whisper of pages turning. Many pages, all at once. Then, beneath the door of her office, something slid across the threshold. A cream-colored borrowing slip. Miriam did not pick it up at first. She only stared at the name written there in fresh blue ink. It was not Clara Venn. It was not Julian Crest. It was her own. Miriam did not pick up the borrowing slip. For one long moment, she let it lie half inside her office and half in the reading room, as if its position mattered, as if the threshold itself might decide whether the thing belonged to her. Her name sat in the center of the cream paper in fresh blue ink. Miriam Vale. No title, no department, no due date, just her name, written in a hand that was neither Clara's nor Julian's, but colder somehow, more administrative. She told herself it was Tessa. That was the first reasonable thought she could reach, and she held it tightly. Tessa had keys. Tessa knew the old stationery drawers better than most assistants because she liked authentic materials for student exhibitions. Tessa had noticed Miriam's face earlier. Perhaps she had found the books, invented a little theatrical reprimand, and pushed the slip under the door before leaving. It was cruel, yes, but young people were often cruel when they believed cruelty had a thesis. Miriam opened her office door. The reading room was empty. The fallen books lay in a line down the central aisle, not scattered, not tumbled from overfilled shelves. Each volume had landed flat on its cover, evenly spaced, forming a path from Miriam's office to the overnight return bin. She stood in the doorway and felt anger rise before fear could take hold. Anger was cleaner. Anger had edges. Fear spread. This is ridiculous. she said aloud. Her voice went nowhere. The library absorbed it. She followed the line of books, careful not to step on them. Most came from ordinary circulation, agricultural histories, poetry anthologies, biographies with sun-faded jackets. But near the return bin, the volumes changed. Their bindings darkened. Their paper smelled older. Miriam recognized the stamped marks inside them with a sharp professional jolt. West Stack Restricted. Those books could not have fallen from the open shelves. They were kept behind the iron gate in the western wing, a gate that had remained locked since the renovation inspection declared the upper gallery unsafe. Only Miriam and the head archivist had access. The key was in Miriam's desk drawer, under the petty cash envelope, where it had been all day. Unless Tessa had copied it, unless a student had learned the old lock, unless the gate was not as secure as Miriam had always believed. She built explanations one by one and arranged them like sandbags. A prank, a breach in procedure, a cataloging oversight. Old books misplaced during renovation, moisture swelling the shelves, mice, faulty hinges, her own exhaustion, the long winter years of the building pressing on her nerves. She returned to her office, unlocked the drawer, and found the West Stack key exactly where it should be. Cold, not cool from the room, cold enough that touching it made the bones of her fingers ache. Miriam wrapped it in a handkerchief and went to the return bin. The metal lid trembled before she reached it. No, she whispered, though she did not know whether she was speaking to the bin, the library, or herself. Inside lay another brown parcel. This one was not tied with string. It had been folded shut with such care that no seam showed until she pried at the paper with her thumbnail. The book beneath was black, narrow, and soft with age. Its cloth cover had no title, only a shelf mark embossed in fading white. West Stack Restricted. Miriam's mouth dried. She knew this volume, not by title, because it had none, but by shape. Years ago, she had processed a group of miscellaneous student writings from the Old English department. Uncatalogued materials, too fragmentary for public access, and too troublesome for disposal without authorization. This one had been sealed. She was sure of it. She carried it to the desk and opened the front cover. There was the borrowing slip. The borrower's name was written as Eleanor Pike. Miriam remembered Eleanor only after the name had already moved through her like a cold draft. Second-year history student. Quiet. Scholarship girl. Found in the river beyond St. Anselm's Bridge during the spring term after Clara Venn died. The university had called it unrelated. The margin beside the first page contained no accusation against a dean or professor. It described a room, lower workroom, green lamp, incineration forms. One box marked personal correspondence. Miriam's vision blurred at the edges. She had been alone in that room when she changed the label. Not Mr. Pell, not the secretary, not anyone watching over her shoulder. The box had said final letters. Miriam had crossed out the words in pencil first, then in black archive ink, replacing them with miscellaneous drafts because final letters sounded like evidence and miscellaneous drafts sounded like clutter. No one had told her to do it. No one had needed to. A new line appeared beneath the first, the pencil pressing so hard the paper dented. You were humming when you did it. From the west wing, behind the locked iron gate, Miriam heard a woman begin to hum the same tuneless little melody she had used that day to steady her hands. The humming came from behind the west wing gate, soft and tuneless, the sort of sound a person made when trying not to cry. Miriam knew it because she had made that sound herself. Not often, not loudly, never where anyone might hear. It was a private little habit, a thread of melody without shape, used when her hands had to keep doing something her mind did not want to name. Filing death notices, boxing personal effects, removing pages that no longer fit the story Aldwych preferred to tell. She stood at the circulation desk with Eleanor Pike's book open beneath her hands and listened to her own old fear calling from the dark. The west wing should have been silent. The gate was locked. The gallery beyond it had been closed for repairs that never came. No student had permission to enter. No staff member would choose to go there after sunset, not because they believed in ghosts, but because librarians knew better than anyone that old buildings kept more than temperature. Miriam picked up the key. The metal had grown colder inside the handkerchief. She almost put it down again. Then the return bin clicked. Once, twice, again. Not random now. Not settling hinges. A patient little knock from inside the box where students usually deposited overdue textbooks and coffee-stained poetry collections. Miriam turned toward it, and the humming behind the west gate stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. Miriam crossed the reading room. The shelf lamps flickered as she passed. One by one, their green glass shades dimmed and brightened. Dimmed and brightened, like tired eyes forcing themselves to stay open. Dust trembled along the edges of the tables. It did not fall from above. It rose from the floor in a pale skin, stirred by no draft she could feel. At the return bin, Miriam lifted the lid. 3 books lay inside, all wrapped in brown paper, all damp at the corners, all smelling faintly of wet paper and old smoke. She knew that smell before memory finished forming around it. The lower workroom had smelled that way the afternoon the disposal furnace was used. Aldwych no longer admitted there had ever been a disposal furnace beneath the library. On official renovation plans, the room was marked as mechanical storage. Miriam carried the books to the central table. The first bore Clara Venn's name again. The second, Julian Crest's. The third, Eleanor Pike's. But when Miriam opened them, each borrowing slip had been altered. Beneath the dead students' names, in that fresh blue ink, another name had been added. Miriam Vale, not as borrower. As approver, she stepped back so quickly her heel struck the leg of a chair. Behind her, a shelf groaned. Miriam turned. The central aisle had lengthened. At first, she thought the flickering lamps had confused her sense of distance. The old library was large, and rain-dark windows flattened perspective. But the aisle between the reading tables and the west stacks now stretched far beyond the place where the wall should have been. More shelves stood there, receding into a dim corridor she had never seen. Their brass labels blank, their upper reaches lost in shadow. No, Miriam said. The words sounded small. The library answered with paper, a soft opening, all along the walls. Books easing themselves from shelves, not falling this time, moving. They slid forward until their spines aligned with the shelf edge, then withdrew again, as if breathing. Shelf after shelf did it. A slow wooden respiration passing through the building. The dust rose thicker. It gathered in the lamplight. Not like dust at all, now, but like ash disturbed after years of pretending to be harmless. Miriam backed toward the circulation desk. Her office door stood open. Inside, the catalog computer had woken from sleep. Its screen glowed blue-white in the darkened room. She had left no search running. Yet the catalog field was filling itself letter by letter. Miriam Vale. Then the results appeared. No holdings found. The screen cleared. Miriam Vale. No borrower record found. Again, Miriam Vale. No archive authority found. Again, Miriam Vale. No donor record found. Again, Miriam Vale. No memorial entry found. She gripped the doorframe. "This is a catalog error," she whispered, and hated how thin the words sounded. Corrupted index. Cross-linked authority file. Someone has accessed the system. The computer typed one final line. No record worth preserving. The shelf lamps went out, all at once. Only the catalog screen remained, lighting her office in a cold rectangle. From the lengthened aisle came the scrape of books being dragged across wood. Miriam turned slowly. The returned volumes had begun arranging themselves on the central table. Clara's green book slid to the top. Julian's gray one moved beneath it. Eleanor's black one crossed them both. More books emerged from the shadows of the new corridor. Wrapped and unwrapped, titled and untitled, their borrowing slips flashing cream in the dim light. They formed letters. First an M, then an I, then an R. Miriam watched, breath trapped painfully in her chest. As the books continued building her name across the table, when the last book slid into place, the arrangement was not complete. There was a space after her name, a narrow, empty gap, exactly the size of one more volume. From inside the return bin, something heavy dropped. The thing in the return bin was not wrapped. Miriam lifted the lid with both hands, though it felt suddenly heavier than iron should be. At the bottom of the metal box lay a narrow book bound in bare, colorless cloth. No title marked its spine. No shelf label. No library stamp. Its cover had the pale, dry texture of bone left too long in a drawer. She did not want to touch it. The books on the central table waited with that single gap after her name, and the blank volume seemed to know where it belonged. For one absurd moment, Miriam thought of refusing, as if refusal mattered now, as if this were a request from a patron she could deny with a polite smile and a regulation. When she picked it up, the book was warm. That nearly made her drop it. All the others had been cold, damp, touched by the smell of rain and ash. This one held heat, faint but unmistakable, like paper carried close beneath someone's coat. When she opened the front cover, there was no borrowing slip, only a pasted label, Lower Archive. Miriam had not seen those words in 19 years. The Lower Archive did not officially exist. Aldwich's public maps showed storage beneath the west stacks, but only for furniture, old shelving, and decommissioned equipment. The staff handbook called it sub-basement access. The renovation plans called it sealed service void. Nobody called it archive anymore. Not after Clara. Not after Julian. Not after the boxes. Miriam closed the blank book and looked toward the west wing. The iron gate stood open. It should have been impossible. The key was still in Miriam's handkerchief. untouched. Yet the old gate had swung inward without sound, revealing the dark mouth of the corridor beyond. The shelf lamps there burned with a weak yellow light she had never seen them give before. Not electric green, but candle-colored, low and trembling. The humming resumed. Not behind the gate this time. Below it, Miriam walked because standing still had become another form of obedience. The west stack smelled colder than the reading room, but underneath the cold lay that same wet paper odor, thickened now by smoke. Her footsteps disturbed gray dust that had gathered in the joins of the floorboards. The shelves on either side leaned inward, not enough to touch her shoulders, but enough to make her lower her head. Their brass labels were blank. Their books were turned backward, pages facing out. So the aisle seemed lined with hundreds of closed mouths. At the end of the corridor, where the old wall should have stopped her, a stairwell descended. Miriam remembered it narrower. She remembered Mr. Pell taking the steps ahead of her, his black gloves resting lightly on the rail. She remembered carrying one of Clara's boxes and pretending the weight came from paper alone. She remembered the green lamp in the lower workroom, the furnace door, the clipboard. She had not remembered the door at the bottom. It was made of dark oak, swollen at the edges. A small brass plate had been fixed to it, polished clean, though everything around it wore the fur of neglect. Returned materials. Miriam laughed once, quietly, without meaning to. The sound frightened her more than the door. She pushed it open. The room beyond was larger than the building above could contain. Shelves stretched in every direction beneath a low vaulted ceiling veined with damp. They were not arranged in ordinary rows, but in curved aisles that seemed to spiral away from the entrance. Each shelf held books without titles, without numbers, without colors. Blank covers in gray, white, brown, black. Some were no thicker than pamphlets. Others sagged with swollen pages and tied ribbons. Every one of them had a cream borrowing slip pasted inside the front cover. The air was full of whispering paper. Not voices exactly. Writing. The small, dry scratch of pencil moving across margins where no hand held it. Miriam approached the nearest shelf. The first blank book opened by itself. Inside was not printed text, but a letter written on lined notebook paper, folded into the binding as if the book had grown around it. Mum, I tried to tell them before it got this bad. The next book held diary pages in a tight red hand. The next, an unsigned note on university stationery. The next, a torn envelope addressed to a tutor who had denied ever receiving it. Miriam moved down the aisle, her throat closing. Here were last letters that had never reached parents. Complaint drafts never filed. Pages torn from journals before inquest officers came. Poems with names hidden under metaphors because the students had still believed someone clever would understand. Final notes softened by official language until all pain became pressure. All fear became instability, and every accusation became personal distress. The library had not lost them. It had kept them below, waiting. At the center of the spiral stood a single reading desk under a green-shaded lamp. On it lay 3 archive boxes. Miriam knew them at once. Clara Ven's boxes. Their seals were broken. Inside the first box, resting on top of the papers Miriam had once marked for destruction, lay a small brass nameplate from an office door. Miriam Vale, Senior Circulation Librarian. The title was current. The metal was warm. And beneath it, in Clara Venn's unmistakable handwriting. Someone had written, "You came here before you were hired." Miriam read the sentence until the words seemed to loosen from the paper and settled directly behind her eyes. For a moment, she thought Clara's handwriting had accused her of something impossible. She had not worked at Aldwych when the first death happened. Not officially. Her appointment letter came later. She remembered the envelope. The formal language, the heavy cream stationery. The careful thrill of being chosen by a university old enough to make ordinary ambition feel like inheritance. But the archive did not mean hired. It meant used. Miriam stood beneath the green lamp in the center of the lower archive. Clara's broken boxes opened before her, and memory shifted with a quiet violence. A door she had spent years walking past inside herself opened without permission. She had come to Aldwych as a temporary cataloging assistant first. 3 weeks of work, cash paid through an external office, no staff photograph, no permanent file. Mr. Pell had called it a preliminary arrangement, a practical test, a matter of discretion. There had been one death before Clara Venn. A boy from the theology department whose name Miriam had never learned properly because no one said it in full. They called him the young man, the scholarship student, the unfortunate case. His notebooks had been placed in the lower workroom beside a stack of mold-damaged parish registers. Miriam, eager to prove she understood professional boundaries, had separated what she was told were personal materials from what might be retained. She had signed nothing then, or she had told herself she had signed nothing important. The first archive box opened wider by itself. Inside lay a folder bound with black tape. The label had been typed, not handwritten. Student distress materials restricted review. Miriam did not want to touch it. The folder seemed less like paper than a sleeping animal. Still, she lifted the tape. The first page was a memorandum from the office of the university secretary. Its language was calm, almost tender in its cruelty. It advised that materials written during periods of acute instability should not be preserved in ways that might distress families, compromise ongoing relationships, or invite reputational misinterpretation. Reputational misinterpretation. Miriam had seen those words before. At the bottom were signatures. Mr. Pell's was there, tight and leaning. Dean Armitage's broad, impatient mark crossed the page like a wound. Edmund Hale had initialed in violet fountain pen. There were others. Names she knew from portraits, lecture theaters, plaques, and endowments. Then, at the bottom margin, beneath a line marked "Processing Confirmed," were 2 small initials in black archive ink. M.V. Miriam lowered herself into the chair. The lower archive whispered around her. Thousands of pages turning with the dry patience of things that did not care whether she was ready. She remembered that ink, not because ink mattered, but because she had bought the pen herself. A narrow black archival pen from the stationery shop near the station. She had believed using proper materials meant she was doing proper work. She turned the page. Another authorization. Disposal approved for duplicate drafts. Distressed correspondence. And unsupported allegations. M.V. Another. Private notebooks reviewed. Retain academic fragments only. M.V. Another. Letters unsent. Destroy as non-record personal matter. M.V. The initials multiplied until they no longer looked like marks of duty. They looked like small doors she had closed from the outside. Miriam pressed her hand to her throat. She had not burned every page. That was the defense her mind reached for first. She had kept what the forms allowed. Poems without names. Essays without accusations. Fragments that could be admired safely. She had preserved talent and removed pain, as though the two could be separated with a blade and a steady hand. From somewhere deep in the curved aisles came the sound of someone crying quietly over paper. Miriam looked up. A book on the desk opened to a page she had not touched. It contained a letter from Clara Venn, addressed not to her mother, not to the police, not to a tutor, but to the library, to whoever keeps things after we are gone. The line struck Miriam with such force that she leaned back from it. Clara had known, not everything, perhaps, but enough. She had known the library was where inconvenient words came to be softened, sorted, hidden, and made harmless. Miriam, read on. If this reaches you, please do not let them turn me into a sad girl who could not endure winter. I endured them. Write that down somewhere they cannot edit. The lamp above the desk flickered. Another folder slid from the box and opened at the final page. This one was not a memorandum. It was a destruction authorization, printed on university letterhead, with Clara Venn's name at the top. Miriam saw the signatures. She saw the language. Then she saw what had been written beneath her initials in smaller text. A note she had never noticed or had refused to remember noticing. Processing staff confirms no final letter was present. M.V. But the letter lay open under her hands. The archive fell silent. Every whisper stopped. Every shelf waited. And from the stairwell behind her, the oak door swung shut. The oak door shut with a soft, final sound. Not a slam, not a warning. A librarian's sound. A door closed carefully so no one reading would be disturbed. Miriam rose from the desk so quickly the chair legs scraped the stone floor. The scrape echoed through the lower archive, passed into the curved aisles, and returned thinner, as if the room had swallowed most of it and sent back only the part that still belonged to her. The door had no handle on this side. She remembered one. She was certain she remembered one. Mr. Pell had opened it from within. Years ago, while she carried Clara's box against her hip and tried not to think about the papers inside. There had been a handle then, dark brass, cold under the palm. Now the oak was smooth. Miriam pressed both hands against it. Let me out. The archive answered with pages. Every blank-covered book on the nearest shelves opened at once. The sound was not loud, but it filled the room completely. Thousands of pages lifting, loosening, turning themselves toward her. The curved shelves seemed to lean closer. The green lamp on the reading desk brightened until the 3 archive boxes cast hard black shadows across the floor. Then the books began to read. Not in voices. Not exactly. The words entered the air as breath. Graphite, ink, and paper. A murmur of half-finished sentences. Apologies. Names. Dates spoken softly enough to be denied. Descriptions of office doors closed too long. Promises from tutors. Threats from donors. Pleas written and rewritten until the handwriting broke. Final thoughts cut short by fear of sounding ungrateful. Unstable. Dramatic. Difficult. Miriam covered her ears. It did nothing. The words were not coming from outside her. They were being restored inside her. Returning to the places where she had filed silence over memory. I told him not to come into my room. My scholarship depended on his recommendation. Please ask why the complaint disappeared. Do not let them say I was only sad. I left copies in the library because libraries keep things. Miriam sank against the door. The truth arrived without drama. That was what made it unbearable. The library had never been haunted by books. It had been haunted by omissions. The volumes in the return bin were not novels, not records, not forgotten holdings slipping loose from damaged catalogs. They were containers made from everything Aldwych had cut away: last letters, diary pages, complaint drafts, testimony, notes in margins, words written by the dead while they still believed language could save them. The library had kept what Miriam and the others had made unreadable. Not hidden. Not lost. Unreadable. That was worse. Hidden things could be found by accident. Lost things could be mourned. But unreadable things remained present while being denied, meaning they sat in boxes. Their names changed. Their accusations softened. Their pain processed into unstable material. Distressed correspondence. Miscellaneous drafts. Miriam had thought she was obeying. The archive showed her she had translated. She had taken sentences that said he hurt me and placed them under personal concern. She had taken they knew and filed it beneath emotional difficulty. She had taken I am afraid and made it private matter. She had taken final letter and written miscellaneous drafts over it until even grief had to ask permission to exist. The dead had not returned to frighten her. They had returned because she had helped teach the world how not to read them. The green lamp flickered. On the desk, Clara's letter lifted at one corner, though no wind moved. Miriam stood again. Slowly, the books nearest her turned their pages in sequence, one after another, guiding her eyes through fragments she recognized and fragments she had never seen. A scholarship fund quietly redirected. A professor protected after 3 complaints. A dean advising a family not to pursue speculation. A tutor praised for compassion by the same student who had written, privately, that he had made her afraid to enter his office. Names overlapped. Years overlapped. Lives overlap. Clara. Julian. Eleanor. Others before them. Others after. Miriam saw, with a clarity that felt almost merciful in its cruelty, that the university had not erased them all at once. It had done so in revisions, in minutes, in careful words, in tasteful memorials, in archives where pain was not destroyed until it was first made administratively small, and she had been good at that. A book opened on the desk. Its blank cover bore no title, but the borrowing slip inside carried Miriam's name. The page beneath was empty except for one line, written in all the hands she had seen that night. Layered so closely they looked like a single dark wound. Read us where they can hear. The oak door behind her unlocked. Miriam turned toward the staircase. Above, through the closed library and the rain-dark university, a bell began to ring. Though Aldwich's library bell had been removed 19 years before, the bell rang above her like a memory-given medal. Miriam climbed the stairwell with Clara's letter in one hand and the blank-covered book bearing her own name in the other. Each step seemed higher than it should have been. The stone walls sweated cold moisture. Behind her, the lower archive remained open, breathing out the smell of wet paper and old smoke. At the top of the stairs, The west stacks waited in candle-colored light. The iron gate stood wide. Beyond it, the old reading room had changed again. Every shelf lamp was burning now. Not green, but white. Their light fell on the long tables where the returned books had arranged themselves around Miriam's name. More had joined them while she was below. Dozens, then hundreds. Volumes without titles. Books with warped cloth covers. Thin, stitched pamphlets. Notebooks forced into bindings they had never asked for. The tables had become an altar of evidence. At the center, where the empty gap had been, lay a brass key. Miriam knew without touching it what the key would open. The lower archive, or close it. A folded card rested beside it. Cream-colored and printed in the same old blue type as the borrowing slips. Materials may be sealed at the discretion of authorized staff. Beneath that, in fresh pencil, another sentence appeared. You know how. Miriam stood motionless while the bell continued to ring through the library. Yes, she knew how. That was the worst part. She knew the forms, the language, the order of signatures. She knew how to mark a thing restricted until no ordinary person could reach it. She knew how to turn a name into a file reference, a wound into a privacy concern, an accusation into unsupported material. She could close the gate, lock the door, log the disturbance as a structural hazard, and spend the rest of her life making sure no one opened the lower archive again. Aldwych would help her. That thought came with horrible ease. The university had survived scandals before because institutions did not need innocence. They needed procedure. A committee would be formed. A statement would be drafted. The old library would be temporarily closed due to water damage. The west stacks would be surveyed, sealed, renovated, renamed. Miriam would be praised for caution, perhaps retired quietly with gratitude. Clara, Julian, Eleanor, and all the others would remain beneath the building, preserved so perfectly that no one living had to hear them. The key glinted under the white lamps. Miriam reached for it. The books stopped breathing, all at once. The shelves fell silent. The rain at the windows went quiet. Even the impossible bell seemed to hold its next note. Her fingers closed around the brass. It was warm, like the blank book from the return bin, like a hand that had not yet let go. Miriam saw herself from years before. Younger, neater, frightened of poverty, frightened of failure, frightened of being dismissed as temporary help. She saw Mr. Pell's black gloves. She saw Clara's box. She saw the words final letters under her pencil, waiting to be crossed out. No one had threatened her. No one had raised a voice. They had only shown her what kind of person Aldwych rewarded. And she had understood. That understanding had been her first real employment. Miriam looked at the folded card again. You know how. Yes, she said. Her voice shook, but it did not break. I do. She put the key down. Then she took Clara's letter and walked to the central table. There was no microphone, no audience, no proper lectern, only the old library, the rain-black windows, the rows of books waiting with their blank faces turned toward her. Miriam had read aloud to school groups, donors, visiting scholars, children too young to understand why silence in a library could feel holy. She had never read like this. She unfolded Clara's letter. The paper trembled in her hands. To whoever keeps things after we are gone, Miriam began. At the first words, the library bell rang again. The sound passed through the floor, through the shelves, through the rain outside. It did not fade. It traveled. Miriam felt it leave the building, cross the quadrangle, enter faculty offices and locked residences and the chapel whose memorial candles had long since been removed. Somewhere, alarms began to wake. Somewhere, a telephone rang. Somewhere above her, the public address system crackled. Though the library had not used it in years, Miriam kept reading. Her voice grew steadier as the sentences grew worse. She read Clara's fear, Clara's anger, Clara's refusal to be softened into tragedy. When Clara's letter ended, Julian's gray book opened by itself. Miriam read him too. Then Eleanor, then the unnamed theology student, then a girl whose scholarship had depended on silence, then a boy whose complaint had been returned unread. Then, one after another, the marginalia became testimony, and testimony became a chorus. Outside, footsteps gathered at the locked glass doors. Miriam did not stop. When she reached the first destruction authorization, she read the names of the signatories. When she reached the bottom, her voice faltered. Then she read her own initials aloud. M. V. The returned books shuddered. Every lamp in the library flared white. And across Aldwych, from office speakers, classroom projectors, chapel bells, dormitory radios, and phones left charging beside sleeping hands, Miriam Vale's voice began reading with her. By morning, the town had heard enough truth to make silence impossible. Miriam did not remember stopping. She remembered reading until her throat felt scraped raw. She remembered the lights blazing white over the tables, the returned books opening one after another beneath her hands, each page presenting itself with terrible patience. She remembered pounding at the glass doors, voices outside calling her name, security officers fumbling with keys that would not turn. She remembered, most clearly, the moment her own voice ceased to belong only to her. It traveled through the old public address speakers hidden in lecture halls, through chapel bells that had not rung since Clara Venn's memorial, through dormitory radios, faculty laptops, office telephones, classroom projectors, and the emergency speakers mounted above corridors where students had once walked past locked doors without knowing what had been sealed behind them. Aldwych heard, not as rumor, not as scandal, as reading. Clara Venn's letter entered kitchens, bedrooms, studies, and committee rooms. Julian Crest's complaint unfolded itself across faculty inboxes that no one had opened. Eleanor Pike's final pages printed from machines without being sent. The unnamed theology student's notebook appeared on screens during the vice-chancellor's emergency meeting, line by line, while men and women who had built careers on careful wording sat under his handwriting and could not make it stop. By the time the library doors opened, Miriam was sitting at the central table with both hands resting on Clara's letter. The books had closed. The shelf lamps had returned to green. Rain tapped gently against the windows as if nothing unusual had ever happened there. Tessa Quinlan found her first. For a moment, Tessa only stood inside the doorway, umbrella dripping onto the marble floor, face pale beneath the red hood of her coat. "Miriam," she whispered. Miriam tried to answer. No sound came. That was the first thing the library took. Not her life, not her body, her voice. The second thing was slower. At first, people assumed the records had been damaged by whatever failure had overtaken Aldwich's systems during the night. Miriam's staff profile vanished from the website. Her employment file showed a blank page where her appointment history should have been. Payroll listed her last payment, but no employee number. Her office nameplate, found warm on the reading desk, no longer matched any official inventory. Tessa remembered her. So did a few others. But memory became slippery around Miriam Vale. When the university secretary's office demanded to know who had authorized the opening of the lower archive, no one could produce her title. When reporters asked for the librarian who had read the letters aloud, witnesses hesitated. Some said she had been senior staff. Some said archivist. Some said a woman with gray hair. Some said they could hear her voice but not picture her face. Miriam watched it happen from a hospital bed near the edge of town, where the nurses wrote her name carefully on the chart each morning and then frowned at it by evening, as if the letters had been arranged in an unfamiliar order. She did not fight them. Perhaps that was cowardice. Perhaps exhaustion. Perhaps the nearest thing to justice the library knew how to offer. Aldwich did not fall in a single day. Institutions rarely did. They cracked, denied cracking, hired investigators, formed panels, issued statements, withdrew statements, renamed buildings, removed portraits, and promised procedures would be reviewed. Families came with copies of letters they had heard in the night and demanded the originals. Former students returned. Professors resigned. Donors protested. The university spoke often of healing. The library remained closed for 3 weeks. When it reopened, the West Wing gate had been repaired but not locked. The lower archive could no longer be found by map, key, or renovation plan. Some said it had been sealed again. Some said it appeared only when a reader came looking for words no one had wanted preserved. Tessa, who became acting head librarian much too quickly and never sat comfortably in Miriam's chair, refused to let anyone remove the overnight return bin. Books still came back. Not every night. Not often enough to call a pattern. A brown parcel would appear after rain. A blank-covered volume would be found on a reading table at dawn. A borrowing slip would carry the name of someone long dead, or someone living who had helped silence them. In the margins, handwriting returned to what had been cut away. Tessa made a new rule. Every returned book was read aloud before it was cataloged. As for Miriam, she left the hospital one gray afternoon with a paper bag of belongings and no forwarding address anyone could later confirm. Her flat had already been let to a visiting lecturer. Her bank recognized her face but not her signature. Her library card, when scanned, produced only one phrase: no record found. Years later, students still whispered about a woman sometimes seen in the old reading room just before closing. Not a ghost. Exactly. She never frightened anyone. She sat beneath the green lamps with a blank book open before her, moving her lips over words no one else could hear. And when the overnight return bin clicked in the dark, she was always the first to look up. Some places do not become haunted because the dead are restless. They become haunted because the living were too comfortable with silence. Miriam Vale believed she was preserving order. But order can become another name for erasure when it protects power instead of truth. The library did not punish her with death. It made her experience what she had helped do to others, to exist, and yet become difficult to read. Maybe the deepest fear here is not that the past returns. Maybe it is that the past was always waiting for someone brave enough to read it aloud. Story 6. The desert had a way of making even a broken car sound embarrassed. Caleb Ross heard the final cough before the engine died. A dry metallic clack followed by silence. He sat with both hands on the steering wheel, staring through a windshield filmed with dust. The road ahead ran into violet dark. One strip of asphalt between scrub that would not care after he was gone. He tried the key again. The starter clicked once. Something answered with a tired scrape. "Come on," he said. Not here. The car had been his last proper possession. Not valuable. Not pretty. Not fully legal. But his, a gray sedan with a cracked passenger window, a trunk full of tools, 2 shirts behind the seat, and old papers from addresses where nobody could find him anymore. He had slept in it behind warehouses and fixed it with scavenged belts and borrowed clamps. The gas gauge was not the problem. The oil was not the problem. Caleb knew the difference between a machine asking for help and a machine giving up. Behind him, the sign for the Blue Mesa Motel flickered against the desert. He had passed it because it looked closed. Because every window was dark. Because the office sign glowed vacancy while the parking lot held no cars. Now the sign seemed closer than before, rocking in the hot wind as if waving him back. Caleb got out. The evening heat lifted off the road in slow sheets. He opened the hood, touched nothing, and smelled dust, coolant, and something like scorched paper. After a minute, he shut the hood gently. His tool bag felt heavier than usual, the strap cut into the scar tissue across his palm. The old white crescent he had earned when he was 20 and too proud to wear gloves. He walked toward the motel with his head down. Boots grinding pale gravel. The Blue Mesa had one story, 12 doors, and an empty swimming pool shaped like a kidney. The office was lit by a green-shaded desk lamp. Behind the glass door sat an old woman in a denim jacket, reading a paperback with the cover torn off. A small bell rang when Caleb entered. The woman looked up too quickly, as if she had been waiting for the bell rather than for a person. Her hair was silver and braided tight against her skull. Her name tag said Mabel under cloudy plastic. "Need a room?" she asked. Car died down the road. "That happens. Any mechanic near here?" She gave him a look that almost became pity. "Not anymore." Caleb waited for her to explain. She did not. "I just need one night," he said. "Maybe a phone in the morning. Cash or card?" He almost said cash. Because cards left trails, and trails led to questions. But the coffee can in the car would not cover the room. He handed her his debit card, the one with Caleb Ross printed across the front in letters rubbed pale by years of pockets and grease. Mabel ran it through a machine so old it made a grinding sigh. She placed a paper slip on the counter. Sign there. The slip had the amount, the date, and the motel name. The line for guest name was empty. "You need my license?" "No." "Don't you need to know who's staying?" Mabel's eyes lowered to the card in her hand. For a moment, her thumb moved over the letters of his name as if reading by touch. "People tell us what they want kept," she said. "That doesn't answer much." "No," she said. "It usually doesn't." She gave him a brass key attached to a blue plastic diamond. Room 7 had been scratched into it. though the words looked less engraved than worn away. Outside, the motel doors waited in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Caleb stopped and counted again under his breath. The 7th door was there now, between 6 and 8. Its paint a shade darker than the others. Inside, the room smelled of dust, bleach, and warm television glass. The mirror had a crack like a dry riverbed. Caleb dropped his bag, locked the door, and sat on the mattress without taking off his boots. For the first time all day, there was no engine noise, no highway hiss, no other human voice. He took out his wallet. His debit card was still there. The raised letters of his name were gone. Caleb rubbed his thumb across the front of the debit card until the skin began to shine. The letters had not faded. They had not been scratched off or blurred by grease. They were simply absent, leaving the blue plastic smooth where his name should have been raised. The card still had the bank logo, the expiration date, the last few numbers. All the small official markings that made a piece of plastic feel more real than the person carrying it. Only Caleb Ross was gone. He held it under the bedside lamp. The light made the card look cheap and old. He tilted it, searching for an impression, some ghost of lettering left behind in the plastic. But there was nothing, not even a dent. Heat exhaustion, he thought. He had worked through worse heat than this. Once, outside Barstow, he had changed a water pump in a gravel lot while the metal burned his fingers through a rag. Another time, outside Flagstaff, he had spent 3 nights sleeping upright in the driver's seat because his back locked so badly he could not lie flat. He knew what dehydration did. It made the edges of things shimmer. It made sounds arrive late. It did not remove names from bank cards. Caleb placed the card on the nightstand and sat still. The room hummed faintly. Not the air conditioner. That unit was dead in the wall, its vents packed with beige dust. The hum seemed to come from the room itself, low and electrical, like a refrigerator running behind a wall. He listened until the sound became too much like breathing, then stood and crossed to the sink. The mirror gave him back a tired man with sunken cheeks, gray at the temples, grease in the creases beside his mouth. There had been a time when people told Caleb he looked younger than he was. That was before he learned how quickly a person aged without a permanent address, without sleep that belonged to him, without a door he could close and trust. He turned on the tap. Brown water coughed once, then ran clear. Above the towel rack, someone had carved a word into the wall paint. The letters had been painted over, but the grooves remained. Stay. Caleb touched the first letter. Not a chance, he said. He slept badly, still wearing his jeans. Boots on the floor beside the bed in case he needed to leave fast. He had learned that habit in shelters, then in garages where owners let him sleep only if he promised to be gone before customers arrived. Then, in the back of the sedan with a tire iron tucked under the seat, people liked a man who could fix things. They liked him best when he fixed them cheaply and disappeared after. Caleb had become good at that. Too good. He had left unpaid rooms, unfinished apologies, women who stopped calling, employers who said they understood until payday came short. He told himself distance kept things clean. No one could trap him if no one knew where to send the net. But sometimes, in parking lots before dawn, He would wake from dreams of someone saying his name from another room. Not shouting, not angry, just checking whether he was still there. He woke to pale desert light slipping through the curtain gap. For several seconds he did not know where he was. Then the motel smell returned. Bleach. Dust. Hot old glass. His wallet lay open on the nightstand. The nameless debit card rested beside it. Caleb snatched it up, still blank. He shoved it into his pocket, gathered his tool bag, and opened the door. Morning made the Blue Mesa look worse. The pool was empty except for sand and a dead beetle turning slowly in a corner drain. The line of motel doors seemed longer than it had at night. Room 7's blue diamond key felt warm in his fist, almost pulsing. In the office, Mabel was behind the desk, pouring coffee into a mug with no design on it. "My card's wrong," Caleb said. She looked at him over the mug. "Morning to you too. The name's gone. Names wear off. Not like this." He placed the card on the counter. Mabel did not touch it. "I paid with this last night," he said. "No," she said. Caleb stared at her. "What? You paid cash?" "I didn't." She opened the register drawer. Inside lay a single folded bill and a yellow receipt. She slid the receipt toward him. It had the motel name, the date, the room charge. Under guest name, the line was blank. Under payment method, in careful block letters, someone had written cash. Caleb felt the skin tighten along the back of his neck. Mabel finally looked at the card on the counter, then at him, and said, very softly, "Sir, I've never seen that card before." Caleb did not pick up the card right away. It lay between them on the counter, blue plastic catching the office light, blank where his name should have been. Mabel kept her hands around her coffee mug, as if touching the card might make her responsible for whatever had happened to it. "You ran it through that machine," Caleb said. Mabel looked toward the old card reader beside the register. "That thing hasn't worked in years. It worked last night." "No," she said. "It didn't." The word had no force behind it. That made it worse. She did not sound like someone lying. She sounded like someone correcting a man who had mistaken the day of the week. Caleb slid the card back into his wallet. His fingers felt clumsy. "Fine," he said. "Keep the receipt. I'm getting my car." Mabel watched him leave, but said nothing. Outside, the morning had sharpened. The desert was no longer violet and soft, but white gold and merciless. Heat already shimmered above the road. Caleb crossed the gravel lot, past the empty pool, and followed the shoulder back toward where he had left the sedan. It was still there, angled half off the asphalt, hood dull with dust. For one relieved second, the sight of it steadied him. A broken car was a real problem, a mechanical problem, something with cause, consequence, and parts. Then he reached the rear bumper. The license plate was gone. Caleb dropped his tool bag so hard that one of the wrenches rang against the road. He crouched behind the car. The screws were still in place. The bracket was still there. The plate had not been stolen. It had not been pried off or twisted away. There was simply a smooth rectangular space where the metal should have been, the dust lying evenly across it as if no plate had ever sat there at all. "No," he whispered. He opened the driver's door and dug through the glove box. Old napkins, Insurance papers expired so long ago they felt like another person's mistake. A registration folded into quarters. He unfolded it with hands that had rebuilt carburetors in the dark and stitched hose leaks with wire. Hands that usually knew what to do. The registration had his car's make, model, year, and vehicle identification number. The line for license plate number was blank. Caleb stared until the printed words blurred. He checked again, because that was what people did when reality made a wrong move. They gave it a chance to correct itself. Blank. A semi passed, pushing hot wind against his back. The sedan rocked slightly. For a moment, Caleb imagined the whole car becoming nameless too. Its make badge smoothing away. Its color draining into dust. Its key forgetting the ignition. He sat in the driver's seat and pulled out his phone. No service. He held it higher, toward the windshield. One bar appeared, thin and uncertain. He went to his voicemail, not because it made sense, but because he suddenly needed to hear someone say his name. Anyone. Even an old boss angry about a missed shift. Even a woman from 2 towns ago telling him not to call again. There was one saved message from Warren Pike, who owned a transmission shop outside Fresno and paid cash when he felt generous. The message began with static. "Listen," Warren's voice said. "I don't know where you went, but if you're coming back, come back clean. No more sleeping behind the shop. No more customers asking me who that guy is. You're good with your hands. I'll give you that. But I can't have a pause, not silence exactly. A gap shaped like a word. Around if he won't sign paperwork." Caleb held the phone tighter. The message continued. Warren irritated, breathing through his nose. "So tell him to bring identification, or don't send him at all." The recording clicked off. Caleb played it again. The same gap opened where his name should have been. A clean cut, not static, not a glitch. Warren had spoken around him. As if Caleb were a space in the sentence the phone no longer knew how to fill. He played it a 3rd time and listened harder. Foolishly, desperately, as if concentration could drag his name back from wherever it had gone. The gap remained. By the time Caleb returned to the motel, the sun was higher, and the blue mesa looked almost flat against the desert, like a painted sign propped at the edge of the road. Mabel was still behind the counter. Her paperback lay open beside the register, though Caleb had the impression she had not turned a page. "I need to use your phone," he said. "No long distance. I need local police." Her face changed slightly. Not fear. Recognition of trouble. "What for?" "My plate is gone. My registration's wrong. My card's wrong. Something is happening here." Mabel set the mug down. "Things happen everywhere. Not like this." He leaned over the counter and saw the guest ledger open beneath the desk lamp. Last night, he had watched her write in it. He remembered the pen scratching, remembered the way she paused before the room number. Now the page showed neat columns. Date, name, room, payment. Most of the lines were empty. A few had names written in faded ink. Beside them were room numbers, cash marks, checkout notes. Caleb found the line for his night. Room 7. His fingers stopped. The name column was blank. The payment column was blank. Under status, in Mabel's careful block letters, it said, vacant. Caleb kept his finger on the word vacant until the paper began to wrinkle. That's wrong. he said. Mabel did not answer. You wrote me in last night. I watched you do it. I write in guests, she said. I am a guest. Her eyes moved from his face to the ledger, then back again. And for the first time since he had entered the Blue Mesa, Caleb saw something in her expression that looked almost like fear. Not fear of him. Fear for him. Maybe. Or fear of being asked to say something she had promised not to know. You should check your car, she said. I did. Then maybe you should fix it. He laughed once, sharp and humorless. That's your answer. That's the only answer that ever helps. Caleb stepped back from the counter. His anger had nowhere useful to go. It wanted a person. A scam. A hidden camera. A clever piece of theft. It wanted Mabel to be lying because a lie could be cornered. A lie had a mouth. A lie could be forced open. The Blue Mesa only sat there under the morning light, quiet and bleached and waiting. He went back to room 7 and searched it like a mechanic searching for a leak. He checked the mirror, the mattress seams, the drawer under the Bible that was not there, the underside of the sink, the vents packed with dust. He found cigarette burns, a bent paperclip, and a dead moth crushed flat behind the nightstand. Nothing else. Heat, he thought. Heat could make a man lose track. Heat could turn the world soft around the edges. He had driven too long, eaten too little, slept too badly. The missing letters on the card might have already been gone. The plate might have fallen off weeks ago and he had failed to notice. Warren's voicemail might always have been strange. Mabel might be senile. The ledger might be a mistake. One by one. Caleb lined the explanations up in his head like parts on a tarp. One by one. They did not fit. He called the number printed on the back of his nameless card from the motel phone. It took 3 tries before the line connected. A recorded voice asked him to enter his account number. He did. The machine paused longer than it should have, then thanked him for calling. To continue, the voice said, "Please say your full name." Caleb looked at the cracked mirror across the room. Caleb Ross. There was a soft click. To continue. "Please say your full name." He swallowed. Caleb Ross. The pause came again. The room hummed with it. To continue. "Please say your full name." He hung up so hard the plastic cradle jumped. Next, he tried the Department of Motor Vehicles number from the back of his registration. After a long menu and a longer silence, the woman on the line found the vehicle identification number. "Yes," she said. "We have the vehicle and the plate. There is no plate associated with this record." "That's impossible." "Sir, vehicles can be registered as non-operational." "It's not non-operational." A dry sound escaped him. Almost a laugh. Outside, his broken sedan sat dead in the sun. The woman asked for the registered owner's full name. Caleb gave it. The line stayed quiet. "Ma'am, I'm sorry," she said slowly. "Could you repeat that?" He did. "I'm not finding an owner under that name. It's my car. I understand that you're saying that." "No, you don't. You're not listening." The woman's voice became professionally softer. "Sir, I can't verify ownership without a matching name." He hung up before she could ask if there was anything else. By late afternoon, Caleb had taken every paper from his wallet and spread them across the bed. An old library card from Nevada. A pawn shop receipt. A pay stub from a garage that no longer existed. A folded emergency contact form from a shelter where he had written nobody in the blank space because it had seemed cleaner than lying. At first, his name remained on some of them. Then, as he watched, the ink on the pay stub thinned. Caleb Ross became Caleb. Then C. Ross. Then a pale stain. He pressed his thumb over it, as if he could hold the letters in place. When he lifted his hand, the line was blank. He packed everything quickly after that. His hands shook, and the shaking made him angrier than the fear did. He would get the car running. He would leave the motel. He would drive until the Blue Mesa became another bad story he did not tell anyone. He dragged his tool bag onto the bed and unzipped it. At first, the familiar weight of metal steadied him. Wrenches, sockets, pliers, a ratchet with a taped handle. His life had come down to tools more than once. Tools did not ask for history. Tools cared only whether the hand using them knew what to do. Then he picked up his favorite wrench. The initials scratched near the handle were not his. Neither were the initials on the socket case, or the pliers, or the screwdriver with the cracked yellow grip. Caleb emptied the bag onto the bedspread. Metal striking metal in a bright, panicked clatter. Every tool he owned had been etched with someone else's initials. For a while, Caleb could only stand over the bed and look at the tools. They lay scattered across the faded coverlet like evidence from a life he had borrowed badly. Wrenches, sockets, pliers, screwdrivers, the old ratchet with the taped handle. Each one had carried a history in his mind, where he found it, what job bought it, which repair had nearly broken it, which winter night it had kept him from being stranded. Now each tool wore another man's claim. J. Voss. H. Bell. M. Alvarez. R. Keene. Some initials had been scratched deep into the metal. Others were faint, as if they had been rubbed by years of hands. Caleb picked up the ratchet and turned it under the lamp, beneath the black tape, where his thumb had always rested. Someone had carved 3 letters so carefully they looked almost tender. W. P. Warren Pike. Caleb dropped it. The room hummed, not from the walls this time. From beneath the bed, he stepped back, and the floor under his boots changed. It happened without motion. One moment he stood on thin brown carpet. The next, the carpet had darkened into oil-stained concrete, cracked around his feet, gritty with metal filings. The bed was still there, but beyond it the motel wall stretched higher and became corrugated tin. The bedside lamp flickered into a bare bulb hanging from a chain. For one frozen second, Room 7 was not a motel room. It was the rear bay of Warren Pike's transmission shop. Caleb knew the smell before his mind allowed the memory to settle. Burnt fluid, cigarette ash, rubber, stale coffee in a paper cup. On the far wall hung a calendar with a woman in a red swimsuit leaning over a chrome bumper. The picture had been there the year Warren told him he could sleep behind the shop if he swept before opening. Caleb shut his eyes. No, he said. When he opened them, the motel room had returned. The bed, the cracked mirror, the dead air conditioner, the tools on the coverlet. Bright and wrong. He grabbed the room key and left. Outside, The motel grounds had changed in a quieter way. The office should have been a short walk to the left. The empty pool should have been a few steps beyond the doors. Instead, the pool seemed farther away, stranded in a wide field of gravel that had not been there before. The row of rooms extended in both directions, doors repeating with the same dead porch light, the same peeling number plate, the same closed curtains. Caleb turned toward the parking lot. His car was not visible from the motel now. It should have been. The road had been close enough to smell the asphalt in the heat. Now the desert opened between him and the highway in a flat, pale spread, scrubbed, trembling at the edges. The black line of road, thin as wire, in the distance. He walked. The gravel shifted under his boots. The blue mesa sign creaked above him, though there was no wind. He kept his eyes on the road, counting steps until counting became ridiculous. The motel should have fallen behind him. Instead, when he looked over his shoulder, he was still near room 7. The door stood open. Inside, he saw the back seat of his sedan. Not all of it, just enough. The sagging gray upholstery, the blanket rolled against the passenger door, the cracked window taped at the corner, the narrow space where he had slept curled on his side. One hand around the tire iron, telling himself that nobody could evict a man from a car while he was awake. Caleb's mouth went dry. He turned away and walked faster. The gravel became damp underfoot. A smell rose around him. Sour water and old concrete. The desert light dimmed. When Caleb looked up, he was no longer walking across the motel lot, but beneath an overpass, where pillars stood in rows and traffic thundered somewhere above without ever appearing. Cardboard flattened against the ground. A shopping cart leaned on its side. Someone had written "Keep moving" on the concrete in black marker. He remembered that place too. Not the exact overpass. Maybe. Or maybe all overpasses became one after enough nights. He had slept there during a rainstorm because the shelter was full and because the woman at intake had asked for an emergency contact. Caleb had told her he did not have one. She had looked at him with a tired kindness that felt worse than contempt. "You need someone," she had said. He had smiled at her. Everyone says that until someone needs them back. The traffic thunder stopped. The motel lot returned. Caleb stumbled and caught himself against the wall beside room 7. The door was closed now. His palm left a smear of dust on the paint. "You know me," he whispered. The statement frightened him more than any question could have. The room knew the places he had chosen when being unknown felt safer than being held. It knew repair bays and back seats, shelter bunks and concrete shadows. It knew every address he had refused to keep, every form he had left blank, every person he had let lose track of him before they could ask why he was leaving. Inside room 7, something shifted. A bedspring creaked. Then, from behind the closed door, Caleb heard his own voice, thin and exhausted, saying from the other side, "Nobody's looking for us." Caleb did not open the door. His hand had already reached for the knob, pulled by anger or fear or the old habit of proving to himself that a thing could be fixed if he only got close enough to it. But when he heard his own voice on the other side, thin and hollow with exhaustion, his fingers stopped just short of the metal. "Nobody's looking for us." The sentence settled into the motel air like dust. It did not sound recorded. It did not sound like an echo. It sounded like a man lying on a bed in the dark, saying aloud the thing he had spent years pretending was freedom. Caleb stepped backward. The closed door of room 7 looked ordinary again. Peeling paint, tarnished knob, blue plastic key in his fist. But he could feel the room listening through the wood, patient as a mouth holding a word behind its teeth. He turned away from it. There had to be wires, pipes, a breaker, someplace where the motel became a building again instead of whatever it was trying to be. Caleb had worked in enough rotten properties to know that every structure kept its truth in the places guests were not supposed to see. Behind the motel, past the empty pool, stood a low-maintenance shed, half hidden by saltbush. He had not noticed it the night before, or maybe the motel had not wanted him to notice. Its door was padlocked, and the padlock was orange with rust, but the hinges looked newer. A power line ran from the back of the office to the shed roof, sagging in the heat. Caleb crossed the gravel with his tool bag dragging against his leg. The sun pressed hard against his neck. Each step away from room 7 made the motel seem to stretch wider behind him. He did not look back. If he looked back and saw his own face watching from the window, he thought some part of him would simply sit down in the gravel and stop. The lock resisted for less than a minute. Caleb used a screwdriver that no longer belonged to him, and a narrow pry bar etched with H. Bell. The metal gave with a small, tired snap. Inside, the shed smelled of dust, cardboard, dry wood, and something faintly medicinal. Caleb expected tools, paint cans, a fuse box, maybe coiled extension cords. Instead, he found boxes. They were stacked from floor to ceiling in uneven columns, leaving a narrow path through the middle. Some were new moving boxes sealed with tape. Others were liquor cartons, crates, shoe boxes, plastic tubs with cracked lids. Every container had a strip of masking tape on the front. Most of the names had faded until they were only brown ghosts of ink. Caleb pulled the chain on a hanging bulb. Nothing happened. Light entered through gaps in the boards, thin and dusty, striping the boxes like bars. He opened the nearest one. A wallet lay on top of a folded work shirt. There were coins, a bus ticket, a comb missing half its teeth, and a photograph of a woman standing beside a boy in front of a lake. The boy's face had gone pale with age, but the space above the wallet where a driver's license should have been was empty. The tape on the box read, R. Keene. Caleb remembered the initials on one of his wrenches. He opened another. Work boots, cracked at the heels. A prescription bottle with the label peeled clean. A room key attached to a red plastic oval. 3 letters tied with string. The envelope softened by years of handling. The return addresses remained, but the name on each envelope had blurred into a gray smear. Another box held a waitress uniform, a plastic rosary, and a birthday card signed only with love, because the name after it had vanished. Another held keys, dozens of them, house keys, car keys, mailbox keys, locker keys, each on a different ring. Caleb touched them and felt a coldness that had nothing to do with shade. These were not lost and found items. They were remainders, pieces left behind after a person had been taken apart in public silence. At the back of the shed, behind a leaning stack of boxes, Caleb found a metal cabinet. Its doors were tied shut with electrical cord. He cut the cord and pulled them open. Inside were more boxes, smaller and newer. The tape on one said J. Was? Another said H. Bell. Another said M. Alvarez. Then Caleb saw the one on the bottom shelf. A plain cardboard box. Fresh tape. His own tool grease smudged along one corner. The masking tape across the front read, Calibros. As he watched, the black ink thinned, letter by letter, until his surname began to fade. Caleb grabbed the cardboard box before the last letters could vanish. The tape crackled under his fingers. His surname had faded to a pale bruise of ink. But the first name remained for a moment longer. Stubborn and thin, Caleb looked less written than remembered by someone with a failing mind. He tore the lid open. Inside were things he had not packed and things he had not yet lost. His spare shirt, rolled tight. The coffee can from the back seat of his car. A road atlas with the pages marked by grease fingerprints. The tire iron he kept under the driver's seat. At the bottom sat a pair of boots he was still wearing. Caleb looked down at his feet. Same split leather. Same oil-darkened laces. Same place where the left sole had peeled and been wired shut. He reached into the box and touched the boots. They were cold, not cool from shade. Cold, like they had been stored underground. Something shifted in him then. Some small hinge of disbelief snapping loose. He no longer thought first of scams or heat or paperwork. Those explanations had belonged to a world where things stayed in their proper order. The Blue Mesa did not. He pulled the other boxes from the cabinet one by one. Voss contained a wallet, a pocket knife, a photograph of a little girl standing on a porch, and a newspaper clipping folded into squares. The article described an unidentified transient found nowhere, reported by no one. Last seen near a highway motel outside the county line. The strange part was not the disappearance. The strange part was the wording. The reporter kept circling the absence as if language could not grip it. No family has come forward. No known address. No vehicle registration available. No confirmed name. Beside the clipping was a motel receipt from the Blue Mesa. The guest name line was blank. The room number was 7. Caleb opened H. Bell's box. Then M. Alvarez's. Then R. Keene's. Each held the same kind of remains. Work badges without photographs. Letters whose greetings had lost the names after dear. Prescription bottles with blank labels but pills still inside. Keys to doors that might have been sold. Demolished. Forgotten. Police reports with phrases that repeated until they felt like a prayer said by people who did not believe in prayer. No next of kin located. No employer able to confirm identity. Subject may have used an alias. Subject left voluntarily. Subject not considered endangered. Caleb read them with a mechanic's eye at first, looking for pattern, sequence, cause. But the pattern was not mechanical. It was human. These people had not been hidden from the world in one dramatic act. They had been misplaced gradually by everyone who found it easier not to ask. A dishwasher who stopped coming in and was replaced before lunch. A truck stop waitress whose landlord packed her things into trash bags after rent went unpaid. A disabled veteran whose caseworker had retired and left the file in a drawer. A hitchhiker. A seasonal laborer. A woman with 3 names and no permanent address. A man whose sister called once and was told there had never been anyone in room 7. Caleb found motel ledgers too, stacked in the cabinet behind the boxes. Their covers had curled at the edges. Inside, names appeared for other rooms, other nights. whole families on vacation. Zelismen, couples, men with dogs. A choir bus delayed by weather. But room 7 stayed mostly empty. Not unused. Empty in the records. Beside those blank lines were small marks in Mabel's handwriting. Key returned. No luggage. Room clean. No complaint. Then the photographs began. They were stored in a cracked plastic envelope. Black and white at first. Then color. Then faded instant prints. Every picture showed room 7 from outside. The motel changed around it. Cars became older, then newer. The sign changed bulbs. The office gained an ice machine. Lost it. Gained a vending machine. Lost that too. Room 7 remained in the same place, but its door changed. In one photograph, it was painted red and had a brass knob. In another, it was green with a mail slot. In another, it was narrow and arched, like the back entrance to a church. In one picture from what looked like the 70s, room 7's door was not a motel door at all. It was the rear door of a city shelter, with men lined up outside in rain. Caleb flipped faster, breath loud in the shed. A repair bay door, an apartment door with eviction paper taped to it, a hospital curtain, a car door, an underpass shadow shaped like a doorway. The room had been wearing places people passed through and no one wanted to keep them. At the very bottom of the envelope was a fresh sheet of paper. Not old, not yellowed. White copy paper. Folded once. Caleb opened it. It was a missing person notice. No photograph. No confirmed name. Approximate age, early 40s. Occupation, mechanic, possibly itinerant. Last seen near a desert roadside motel after vehicle trouble. May be reluctant to provide emergency contact. May believe no one is looking. His throat tightened around nothing. At the bottom, beneath the description, was a filing date. It was dated 3 days before Caleb had ever seen the Blue Mesa Motel. Caleb read the filing date until the numbers stopped meaning anything and became only marks on paper. 3 days before. 3 days before the engine coughed itself dead on the desert road. 3 days before the flickering vacancy sign. 3 days before Mabel slid the brass key across the counter and asked whether he wanted to pay cash or card. The missing person notice trembled in his hands. He tried to imagine who could have filed it. Warren Pike would not have. The old shop owner had disliked loose ends, but only when they cost money. The shelter worker from years ago would not remember his face. The women he had left behind had learned, each in her own way, that looking for Caleb Ross was a good way to find nothing but shame for having cared. No family, no employer able to confirm. May believe no one is looking. The last line felt less like description than diagnosis. Behind him, the shed door creaked. Caleb turned. Mabel stood in the doorway, the desert sun white around her shoulders. She had moved so quietly he had not heard her cross the gravel. In the narrow shed, among boxes of half-erased lives, she looked smaller than she had in the office. Less like an owner than a woman placed at a counter because someone had to hand over the keys. "You shouldn't have opened those," she said. Caleb held up the notice. Who filed this? Mabel looked at the paper, then at the boxes. No one. That's not an answer. It's the only true one. He stepped toward her, and the hanging bulb above them flickered, though it had not worked before. For one moment, the shed filled with weak, yellow light. The boxes seemed to lean inward. "Tell me what this place is," Caleb said. Mabel's mouth tightened. "A motel." "No." "A stop." "For who?" She looked past him to the cabinet, where the open boxes waited like small graves without bodies. "For people who have already been let go." Caleb felt anger rise because fear had become too large to carry by itself. "Let go by who?" "Everyone," Mabel said. The word landed softly. That made it worse. She stepped inside and touched the top of Keen's box with 2 fingers. "No one comes here first. They come after the forms are blank in all the places that matter. After landlords change locks. After employers replace schedules. After hospitals discharge them to sidewalks. After relatives stop answering numbers they don't recognize. After every person who might have noticed decides noticing is not their job. That's not supernatural," Caleb said. "No," Mabel said. "That part is human." The shed hummed around them. Caleb recognized the sound now. It was not electricity. It was absence pressing against wood. "What does room 7 do?" Mabel did not answer immediately. Her face looked tired enough to be carved from old paper. "It finishes the work," she said. Caleb looked down at the notice again. His own description, written without his name, seemed to float away from him. "It kills them?" "No." "Then where are they?" Mabel's eyes moved to the boxes. "Gone," she said. "Not dead the way people mean. Not alive the way records mean. Room 7 removes the last threads. Name, voice, plate, signature. The small things that let the world agree a person has passed through it." Caleb remembered the blank guest line, the vanished letters on his card, the plate that had never existed. Warren Pike's voicemail with a gap shaped exactly like him. The room had not attacked. It had corrected. His knees weakened. But he did not sit. He would not sit among the boxes with the others. Not yet. "Why me?" he asked, though some part of him already knew. Mabel's expression held something like pity, and Caleb hated her for it. "You made yourself easy," she said. The word struck harder than accusation. All the years returned at once. The false names on cash jobs. The emergency contact lines left empty. The phones discarded when people began asking real questions. The rooms left before dawn. The unpaid debts. The unanswered messages. The way he had trained himself to leave no one enough of him to hold. He had called it freedom because abandonment sounded too much like something done to a child. Room 7 had not chosen him out of cruelty. It had found a man who had spent half his life sanding his own edges smooth. The motel had only taken him seriously. From somewhere beyond the shed, a door opened. Caleb turned toward the sound. Across the bright gravel, room 7 stood open again. Inside it, he could see not the motel bed, but darkness shaped like every place he had ever slept alone. Mabel whispered behind him, "It wants you to stop pretending this was done to you." Caleb stood in the shed doorway with the missing person notice in one hand and felt the desert widen around him. Room 7 waited across the gravel, open and dark. Not dark because the curtains were drawn. Dark because everything inside it had become distance. He could see the edge of a shelter bunk, the curve of his sedan's back seat, the oil-black floor of Warren Pike's repair bay, the concrete shadow beneath the overpass. They overlapped without touching, each place holding a version of him that had learned to sleep lightly and leave early. "I can stop it," Caleb said. Mabel did not argue. That made him hate the words as soon as he said them. He crossed the lot fast, clutching the paper so tightly it bent in his fist. The distance to room 7 did not stretch this time. The motel allowed him back. That frightened him more than resistance would have. Inside, the room had returned to its ordinary shape. Bed, cracked mirror, dead air conditioner, tools scattered on the coverlet. But ordinary no longer meant safe. It meant the room had put on a face he understood. Caleb went to the desk and found a motel pen chained to a plastic base. He tore the blank receipt from his wallet and wrote his name across it in large block letters. Caleb Ross. He stared at it, breathing hard. For a moment, the name held, then the ink loosened. The letters paled from black to gray, then to a weak stain. Caleb pressed the pen down and wrote again, gouging through the paper. Caleb Ross. The second name faded before he finished the surname. "No," he said, and wrote it a third time. The paper tore. He threw the pen at the wall. Next, he pulled out his phone and opened the voice recorder. No service did not matter. The device still had memory. Memory was the only thing this place wanted to steal. He pressed record. "My name is Caleb Ross," he said. His voice sounded too loud in the little room. "I am 41 years old. I am a mechanic. My car broke down outside the Blue Mesa Motel. I stayed in room 7. My name is Caleb Ross." He stopped the recording and played it back. "My name is..." The audio dipped. "I am 41 years old. I am a mechanic. My car broke down outside the Blue Mesa Motel. I stayed in room 7. My name is..." Silence. The silence had shape. Twice. Each time his name should have stood. The recording stepped around it like a grave no one wanted to visit. Caleb hurled the phone onto the bed. It bounced once and landed among the tools. His hands went to the screwdriver with H, Bell's initials. He snatched it up and moved to the inside of the door. If paper forgot, if plastic forgot, if voices forgot, wood might resist. Wood kept scars. He carved C into the paint. Then R. The screwdriver slipped. He carved deeper, cutting through old blue into a layer of yellow beneath. Then white beneath that. Then a red so dark it looked almost wet. C. R. He leaned close, panting. The letters shivered. Not physically. They remained cut into the door, but his mind slid off them. They no longer looked like initials. They looked like random damage left by some guest years ago. Behind him, Mabel said, "That won't hold." Caleb turned. Then, what does? She stood just inside the threshold, not crossing farther. A witness. "You're witnessing." "I see it happen," she said. "That isn't the same." "Then remember me." Her expression cracked in a way he had not expected. For a second, he saw the burden beneath her stillness. Decades of handing keys to people whose names she could not keep. Watching them fight with receipts. Photos. Mirrors. Walls. Then watching the world accept their absence with relief. "I've tried," she said. The room hummed softly, almost kindly. Caleb looked at the boxes in his mind. J. Voss. H. Bell. M. Alvarez. R. Keen. Initials on tools. Names on tape. Lives reduced to objects because no one had held the whole person long enough for the world to believe in them. What if I witnessed them? He asked. Mabel's eyes sharpened. Caleb went back to the shed and dragged the first box into room 7. Then another. Then another. Sweat ran down his spine. Dust filled his mouth. The motel did not stop him. Neither did Mabel. He opened each box on the floor and began reading whatever remained. R. Keen, he said. You had a photograph of a woman and a boy by a lake. You kept a bus ticket. You owned a knife with a cracked bone handle. The room darkened. 8. Bell. Work boots. Red room key. 3 letters tied with string. The air thickened. But the names on the tape stopped fading. M. Alvarez. Waitress uniform. Plastic rosary. Birthday card, signed with love. Caleb felt something pull at the back of his throat, as if his own name were being drawn upward by a hook. He kept going. By the time he opened the box marked Caleb Ross, the tape was almost blank. Inside, the cold boots waited. Caleb lifted the missing person notice, turned it over, and began writing the others' names on the back. This time, the ink stayed. Behind him, the door to room 7 swung shut by itself. The lock clicked, and from outside the room, every motel key began turning at once. The keys turned outside room 7 like insects working inside a wall. Caleb stood in the middle of the room with the missing person notice in his hand and the open boxes around his feet. For a moment he thought every door in the motel had unlocked. Then he understood the sound was not opening. It was remembering. A brass key clicked. A red plastic key clicked. A key with a cracked leather fob clicked. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Turning in locks that no longer existed. The room bent under the sound. The walls seemed to loosen from their corners. The cracked mirror showed the motel bed. Then a shelter bunk. Then the back seat of his sedan. Then an underpass shining with rain. In each reflection, someone stood with his back turned. Not Caleb. Not exactly. Men and women in work shirts, waitress shoes, hospital slippers, old coats. People who had slept lightly because the world had trained them not to expect morning. Caleb read louder. Yona Voss, he said, because the first name came to him suddenly from the photograph of the little girl on the porch. You carried a pocket knife with a bone handle. You had a daughter by a lake. The cardboard box marked J. Voss shuddered. Halen Bell. You kept 3 letters tied with string. You had boots with red clay in the seams. The room's door shook in its frame. Marisol Alvarez. You wore a blue waitress uniform. Someone signed your birthday card with love. More names came as he touched the objects. Not all at once. Not cleanly. Some arrived broken. Missing middle letters. Carrying only a smell. A habit. A scar. A half-sung tune. Caleb said what he could. He read them into the room until his throat burned. Behind him, Mabel whispered the names too. Not perfectly, not all of them, but enough. The lock snapped open. The door did not lead to the motel walkway. It opened onto the desert road at dawn. Caleb did not wait to understand. He stuffed the ledgers, the photographs, the missing person notice, and as many papers as he could carry into his tool bag. The tools themselves he left on the bed, each still marked with someone else's initials. For once, he knew what did and did not belong to him. Mabel stood beside the open door. "Go," she said. "What happens to them?" She looked at the boxes. Some of the names on the tape had darkened again. Not restored. Not fully. But legible. Held. "More than happened yesterday," she said. Caleb stepped through. Heat struck his face. The desert smelled of dust and cooling asphalt. Behind him, the Blue Mesa Motel stood quiet, its vacancy sign dark in the morning light. His sedan waited on the shoulder where he had left it. The rear plate was back, though the numbers looked soft around the edges, as if the metal had only recently remembered how to be itself. The engine started on the first try. Caleb drove until the motel disappeared from the mirror. At the first town, he stopped at a gas station and carried the ledgers inside. The young clerk looked up from behind the counter. "I need the police," Caleb said. "There are missing people, records, evidence." The clerk blinked. "Sure. Man, what's your name?" Caleb opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Not silence. Not fear. His throat moved. His breath worked. But where his name should have been, there was only a soft, empty pressure, like a hand laid over a wound. The clerk frowned. "Sir," Caleb pointed to the top ledger. "It's written there." The clerk turned it toward himself. His eyes moved across the page. "I can't read this." Caleb looked down. The names of the others remained. His did not. At the police station, the officer asked for identification. Caleb gave him the card. The registration. The old papers from his wallet. Each one passed through the officer's hands and became useless in a different way. No matching record. No valid owner. No confirmed signature. No file attached to that person. "What person?" Caleb asked. The officer's face tightened with tired confusion. "You." Only he did not say the word as if he meant anyone real. By sunset, Caleb stood in the restroom of a bus station, staring at the mirror above the sink. His reflection stared back half a second late. When he lifted his hand, the man in the glass lifted his after him. When Caleb touched his own face, the reflection seemed uncertain where the touch belonged. He still had the ledgers. That was something. He mailed copies to newspapers, police departments, shelters, churches, old addresses found in the records. Some envelopes came back. Some did not. Weeks later, one missing person database corrected a name. Then another. A woman called a county office asking why her uncle's file had changed overnight. A photograph appeared in a small-town paper beneath the headline, "Forgotten Man Finally Named." None of the articles mentioned Caleb. People accepted the records, but not the man who carried them. Motel clerks forgot his room before he reached the stairs. Diners cleared his cup while he was still drinking. Mechanics borrowed his advice and turned away before thanking him. He kept moving, not because it felt like freedom anymore, because stopping required a place to be known. Years later, drivers on the desert road sometimes saw a man walking near where the Blue Mesa sign used to stand, carrying a heavy tool bag and asking whether they had ever lost someone nobody looked for. Most did not remember the question by the next town, but a few did. And when they did, somewhere in an old ledger, a blank line filled itself with a name. Some disappearances do not begin with a locked room or a monster in the dark. They begin when people stop asking where someone went. Stop calling back. Stop believing a life matters because it has no neat address, family, or paper trail. Caleb's horror is supernatural, but its foundation is painfully human. Room 7 only completes what neglect has already started. Maybe the real question is not whether Caleb escaped the motel. Maybe the question is whether any of us can truly escape a world that forgets people before they are gone. And now, the night has reached its gentle ending. Thank you for spending this quiet time with me here at Chilly Midnight. I hope tonight's story gave you a place to rest your thoughts, a little shadow to wander through, and a calm feeling to carry with you into sleep. Before you leave, let me know in the comments how the story felt tonight. Did it suit your mood? Or would you like the next one to be more chilling, more emotional, or a little softer? For now, take one slow breath. Let the day fade away. Let your room become still, your heart become quiet, and your body sink deeper into rest. Sleep well. My dear friend, may your dreams be peaceful. May your mind feel light, and may tomorrow bring you a softer morning. Until the next midnight brings us together again. Good night.